Today I'll be explaining 21 insanely detailed One Piece theories. In this video, I'm gonna tell you how I think I solved the One Piece and what it is, what Joyboy actually is, where Laugh-Tale is located, what the ancient weapon Pluton is, how Imu is an Egyptian god, and so much more. Before I get into the video, I humbly ask you to please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel because so much time and effort goes into making these videos as good as they can possibly get. I, the Wizard of Oars, am also planning on dropping a 2-hour-long mega theory sometime within July. I'll also be doing a face reveal video at 50k subs, so subscribe if you want to witness either one of those events firsthand. Thanks a lot guys for everything, and now with all of that being said, let's get straight into the first of 21 One Piece theories. So I was gathering research for my next video on why I believe Luffy will defeat Kaido as the sun rises when it all hit me. I started laughing, not just any laugh, but the kind of laugh that you hear from someone, and start to question if they're even sane. Thinking about what I just discovered, I started running back and forth in my house with excitement. I obviously had to research some more to see just how deep this theory was, and the more I looked, the more I realized I may have found something monumental to the One Piece community. Not being able to hide my excitement and thoughts to myself any longer, I went to my roommate's room and told him, I think I have it. I think I have $1 million idea right in my hands. I might have the One Piece.
One Piece wa jitsuzai suru!
As I told him all the details and as he realized what I was telling him and started to process what I just discovered, he started laughing so hard, and in fact I've never seen a bigger or crazier smile on his face. You see, the One Piece and Laugh-Tale itself is something so funny yet so insane that it gives you a bone-chilling yet satisfying experience. It is both a legendary tale and a physical pirate treasure itself. I believe I figured out what they both are, and it's been foreshadowed so many times. In fact, I even realized that every single arc gives us a clue to what the treasure really is. Not only every arc, but even the logo of One Piece and even the Strawhat itself basically tells us what it is. Just thinking about how much in our face it's been all along gives me chills. Wizard of Oars here, and today I'll tell you what the One Piece actually is. Please try to stay with me because I'm going to be going over so many things at a pretty fast speed. So seriously try to pay attention because there are just too many facts that all point to one single piece of information. To start off, I just want to quickly go over what we already know about the One Piece itself. I'll be referencing all these lines or facts later on, so let me briefly tell you all the canon facts on it thus far. First of all, One Piece is the name that the world called the treasure, and wasn't named that by Roger himself. Roger says, and they have no idea when hearing the name of the treasure, hinting that the words One Piece is ironic to what he found. The next most important thing about the One Piece is that when you find it, you not only learn the history, but also the future timeline. You see, Roger, Whitebeard, and Ray Lee already know what will take place in the future. Whitebeard tells Sengoku in his last words that whenever someone finally finds that treasure, the world will be turned upside down. He also says that the world government fears the great war that is coming to the world one day, hinting that he already knows what the future is because Roger told him. We also see that Odin knows the dawn is coming to Wano, and that Joyboy will be the one to save them. You see, this whole time we thought that the One Piece would tell us information that happened in the Void Century until we reached Wano. Once we reach Wano, we see the One Piece reveals what happens in the future as well as the past history that already happened. What is happening right now in Wano is part of a prophecy made by Odin, which he seems to have learned from Joyboy. Another thing we know about the One Piece is that you learn what the will of D is, you learn what the ancient weapons are, that in the past Wano was open to the world, and overall the entire truth of the world. When we see Roger and his crew find the One Piece, they laugh. Not only laugh, but laugh so hard that tears come out of their eyes. Roger laughs as he says this is quite a treasure you've left behind, a tale full of laughs. So apparently the One Piece was funny enough to make Roger want to call the final island Laugh-Tale. Now what could be so funny about this tale? What's so funny about celestial dragons enslaving people? What could be so funny about the ancient kingdom losing a war to a bunch of egotistical narcissists that think they're gods? Well, boy is it a funny tale alright, and you'll probably laugh just at the thought of it. You see, Oda has been showing us hints and clues to what the Laugh-Tale is, and it's kind of been right in our faces. Something else that Roger says about the One Piece is that he and his crew were too early. too early for what? Does this mean that the treasure can only be accessed at a certain time or by a certain man? If Roger and his crew found the One Piece, why didn't they tell anyone what it is or try to start a world revolution themselves? Well, there is a reason for all this, and let me just tell you, it is not what you think. There is in fact a reason for only a certain timeline being able to find the One Piece, and it's a crazy one. Another thing that I need to bring up about the One Piece is its Japanese kanji. One Piece in Japanese reads as Hito Tsunagi. This has 3 different meanings, but they all relate to what the One Piece treasure actually is. The first meaning is in One Piece. The second is a rope linking all men, and the third would be one sea at peace. These 3 meanings are important because they all relate to one and one thing only. I'll remind you about this once I reveal what the One Piece is, but still just try to keep these phrases in mind. The last key point that I need to bring up about the One Piece is that it's not just a tale or only knowledge, but also in fact a real treasure. You see, just like everything else in one of these mysteries, the actual physical treasure that Luffy and the Strawhats will claim has also been foreshadowed through the whole story. When I reveal to you what it is, you're gonna lose your mind, so just please be prepared to get chills and to possibly even scream out of pure hype. This wraps up what we already know about the One Piece, and now let's get into the actual theory itself. Roger and the Roger Pirates learned the truth of the world. They learned about someone named Joyboy and his funny tales. This one specific line made by Roger is what really made me think about what the One Piece actually really is. At the end of chapter 967, Roger says, "Oh Joyboy, I wish I'd been born in your time." Why does he wish he could have been born in his time? What's so good about living in a time of a war that the victor is the celestial dragons and specifically most likely Im-sama? What's so good about living during the time of a man that lost? If you ask me, I wouldn't want to be there to see Joyboy lose or to see the ancient kingdom fall to the ground. That honestly seems like a pretty tragic thing to witness firsthand. If it was tragic, then what did Roger mean by, "I wish I'd been born in your time"? Well, with more recent context, I believe Roger meant, "I wish I'd been born in your time, Joyboy." And yes, Joyboy as in Luffy. Roger wishes he'd been born in Luffy's time, not the original Joyboy. Remember, Luffy is also Joyboy, and when you find the One Piece, you don't only learn about what happened in the past, but also what happened in the future. That also makes me think, what even is the past? If the future already happened, isn't it basically the past? The future is an even further future's history. The Kozuki clan claims that they are the one that weave history. What does that even mean? Weave history. The definition of weave, oh yeah, not that weave, is to make a complex story from a number of interconnected elements. Each poneglyph weaves pieces of history together with other elements tied into it as well to create the whole history or the one history. The whole history isn't only what happened in the Void Century, but also what will be weaved with the future. One day, the future will be history, and what was the future to them and Roger is actually happening right now. Please try to remember the word weave and that the Kozuki clan weave history, because there's another huge point coming later on with it that is mind-blowing. In this line, he also says how Joyboy left an unbelievable treasure though, so seems like he is talking to the Joyboy from the past. Now, just hear me out because this will be explained more deeply later, but what if in Laugh Tale, when Joyboy returns, it's not clear that it's a different Joyboy from the past? What if the name of the character in this Laugh Tale is Joyboy, he loses the ancient war, then comes back 800 years later to defeat the same people that beat him the previous time? It may be that the only name this individual goes by is Joyboy, so Roger may think that Joyboy actually won the war in the long run. So maybe he wishes he could have been in the same era as the return of Joyboy. In his eyes, maybe Joyboy left the great treasure, but will also come back to claim what is his and take his treasure back. Some evidence that the people of back then view both the past and present Joyboy as the same thing is when Zunisha straight up just says that Joyboy has returned. He doesn't say someone else reminds him of Joyboy. No, he quote unquote says that the Joyboy from 800 years ago has finally returned. He claims that this is his first time he's heard the drums of liberation in 800 years. Zunisha was also even on Joyboy's crew, and he doesn't acknowledge that it's someone else with the model Nika fruit. He says that Joyboy himself, the one that was his crewmate, has returned. If this doesn't make you question the story of One Piece, then I don't know what will. To expand on this tale of Joyboy and how I believe Roger wanted to be born in the era of the Joyboy that wins, is when Roger realizes what the Sea Kings were saying. The Sea Kings say that the two sovereigns should meet again. Roger realizes that what they are saying was apparently what he calls the truth. What is the truth? Wouldn't the truth of the world be the One Piece? This may seem kind of confusing right now, but you'll see where this all leads to later on. Apparently it is true that someone will be born and surpass the Roger Pirates. Roger then says that they were just too early. The impression I get off of this quote is that he wishes he was born in a different era and in a later timeline, just like how he said he wishes he could have been born in the same era as Joyboy. Roger was too early to actually see Joyboy, but he at least was able to see the tale of laughter. He was able to hear about what happens in the future, but actually couldn't see it with his own eyes. With all that being said, we the readers are currently witnessing a part of the history and a part of the One Piece with our own eyes. We are witnessing what was supposed to happen in the future at the time of the Ancient Kingdom and at the time Roger read it. All this future Joyboy and prophecy stuff makes me think about Fishman Island. In Fishman Island, we see that Robin read an apology letter from Joyboy to the island itself. King Neptune says that the letter is addressed to the mermaid princess who lived on Fishman Island at the time. It is an apology for not being able to accomplish a promise that he made with the island. This promise will apparently be fulfilled by another individual in Joyboy's place. Or maybe that individual actually is Joyboy himself, according to the prophecy and Zunisha. This prophecy yet again proves that some things may have already happened even though they're in the future. Now, how did the people of the past already know what would take place 800 years from then? Well, we see in chapter 610 that Madame Shirley can predict the future. She's already predicted things like the war at Marineford, Whitebeard's death, and even the Great Pirate Era. She also predicts that Luffy will destroy Fishman Island, which hasn't happened yet. This most likely has something to do with the promise that Joyboy made and the prophecy that someone will take his place to fulfill his wish. This all proves that the people of the past were able to see what would take place in the future, and they wrote it down on the last island. Another thing with predicting the future would be future sight. Katakuri's advanced observation haki shows us that he can see something that will happen a few seconds before it already did. By the time it actually happens, to him it is in the past instead of the present. He is literally ahead of his time, kind of like how the ancient people were also ahead of their time. Try to keep in mind that if something already happened in the future, in some way it is history waiting to be occurred. The future is the key to the One Piece, and now we'll talk about how it relates to the dawn. So now that you know the basis of my theory, let's talk about what the One Piece actually is and what you learn when you reach that point. Before we get to the physical treasure itself, let's talk about something that you learn when you reach the last island. According to Odin, in 20 years there will likely be a massive war that will split the seas themselves. Notice how he wrote this and then right after said in other words, in another 20 years the primary figures of this great war will muscle their way into the new world. So basically, Odin already knew that the primary figures of Luffy, Kid, and Law would go into the new world to cause chaos. Now, we haven't seen the huge war itself yet, but it is coming and these three with their crews will be the primary figures. Notice how right after this, Odin then writes that these are the ones who can strike down Kaido. So, how detailed is the future telling of the One Piece? It seems that it's 100% accurate as of right now, since Odin already knew that Joyboy would come to Wano in the exact year that he came. He even wanted to open up Wano's borders to be able to welcome his return, but failed to do so. Isn't it kind of funny and ironic that even though Wano's borders didn't open up, Joyboy himself still barged his way through to save his friends? Another thing that we see in this flashback of Odin is that he learns that his wife came searching from 800 years ago for the day that the world is overturned. Now, this is interesting because it shows that apparently many people from that era knew about a prophecy that took place, which is the day that the world is flipped. Odin then tells his wife to jump 20 years into the future if she wants to see it. 20 years is a very exact timeline. Like, why not 10 years, or 15, or 30, or 40? He specifically says 20, and that is the exact year that Luffy shows up with Law to Wano. In the final part of Odin's journal or letter, he writes to Toki and says, I want you to use your power, Toki, if I should die, and cast 9 shadows on the night woven of 20 years, and you shall know the brilliance of the dawn. Notice how he specifically used the verb woven. The night woven of 20 years. Is he hinting that the men who weave history wove the prophecy of the night that should take place in 20 years, which is the night that we are currently witnessing for ourselves? Remember before how I said that the Kozuki clan not only weaves the past history, but the whole history. If the future already happened, then it's an even further future's history. They weave all history, not just what they lived through, and this Odin quote is direct evidence of this. The other important part to dissect from this quote is you shall know the brilliance brilliance of the dawn. The dawn isn't only the key to everything, but it is everything. Just wait a bit to see what I mean. We also see Toki saying out loud, "You are the moon unaware of the dawn." What is the dawn? I mean, it seems to be significant enough for Toki to say on her alleged final words, and for Odin to write to his wife on his final days. Also, what I'm about to tell you, I was gonna put in my video of how I believe Luffy will win when the sun rises. I was originally gonna make a theory on that, and this section of the dawn was gonna be included in it, but I completely went down a giant rabbit hole of possibly figuring out the One Piece. Let me know if you want that theory next, and remember to like and subscribe with notifications on if you want future videos like this one. So going back to Toki and her quote, what could the dawn possibly be? Before we get to what the dawn is, I think it's better to explain what the moon is, more specifically the moon that is unaware of the dawn itself. I believe the moon is supposed to be interpreted as Wano. She is talking to the whole land of Wano and its people. Altogether, both land and people, they are the moon. Now you may ask, how can this be? Well, think about it. The whole land of Wano and its people use the main symbol of a crescent moon. We see the people of the rebellion have a crescent moon tattoo on their ankles. The symbol for Wano and its rebellion is the crescent moon in between what looks like swans and a snake. Not only this, but another big hint would be that Wano's theme is called Moon Princess. We see Hiyori play this throughout all of Wano, and that name makes me think that she is in fact the Moon Princess. Either that or she will one day be the Moon Princess after they defeat Kaido. The moon is Wano and the princess is Hiyori, therefore Oda is trying to say that she is the princess of Wano. Another big hint with Wano being the moon is that it's called Wano. Wano sounds a lot like wane or waning, which is a term used to describe the moon becoming smaller in size, or to simply put it, when it goes from being a full moon to a crescent moon. All these things are really good hints, so I truly think Oda meant to put all these details on purpose. Now that you understand why I believe Wano is the moon, take another look at the line, "You are the moon unaware of the dawn, may your purpose be fulfilled." Wano and its people are unaware of the dawn which Joyboy brings, and their purposes may be fulfilled. Wano's purpose could be the opening of their borders after having them closed for such a long time. Odin even says that up until him seeing the One Piece, there was no purpose for Wano's borders to be closed. The moon's or Wano's purpose was to protect the land from outside forces for an 800-year span until Joyboy returned. The purpose is fulfilled after the people of Wano stayed safe all those years and after Joyboy himself arrives. Once Luffy wins, he, Yamato, and Momo will open the borders together to fulfill it. Now that we have a better understanding of this cryptic quote, what does the dawn symbolize? Not only in this line but throughout all of One Piece. We currently see the dawn being brought up throughout the series, and Oda even wanted to name his manga Romance Dawn. So what could the dawn even be or even mean? The dawn itself has begun ever since Luffy started his journey. In fact, the dawn is Luffy's story itself. There are two main definitions of the word dawn, and the first one is the one that most people think of when they hear the word, which is the first appearance of light in the sky before sunrise. This definition symbolizes Luffy's journey as a whole because everywhere he goes, he is figuratively the first appearance of light before the sunrise of their country or of the kingdom. Before he gets to an island, the people are usually sunken in some sort of darkness or evilness, and many times even enslavement. When Luffy shows up, he is the light that frees the people and the light that shows the way to freedom. He is liberation itself and is the dawn that shows up right before the light of liberation frees the people to their ultimate happiness and rightfulness. Everywhere he goes, he brings the dawn. Therefore, his journey that we have been watching this whole time is the dawn itself. The first volume of One Piece is even called Romance Dawn, hinting that since the first chapter, that is what the story is. Oda even called his preview of One Piece Romance Dawn because it truly is such an important factor to the story. In Wano, the people even refer to themselves as receiving a divine punishment, which would be an eternal night that never breaks. This night will be broken by the dawn, or should I say Luffy and his story. Luffy and his story itself is the dawn that Roger and Odin learned about at the One Piece. Okay, so now for the second definition of dawn. The second definition is the beginning of a phenomenon or period of time, especially one considered favorable. This definition proves that the very beginning of of Luffy's journey was the dawn of his period of time in the Grand Line. The beginning of the story is the beginning of a certain period of time. That dawn was only for the Grand Line, and there was in fact another one in the New World. Since Luffy and his journey took a 2-year break, the dawn also took a 2-year break as well. Chapter 601 is called Romance Dawn for the New World. This is the return of the dawn, or the second dawn, or simply what it's called, which is the dawn for the New World. This is the dawn that Odin saw in his prophecy that will take place in 20 years. The dawn started back up when Luffy's story started back up, and now the dawn is going to shed its light in Wano before the eternal light of the everlasting day comes. This chapter of 601 ends with Luffy telling Ray Lee he's going to become the king of the pirates, which shows that the dawn is the journey of him becoming it. Once he becomes it, the dawn of the world will have already happened or arrived. This also makes me think, if Odin, Roger, and the Straw Hats learn about this dawn or this tale of Luffy, maybe that's why Luffy wants to be free. Now, you may say, what does this have to do with anything? Well, think about it. Why would Luffy want to be the most free? What does that even mean, honestly? I mean, we don't see anyone else throughout the whole story with a dream to be the most free man. Even if they want to become the Pirate King just like Luffy, they don't want to do it for that reason. You see, Luffy might want to be the most free man because of one simple thing. That simple reason for Luffy wanting to be the freest man would be because he isn't. That's right, what if Monkey D. Luffy isn't free? At least, not yet. Could he be directly tied to a story of fate, and deep down he knows that luck favors his side for a certain reason? Deep down, maybe it's something within his devil fruit or within his soul, but could he somehow know and feel that he isn't a free man? Although he is known to be a liberator and have the drums of liberation, he himself could be a slave to his own destiny, which already happened in a history that hasn't been told yet. Maybe he needs to find the One Piece, liberate the world, and spread the dawn to finally be released from his spell and truly be free.
なあ、コラさん。俺はやっぱりこの数奇な運命の意味を知りてえ。
Going back to the dawn and how it's the term used for Luffy's story, let's take a quick look at a couple of lines from Bing Sake. In this sea shanty, there are the lyrics "Stormy winds are blowing wide, waves are dancing, evening comes, it's time to sound the drums." I believe this represents the end of the original Joyboy's era. As the evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. The evening represents the sunset, which is the end of the original Joyboy's story or era. As the sun starts to set, it's time to sound the drums. It's time to become Joyboy or his awakening and fight the celestial dragons. After these lyrics, the next one seems to be about Luffy and the dawn. But steady men and never fear. Tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return. These lines are directed to all the people of the ancient kingdom and the people that carry their wills 800 years later. Steady men never fear. Tomorrow's skies are always clear. Whoever wrote the song is telling people to not fear anything because tomorrow the skies are always clear. By tomorrow they mean the next era of Joyboy. Right now the whole world is living under an 800-year night that is slowly coming to an end. The sun god is coming back to bring the day back to the world. The next lines are, so pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return. Maybe this means to make the sounds of the drum until the sunny days return. I mean, what else would people in One Piece do by pounding their feet and clapping their hands except sounding the drums of liberation? By now the whole world has forgotten the beat of liberation since the world government erased it from history, but as Luffy returns to lead the dawn, I bet you will see armies of people stomping and clapping to Luffy's heartbeat in a near future arc. Once Luffy finds the One Piece, it will be the final piece of proof to the world of the whole truth. As Bing Sake said, the sunny days are returning and what has to come before a sunny day does? That's right, the dawn. The dawn is referring to only Luffy's story up until the point he defeats the celestial dragons. After that, the sunny day or sunny noon will last forever. The original Joyboy story is represented by the dusk or by the sunset, since we know that the sun god died, which led to the Night of the World Noble's rulership. With all this being said, don't get confused with the different Joyboy's eras because I believe it's a key that Luffy's era is the only one that's referred to the dawn. If the dawn is Luffy's journey or story itself, Then what is the romance dawn? Since we already have an idea as to what the dawn is, what is the romance? Well, what if I told you that Oda already told us exactly what it is in Skypiea? As the Straw Hats are heading out to sea to be shot at by the knockup stream, we see Mont Blanc Cricket say one last thing before heading up to their journey. He says, "No one in history has ever disproved the city of gold or the Sky Island. People might laugh and call it foolish logic, but it's enough for me. That's what romanticism is all about." So basically to Oda, romanticism is believing in something. Cricket believes that the Sky Island and City of Gold are real, even though he's never seen it with his own eyes. By the way, check out his sun tattoo, you know, Romance Dawn. To prove even more that this has to do with Romance Dawn, let's take a look at the cover page of this chapter that Cricket says this. Notice how the sun is rising. The cover page for the chapter that we learn what romance means shows us the dawn. Another little detail is that we can see two signs of suns on the treehouse. This is Oda telling us symbolically that romanticism is tied to the dawn. This cover page had details hidden in plain sight with Mont Blanc's most important quote. This quote all ties back to Luffy, as we even see him say romanticism as if he likes the term and thought of it. Luffy's dream of finding the One Piece is romantic because he doesn't know if it's real or not, and he doesn't want to know until he finds it. In Sabaody arc, we even see that Luffy yells at Usopp for even asking if the One Piece is real. He doesn't want to know where it is, what it is, or if it is, because that would ruin the whole romantic idea of believing in something. At the end of Skypiea, we get a reference that ties back to the beginning of the arc story. The last chapter of Skypiea has a narration that says, "The sky that you see when you look up on a whim, is it a dream? Is it real? The country of the Kami above the clouds, 10,000 meters up in the far distant sky. If you listen closely, you can hear the sound of a bell. It's ringing today, it will ring again tomorrow. The sound of the bell echoing through the sky sings the praises of this wandering land." This ties back to the whole idea of romanticism because it's going back to saying how this dreamland is real as long as you believe. It also says how if you listen closely, meaning that if you are intently listening, you can hear the sound of a bell. Only those that believe in the land that exists in the sky can hear it. In the next chapter, we even see Mont Blanc thank his monkey friends for sticking with him and his silly dream. The dream itself is what romanticism represents because it's only a dream and nothing else. He believed the City of Gold was real even though he never actually found it. Just like how Luffy believes the One Piece is real even though he has never found it thus far. Now, so back to the title of Romance Dawn, I believe it simply means believing in the dawn. For generations and generations, people have believed that the dawn will one day come. The people of the past believed in the dawn. Odin did, and so did Toki. Even though they may not see it firsthand, they still believe that the dawn is real and that it'll come through one day. They believe that Luffy and his story will come one day to be the dawn and lead the dawn. This is why Oda wanted to originally title One Piece Romance Dawn, because the Romance Dawn is a story of believing in Luffy's story. Us the readers believe the dawn will come ironically as we read the dawn. Now, I could go deeper into what romanticism is and how it's portrayed throughout One Piece, but this pretty much gives you a clear idea of what the Romance Dawn as a whole means. With all this being said, let's finally discuss what the One Piece actually is. So now, to answer the big questions that you've all been waiting for, what is the One Piece that will bring everyone together? What is the One Piece that will turn the world upside down? What is the One Piece that can only be accessed during a certain timeline? What made Roger and his crew laugh? How is the One Piece hinted at in the very logo of the entire series? Overall, what is the One Piece? Well, you see, the One Piece can be one thing and one thing only. The One Piece is Luffy. Luffy is the One Piece that is slowly and surely bringing everyone in the world back together. Luffy is the One Piece that will turn the world upside down. Not only turn it upside down, but he is the light that is leading everyone else to flip it with him. Just like how we find out that Poseidon isn't a form of technology, but instead is a natural force in the world, we will also find out that the One Piece itself isn't a technological weapon, but is a force of nature. Luffy or Joyboy is the natural force of liberation that liberates everywhere he goes. Also, just that I'd say before before people click off or comment something. Yes, I know Luffy himself isn't the vast treasure that Odin and Roger saw at the One Piece, but trust me, we're getting there. First, let me just explain why Luffy is the One Piece that Roger couldn't use to save the world since it wasn't there. Also, try to remember that just because it's called One Piece doesn't necessarily mean that the treasure itself is only one thing. Okay, going back to how Luffy is the One Piece, so the One Piece is also the thing that many believe will break the red line. Well, how do you destroy the red line and Mary Joa? I'd assume that you need to use all 3 ancient weapons plus the One Piece to destroy it. I mean, they do say that they have the power to destroy the world. Luffy and the ancient weapons will literally destroy the old world and make a new one while bringing the dawn. By the end of the series, Luffy will most likely be allied with people that own the ancient weapons or with the ancient weapons themselves. He's already allied with Shirahoshi, Vivi, and Frankie, which leads him to only needing to ally with Uranus. The 3 ancient weapons will most likely be used to physically destroy the red line, while Luffy destroys Mary Joa and the Sunlight Tree Eve. Well, how do you destroy the Sunlight Tree Eve and Mary Joa? Wouldn't you have to destroy Fishman Island? And who did Madame Shirley say would destroy Fishman Island? She said Luffy will. Not just Luffy, but she also said he will do it with his bare hands. If Fishman Island is destroyed, then it'll cause the roots of the Sunlight Tree to be destroyed. Therefore, the Sunlight Tree Eve may die and possibly collapse on Mary Joa. Either that or its magical sun powers will somehow take away some of the powers of the Celestial Dragons. Luffy, Joyboy, and Nika are the One Piece that will destroy the red line and bring the world back together. The world probably won't be exactly how it was in the past, but I actually think Luffy will make an even better version of it. As he breaks Fishman Island by himself, he will also most likely take down the red line with it. The red line and Pangaea Castle could fall apart as Fishman Island is destroyed. If the red line is destroyed, then it'll bring the whole world back together. It will create the All Blue, and it will destroy the Celestial Dragons' homes. All in all, if Luffy is the One Piece, he'll be the one that gathers up the ancient weapons, which leads to the destruction of the red line, which leads to the destruction of the Celestial Dragons, which leads to the All Blue, which leads to the world being brought back to one piece. I can honestly just imagine the scene of Luffy straight up punching Fishman Island, while simultaneously breaking the red line with the ancient weapons, with We Are playing in the background. I also believe that the Noah will be used to put every resident of Fishman or Merman in it, while Luffy breaks their home. They need the Noah to fit every one of them with their main belongings, because when Luffy destroys the island, they won't be safe out in the water. The force of Fishman Island's destruction will probably lead to a massive flood and a water phenomenon that can instantly kill anyone without protection. Maybe Luffy will be saved by the Sea Kings, or maybe he'll hop in the Noah right after he does this. This will redeem the promise of the Joyboy from 800 years ago. Okay, so going back to the 3 meanings of kanji for One Piece, which is Hito Tsunagi, what is the rope linking all men? Who is the one that will create one sea at peace? And what does in One Piece have to do with Luffy? The rope linking all men is Luffy, which makes him the first definition of Hito Tsunagi. Luffy is also the one that'll create one sea or the All Blue and will put it all to peace. Peace as in peaceful, which shows that he is also the second definition of Hito Tsunagi. The third definition is honestly the best one because it's kinda tricky. What does in One Piece even mean or have to do with Luffy? Well, first off, he could be the one that'll bring the world to being in one piece or as in one kingdom. We know that there was an ancient kingdom back in the day and Luffy will most likely somewhat recreate it in his own style and own way. Maybe when Roger found it, it wasn't in one piece because it wasn't all there. The most important and crucial thing to the treasure wasn't even alive yet, but it'll be at Laugh Tale once Luffy finds it. Luffy being the One Piece treasure also makes sense since Roger couldn't use it back then to flip the world upside down. He couldn't use it for anything because it merely didn't exist yet. Although it's kinda funny that since he couldn't use the One Piece, he instead inspired the One Piece to find the One Piece. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I find that kind of silly yet perfect. Now, remember how I said at the beginning of my video that the One Piece logo hints at what the One Piece is? Well, notice how Luffy is in the logo. In my opinion, this is the most Oda thing to do, and I think when we look back on it, we're gonna just think like, god damn, how is it right in front of our face this whole time? Like, he's basically just toying with us at this point. There's more to this logo which has to do with the original Joyboy from 800 years ago, so try to keep it in mind because I'll expand more on it later. Just remember the logo because I'll be discussing more on it in a few minutes, but before that I want to discuss what made Roger and his crew laugh. The tale of a monkey named Luffy made Roger and his crew laugh so hard that they started crying. In fact, Luffy or the One Piece itself made them laugh, kind of like how he's been making us laugh for up to 25 years now. I can see the laugh tale ending in such a humorous way with even those who try to hold it in can't help but burst out in tears. I mean, how can you not laugh at the things that this goofball does? Like, Luffy has been making us laugh since day one. I'll never forget the first time I watched One Piece, I started laughing so hard when Luffy called out Alabasta. I had almost no impression on what One Piece was. All I knew was that it was a shonen, so I was expecting it to be a little goofy, but man, I didn't expect the humorous vibe to be the driving force of the series. I was instantly hooked by it and never went back from there. So just like Luffy's been making us laugh throughout the entire journey, the whole of the laugh tale is most likely the overall story of Joyboy, both the one from 800 years ago and the one we are witnessing right now. Joyboy must have been a funny fellow himself since he had the model Nika fruit as well, but I believe the main part of the laugh tale that made Roger so full of life was most likely the tale of Luffy, whom I believe may have even been pronounced as Laffy in the Kazuki writings, but I'll get more into the tale itself later. It's kind of a funny story that the man who's been searching for the One Piece had it right in his own hands the whole time. Also, did you know that Oda himself foreshadowed Luffy being the One Piece itself at the very beginning of the series? In Orange Town, we continuously see Luffy bring up how the Strawhat is his treasure. Now, how does this foreshadow Luffy being the One Piece? Well, think about it. Luffy's nickname is Strawhat or Mugiwara, which could foreshadow Luffy himself being his own treasure by the end of the series. If Mugiwara really is the One Piece, this could possibly go down as Oda's best example of foreshadowing. He's known for his hinting at the puzzle formula, but this is honestly just another level. If this does in fact become true, let's remember to always put the G before Oda. Another possible foreshadow that I've thought about ever since I first saw it is Luffy's chest. X marks the spot on pirate maps, and him having the X shows us that he is in fact the treasure of the One Piece. I thought of this all the way back to when I first watched Fishman Island, but thought it was kind of dumb back then because I didn't have much more evidence to go off of. Now let's talk about the vast treasure that's at Laugh Tale. Now that you've heard all that, you may say, well, that isn't a treasure. The One Piece is supposed to be an actual physical pirate treasure that's on the island itself. Oh, trust me, there is a vast treasure just like Odin said there was, and it's been foreshadowed in the single chapter of 302. When you hear what it is, you're gonna realize how perfect this all is. So this chapter is titled Finale. With this title, I believe it's supposed to foreshadow the finale of One Piece. Before I tell you what the treasure is, let me just tell you that this is the chapter where the Skypeans and Shandians finally make peace and both clans go under the name of one ruler, which is the Sky Knight Ganfall. I believe this foreshadows the end of One Piece because everyone will most likely become peaceful with one another and acknowledge one main ruler or liberator. This could be Luffy, I'm not quite sure yet, but maybe there will be no ruler over the world because that doesn't seem to work. The whole world will probably be in one piece with each other. No more wars, no more fighting, just friendliness and peacefulness with one another. Luffy will just be the liberator that kicks anyone's butt if they try to do something dirty or ruin the peace. So now to how this chapter foreshadows what the One Piece treasure actually is. Later on we see the Straw Hats talking about what they want to buy with all the gold they stole. Now remember, if Luffy himself is the One Piece, then how would the treasure symbolize this? What if at Laugh Tale there's a giant bronze statue of Luffy? Don't believe me? Well, then how come in this chapter title finale, Luffy says he wants a gigantic bronze statue? Yes, this gigantic bronze statue might be the One Piece treasure. If Luffy is the One Piece, then the treasure that he'll find is probably a bronze statue replicating him. I believe it'll probably be a funny looking gigantic statue of a monkey with a straw hat, or basically Luffy. I also think it could be a monkey because in Skypiea we see that the golden bell has something that depicts a monkey with a straw hat on it. If the prophecies made by the Ancient Kingdom are true, then they probably saw a monkey with a straw hat as the return of Joyboy who will save the world. Notice how earlier in the same chapter we also see Shandians talk to the statue of Kalgerda. This is most likely a direct parallel with what finding the One Piece will be. Notice how the Shandians say to Kalgara that the sacred duty of the Shandians has been fulfilled. They then say that Kalgerda's wish has officially reached his friend. They don't have to make future generations shed blood from now on. They lastly swear to never let the life of Shandora be extinguished. This is a direct parallel with finding the One Piece because once they see the statue and read the true history of the world, they will then fulfill the sacred duty of Joyboy. There will probably even be a statue of the original Joyboy standing next to the statue of Luffy. The Straw Hats and Luffy will have accomplished or will be accomplishing the wish of Joyboy. When they see the statue of a monkey named Luffy and the original Joyboy, they will never again let the light of the ancient kingdom be extinguished by defeating the world government and by defeating the celestial dragons. Another time we see a statue is at the very end of the same chapter title finale. For some reason, we see the Var statue at the very end. Remember this statue and what it looks like because it's very important to a certain point I'll be making very soon. There's more foreshadowing of a giant statue being the One Piece treasure itself, like in the next chapter when Luffy says it once again. I believe he also says it in Water 7 and of course in Dressrosa. When Luffy first sees the Cairo statue, he notices it and says how it's practically a naked statue of an old warrior. Maybe the statues at the One Piece will also be practically naked, which will be pretty funny. We later see Rebecca telling Luffy how the man of this statue is a mystery and that nobody remembers him. Maybe the statues at the One Piece were also a mystery for Roger and his crew because no one knows who Joyboy was or will be. He was erased from history just like Kairos. The biggest hint of the One Piece treasure being a statue of Luffy would be that it's in the logo. Could you imagine if the statue that the ancients carved is in the exact pose that Luffy does while in the logo of One Piece? Man, that would be too much honestly. Like, how much more perfect could it get? I'm telling you, people are going to be decoding One Piece hundreds of years after it finishes. Kind of like how we have to read Shakespeare in high school. In the future, students will probably have to learn One Piece because it's just that good and in my opinion, a whole lot better than even Shakespeare. Well, this pretty much wraps up why I believe the One Piece will be a statue of Luffy or Joyboy, but in my opinion this isn't the only treasure that's there. Odin claims there's a vast amount, which makes me think that it can't just be one thing. It would also be underwhelming if all there was a statue of a naked monkey with a straw hat. Going back to the chapter title finale, let's see what the other Straw Hats wanted to buy with the gold they stole. Usopp says he wants 10 cannons. I can see there being 10 cannons at Laugh-Tale, which will make Usopp and Frankie immediately run over to them. The cannons most likely won't be modern warship cannons, but will probably be more along the lines of the ancient kingdom's technology. In Skypiea, we see them use weapons like dials, so maybe the cannons will be monster-sized dials that could do a load of damage to anyone or anything that gets hit by it. I think this will be really cool to see because the dials were one of the coolest weapons in the show and we haven't seen them since the pre-time skip. The next one who says something is Sanji. Sanji says he wants a refrigerator with a lock. Wow, Sanji, a refrigerator with a lock? Really? I mean, how much more specific and in our face can it be? A huge part of the One Piece is Joyboy himself, the one from the Blank Century. In the Reverie, we see Imu walk into a refrigerator with a lock to look at the giant Straw Hat. This is perfectly placed with Sanji's quote in this chapter because Sanji, of course, is a cook, and I bet he does want a refrigerator with a lock because Luffy probably eats most of their food when Sanji's not paying attention. This is a perfect example of Goda foreshadowing something that's hidden in plain sight. I also know this hint is meant to be about Joyboy since in the next chapter, we see that Sanji doesn't want to buy that with the gold anymore. We see that Luffy still wants his bronze statue, that Chopper wants his books, and that Zoro still wants his booze. By the way, I'll get to these two next, but Sanji doesn't want his refrigerator anymore. Even though everyone else wants the same thing as the previous chapter, Sanji changes to wanting a new pot, frying pans, dishes, and a gigantic mousetrap. Also, not important to this, but I thought Sanji liked mice and was even becoming the next Alfredo from Ratatouille. So why does bro want to kill rats and mice? Anyways, back to the main subject. I believe Oda placed a freezer with the lock for what Sanji wants in the chapter title finale because this is a part of the finale of One Piece. The giant straw hat that's inside a giant freezer with a lock most likely belonged to Joyboy, and that's what the whole Laugh Tale or One Piece is about. Now, what else have we seen inside a giant freezer with a lock within the story of One Piece? If you rewatch the introduction of Oars and of the giant straw hat and Mary Joyce, the scenes are practically the exact same and in parallels. Im walks into a giant freezer that's locked up. Moria walks into a freezer with the giant lock. Im is carrying Luffy's wanted poster. Moria is carrying Luffy's shadow. Now, why would Oda make these scenes direct parallels? Well, because Oars was the original owner of the Straw Hat. Yes, Oars was the Joyboy. And by the way, I'm not talking about the Oars in Thriller Bark, but instead an even older Oars, Oars the First. Oars Jr.'s Jolly Roger proves that he's actually Oars the Third, which lets me believe that the Oars in Thriller Bark is Oars the Second, and that would make Oars the First Onigashima. Yes, I believe Onigashima, also called Oars the First, is Joyboy. Another clue would be something that I brought up many times, which is the Var statue. The Var statues that are laid out throughout all of Birka Jaya, which is the land that worships the sun god, look exactly like an Oars. Why would the sun god worshippers' land have Oars statues all over the place? Well, because Oars or Onigashima was the one they were actually meant to worship. More quick hints of Oars being Joyboy is that the Japanese kanji for Oars translates to Odor, which is the sun god in the game Dungeons & Dragons. Another hint of Oars the First being Joyboy would be that Oars Jr.'s sails have two inverted suns on them, showing the exact signs of both who the sun god was and two sides of the same coin reference. Another possible foreshadow would be that Ace gives Oars a giant straw hat because he never has shade since he's the tallest and closest to the light. I believe this could foreshadow how the original Onigashima Oars got his straw hat. They probably even call him the sun god because he is literally the closest to the sun out of anyone in the land. Another foreshadow would be that Moria puts Luffy's shadow in Oars, hinting that the original Oars acted like Luffy and was Joyboy. Now with the reveal of the human fruit, we can finally see that Oars could have been able to shrink in a human form since it's a Zoan fruit and then worn the straw hat. Obviously, I know the head at Onigashima is too big to fit the hat, but with the reveal of what the Gum fruit actually is, I believe that he could have definitely worn the straw hat shown in Mary Joyce. I mean, just because this hat isn't the size of Onigashima doesn't mean he couldn't have worn it. The last time I heard, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit, the dude ended up writing a book on how he actually did murder his wife, or at least how he would have done it. With this being said, if the hat doesn't fit, that doesn't mean we should acquit on the idea that Onigashima could have been the owner of it. The biggest and craziest hint that I haven't talked about in any of my videos of Oars being Joyboy has to do with the One Piece logo. I know we've already gone over it many times, but I promise this one is the best hint yet. Just like how there's a man wearing a straw hat depicted as the letter I, there's also a skull wearing a straw hat within the O. This can symbolize multiple things. First off, this could be a hint that the giant skull in One Piece wore a straw hat back in the day. This could also symbolize that Jolly Rogers originated from this very being, since it's the very symbol of the entire series. If you've seen any of my other videos, you already know that I believe Jolly Rogers came from Onigashima, since in chapter 2, Oda tells us that the term Jolly Roger originated from the devil. Remember that Oars is the devil of the One Piece world. Also notice how in this same page there's a rough depiction of Nika and the sound effect the dum over at Jolly Roger. The dum is a direct reference to the drums of liberation, which it seems Oda had planned since the very beginning. There's more to Jolly Rogers coming from Onigashima, which has to do with the Bible and One Piece, but that's for a whole nother discussion for another day. With all this being said, I believe that this skull with the straw hat is meant to symbolize the giant skull of Onigashima, and the Luffy statue is obviously meant to symbolize Luffy himself. Since these two are most likely both Joyboy, hear this out. Remember how I said multiple times that the word One Piece in Japanese, which sounds like Hitotsunagi, has 3 different meanings and one of them is the rope linking all men? Well, aren't both Joyboys the rope that links all men? Once the world finds out of the past history of the Joyboy that lived 800 years ago, they are supposed to come back together, right? And isn't Luffy already single-handedly being the rope that is linking all men? So the both of them should bring all men back together because of the truth and because Luffy is the current liberator. Well, take one more look at the One Piece logo. Notice how there's both Joyboys and then a literal rope that links the whole logo together. Can't believe how much in your face it is, can you? I couldn't believe my eyes when I decoded this, and if this all becomes true, then I think it's fair to say Oda is the best at what he does. Like, I honestly don't know how he does it. Both Joyboys being in the very logo and word One Piece symbolizes that the One Piece treasure is all about them. When you reach Laugh Tale, you learn about the old Joyboy's tale or legacy and how Luffy continued it 800 years later. The Laugh Tale itself is in fact just a tale of Joyboy, but I'll get more into what else it is very soon. There's still more treasure that I believe was on the last island, so let's finish that discussion before starting another one. Going back to what the One Piece treasure is and what's on the last island, So now if Onigashima was Joyboy, then what if he died on the last island and his body is there? We clearly see that there's a giant skull head island, but there's only the skull. We don't know where the rest of his body is or where the skull even came from. This is just a thought and a bit of speculation, but you never know in One Piece. Since Sanji does say the refrigerator line, I was also thinking that maybe at Laugh Tale the rest of Onigashima's body is frozen in time. It could have been frozen by Aokiji's fruit, and we see many hints at giants dying from the cold weather. For example, both Saul and the Oars and Thriller bark were frozen to death. Although, I do for sure think Oars the First somehow died by being frozen. His frozen body being at the last island is a bit more of a stretch. Pun intended. Another big hint to Onigashima being a part of the One Piece could be when Big Mom asks Roger while she's falling to her defeat, "What is the One Piece? Where is it?" And that some of it is in this country, isn't it? This could be Oda foreshadowing that Onigashima is connected or a part of the One Piece. If Onigashima was Joyboy, then of course his giant skull would be in some way a piece of the One Piece. Another way you could look at this is that what Luffy and his alliance are doing is a part of the One Piece as well. As Odin showed us, this is a part of the prophecy and a part of the information that he learned. In my opinion, it could be both, because I believe the One Piece isn't just one thing. There's honestly so much more I could go over, with Oars being the original Joyboy, like how Blackbeard, Rocks, and Dragon have Jolly Rogers depicting the ancient giant, but if I went over it all, this video would take another 2 hours. If you're interested in this, let me know if I should remake my older videos on why Oars is Joyboy. I know the sound quality in those videos is terrible and the overall production is trash, but for now, check those 2 big videos until I make an updated version of it. Also, remember to like and subscribe with notifications turned on if you want to learn more about what the ancient mysteries in One Piece truly are. Going back to the chapter title finale, we also see Chopper say that he wants books, so I think we'll most likely see a few books at Laugh Tale. The Tale of Laughter is sort of a book in itself, but it's probably on a poneglyph or some stone engraving. You can look at the tale itself being a book, but I think there'll actually be physical books made with paper. The literal books that we'll see at Laugh Tale is probably something like Roger's journal, just like how Odin had a logbook on his journey. Maybe Roger also had one and left it there. He did say that he left all his treasure there, so maybe this was a part of it. I think this would be the best case scenario to flesh out Roger's character because it is his thoughts and everything he went through in first person. This would be better than just having some old head tell us how Roger was or how he acted, because they can't tell us what he was actually thinking throughout his entire life. They can only tell us what they saw with their own eyes. I don't see why we wouldn't find out more on Roger's character when the Strawhats reach Laugh Tale, and a personal logbook of his would be the best way to show us. It was the best way to show us Odin's story, and it would be the same or at least done in a similar way for Roger. I can even see Roger writing a personal letter for Luffy, Joyboy, and the next Pirate King. Maybe it'll have something like, "So you finally reached the last island, Joyboy. May you liberate the world and bring the dawn. I have one request for you, which is a dream I can never accomplish. Can you please..." For me. Here, he might ask Luffy to accomplish his own dream for him, which could end up being ironic because Luffy himself also wants to do the same thing. Even if this doesn't happen, whatever Roger writes will be interesting to read for both Luffy and Robin. Obviously, everyone will be interested, but these two will be the most tied to it. Another type of book that could be at Laugh Tale is books on medicine. Chopper also says that he wants to read about other countries' medicine in this panel. Maybe at the One Piece there will be medicine to learn about from a specific other country, the Ancient Kingdom. Another idea could be that maybe at the One Piece, there are the cherry blossoms that he's been looking for. Maybe Roger and Crocus didn't realize that these could heal his disease since the cherry blossoms only seem to be a myth. Not many have even heard about their existence except a few in Drum Island. It's gonna be so nice to see Chopper finally achieve his dream after everything he went through. The next thing from this chapter and panel is what Zoro says. Zoro needs to only say one word: booze. I'm pretty sure most of you are well aware of booze being at the One Piece, and yes, I believe it most likely is. It's most likely Bing Sake that is there welcoming anyone who finds it. I won't go too deep on this, but if you want more on it, you can check out Arthur's massive theory on it. Lastly on this page, the Straw Hats are all chanting the word gold. There is also someone singing or playing music on Konish's boat right next to them. This makes me think that maybe at Laugh Tale somehow the drums of liberation will be playing, or maybe they'll sing Bing Sake like how Roger did on his journey. I I also believe that since they are chanting gold, there will be a load of pirate gold left at Laugh Tale. I was also thinking, if there's a ton of gold there, then where could it have come from? Well, in case you forgot, Wano's nickname is the Country of Gold. Hundreds of years ago, it was known as this, which puts up the question, where is all the gold? Well, what if Wano was referred to as the Country of Gold before and during the Void Century, but couldn't be known as that after because Joyboy and the Kazuki clan transported all the gold to the final destination, which is Laugh Tale. If a bunch of gold is at Laugh Tale, wouldn't that best explain the term of vast treasure used by Odin? I mean, what kind of pirate treasure would the One Piece be if it didn't have loads of gold? Can we even really call it a pirate's treasure if there isn't any gold or valuable merch? The panel or scene of seeing the vast treasure is probably going to be amazing to see all the Straw Hats' reactions. I specifically can't wait to see what Nami does when she sees it. She'll probably bathe in it or just lay in it as we've seen her fantasize about before. She'll probably be so happy that she won't even get mad at Sanji or Brook harassing her. So all in all, yes, I believe the One Piece will be a vast treasure with an insane amount of gold, a bronze statue of a monkey that wears a straw hat, Bink sake, 10 impact dial cannons, the reveal of Joyboy and the importance of the giant refrigerator, books, possibly Roger's journal, and the cherry blossoms that can cure any disease. This is most likely the treasure aspect of the One Piece. One other quick point to lay out in this chapter is right after all this, the Straw Hats fall back down to the Blue Sea. Maybe this is foreshadowing that after the Straw Hats find these treasures, they have to fly back up instead of down. Especially if the One Piece is at Enies Lobby, which it possibly could be. I mean, how many times have we seen the Straw Hats go through crazy lengths just to go to the next island or to survive an insane natural disaster? One last time sure wouldn't hurt, especially if it's for finding and returning from the very destination that has been focused on since the very beginning of the series. There's still one more thing that I believe could be at Laugh Tale, but it isn't in this chapter and it's honestly kind of random. The last possible thing I think could be at Laugh Tale is a transponder snail that has a video recording of what the world used to look like or what the celestial dragons did to obtain their power. The reason I believe this is because Whitebeard says that when someone finds it, the whole world will be flipped and shaken to its core. To get the whole world to realize and believe something, you can't just have a story to tell. I mean, who's gonna believe the most wanted criminals like Luffy and Nico Robin? It would make more sense if the world starts to fight back after they see something dirty that the celestial dragons did, or if they see the ancient kingdom itself. Professor Clover also says that if the people of today found out about the mere existence and idea of this kingdom, it would be a major threat to their government. The name alone could expose so much. Since the kingdom's existence could change the world forever, maybe there was a recording of what it was like or how it was lost to history. I think this would be really interesting and just really important to the story as well. Maybe this could lead to the overall flashback of the original Joyboy that we know almost nothing about, even up until chapter 1048. I don't see how else we'd get a flashback unless the Laugh Tale is very detailed and explains his whole life story. Overall, this is the treasure aspect to what I believe the One Piece is, but there's still a few more things to go over. Now, there's obviously a tale that has to live up to be so funny for both the Straw Hats and us the reader. In a tale format, I truly believe it'll be comedic, yet at the same time, it'll tell us the history, the future, and the present all at the same time. I have a really good idea as to what the Laugh Tale is and how it'll be played out. Remember how I said earlier that the Dawn or the Romance Dawn is Luffy's story itself? Well, did you know that Luffy's hometown is called Dawn because that is where the dawn begins? Luffy is meant to symbolize the sun as he is the sun god. That's why he's from the east and why his journey is to the west. The sun rises and the dawn begins in the east and it travels towards the west to finally go to the sunset. The sun sets in the west and it rises in the east, just like how Luffy and the dawn begins in the east and moves towards the west, just like Sun Wukong's journey to the west. The story of Sun Wukong is about a monkey traveling to the west to India to find the holy scriptures, just like how Luffy, the Sun Monkey King, is traveling to the west to find the holy scriptures or the whole truth of One Piece. So now with all this being said, what is the Laugh Tale? The Laugh Tale is the dawn or the story of Joyboy. The whole Laugh Tale is both the dusk and the dawn, but I believe the best part is the dawn. The story could also be about a monkey named Laffy, and I think the monkey bronze statue of Luffy might have the name Laffy engraved on it. Maybe this is why Roger called it Laugh Tale. What if by this he meant it as Laugh's Tale or Laffy's Tale? The people who saw the future in the Void Century may have seen a timeline where the future Joyboy was being called Luffy and they mistook it as being Laffy since that's what Joyboy does. He laughs and makes others laugh. Remember that the Golden Bell of Shandor seems to have a monkey with a straw hat, possibly showing that they depicted him as a monkey in the prophecy. If the Laugh Tale is in fact a tale of Joyboy, then isn't it literally Laugh's Tale? Think about it, Joyboy is Nika, and Nika is the sound effect for laughter or smiling. If Nika is the sound effect for laughter, then Laugh Tale can also be called Nika Tale, or should I say Nika's Tale, or Laugh's Tale. There are many wordplay connections you can probably do with Laugh Tale, and I think Oda did all of it on purpose. The Laugh Tale itself is probably the whole story of Joyboy, told by the original Joyboy, who tells all the history in a goofy way by naming prominent figures with animal names or some sort of object, which is kind of like what Luffy does. For example, in the tale, Luffy would be a monkey, Zoro would be depicted as a green fox, Nami would be an orange cat, Robin would be a robin bird, Chopper would be a raccoon dog, Marco would be a pineapple, and so on. I can make my own version of how I think Laugh Tale will go, but I'm not going to do that in this video. If you want to know how I think Laugh Tale went, then comment and let me know if that's something you're interested in. Of course, it's going to be funny and it's going to troll the whole story of One Piece, but I think that's somewhat how it's supposed to go. With the Dawn being the name of the era of the return of Joyboy, I believe that the will of D is the will of the Dawn. The D is passed down from generation to generation until the Dawn arrives. After the Dawn has ended, there will no longer be any reason for the D clan to keep their initial because they will have already defeated the celestial dragons. As the Dawn ends, the will of D will also come to an end for a good cause, which is peace. Luffy being the final will of D member and the youngest will of D at the time signifies that he himself leads the Dawn after it's been waiting to come for such a long time. The will of D members are known to directly go against the celestial dragons, just like how the Dawn directly goes over the darkness that took over the world. The Dawn brings the light to see out of the darkness, just like how the D clan will bring out the truth out to the world. Notice how we also see members that know what the One Piece is bringing up the Dawn. They don't bring up any other D word because that's most likely the most important one. Now, going back to the true meaning of Romance Dawn, remember how I said earlier that romance or romanticism in One Piece simply means believing in something? Well, then the true meaning of the term Romance Dawn means believing in the Dawn. This is also why I believe the will of D is the will of the Dawn, because they are the ones who have inherited each other's wills in the belief that the Dawn will come. Just like how Whitebeard said, someday one man will appear bearing the weight of centuries of inherited will on his shoulders to challenge the world. One man shall bring the Dawn because the will of romanticizing or fantasizing about the Dawn shall surely come through one day. One man will carry all the inherited will of the Dawn to bring the Dawn. Also, is it a coincidence that Whitebeard, who is someone that knows what the One Piece is, says this as if he's telling us what the One Piece is, and then goes on to say the One Piece is real?
One Piece は実在する!
After he saw Ace die, he realized that Ace was not Joyboy. After this, he realized that the man who carries Ace and Roger's will is in fact real. Overall, he had faith because he for sure knew that the One Piece was real. He knew for sure that Luffy was real and wasn't just some myth made up by Roger and ancient men. He told Blackbeard that he isn't the one that Roger is waiting for, that he isn't the One Piece that Roger was too early for. He simply realized that it was Luffy, the man that was Ace's brother and current holder of the Strawhat. Whitebeard, Roger, Rayleigh, Ace, Shanks, Kaido, and Dragon knew because each one of them have seen at least a part of the whole history that the Kozuki clan weaved. In fact, even we have already seen some of the history. The whole history has to do with what happens in the future as well as what happened in the past, because the future isn't even further future's history. Overall, the One Piece is the history of Joyboy. Altogether, it's the history. His story. What do the celestial dragons fear? Is it a treasure that can destroy the world? Perhaps it's the power to flip the world upside down. Is it the power to split the seas? Or is it the power of liberation? The celestial dragons fear the most ridiculous power in the world, which is the One Piece. What if I told you that there wasn't just one thing this power could do, but actually up to 8 different techniques or heavenly abilities, going as simple as making your opponent laugh to as crazy as telepathic messaging? This power isn't only the power that the Nika fruit holds, but there's much more beyond that even the Gorosei don't know about. Wizard of Ors here today, and you're gonna want to stay tuned for this video because there are powers hidden between the lines that no one has seemed to bring up when regarding Luffy and the One Piece. These are the powers of the gods, and it's what the celestial dragons have feared the most since their reign of power 800 years ago. Remember to like and sub if you're a true One Piece fan, and now let's get into it. Luffy is the last Will of D. He is for sure the youngest Will of D member that we know of as of right now, which would make him the very last member of the Dawn clan, which signifies that he will be the one to bring the Dawn. Just like Whitebeard said, as long as that bloodline survives, their flames will never die. That will has been passed down from long ago, and in the future someday, a man will appear bearing the weight of centuries of history on his shoulders to challenge the world. So Whitebeard is basically saying that the inherited will of the bloodline of the Dawn, or the D clan, will all be passed down to a single man. Since Luffy is the final one of that bloodline, and since he was born in the era that the ancient men said Joyboy will appear, he is the man that will bring centuries of history on his shoulders. He will be the one that leads to shaking the world to its core. Now, how will Luffy do this, and what do his powers have to do with all this? What if I told you that throughout the whole story, Luffy has already been using the most ridiculous powers, which will eventually lead to the destruction of the celestial dragons? One of the powers of Luffy or Joyboy has already been told to us in chapter 561. In this chapter we see Mihawk say that Luffy has the most dangerous ability in the entire ocean. This ability is to simply turn those around him into his allies. The people that are around him want to help him fight. In a battlefield, Luffy is the light of hope, or the light that leads everyone else to believe in him or to believe that they can win. In almost every single arc or saga, the Strawhat's wills are tested on how much they believe in Luffy's winning. Somehow he always comes through for them. He's basically just the Michael Jordan of One Piece, going undefeated with his squad in the pre-time skip, retiring for 2 years, and then going undefeated in the post-time skip as well. Even if Luffy takes an L to Croc, NL, or Rob Lucci, he may lose that battle, but he will still win the war. I believe the way the Straw Hats believe in Luffy in almost every arc symbolizes how for ages upon ages, the D clan believe that Luffy will bring the dawn and defeat the celestial dragons. In the final war arc, Luffy will be tested for the last time, and as he's leading the dawn, his comrades and fleet will have their faith in him. Wano is another great example of this major theme, because we see Kaido continuously testing Luffy's and his comrades' wills. Even as Luffy supposedly died, certain characters don't give up or don't believe that it's over yet because they know that Luffy simply has the power to do the impossible, which is the power to create miracles. This all ties in with the biggest theme of One Piece, which is Romance Dawn. If you watched my last video, you'll remember that I say that Romance Dawn means the belief in the dawn. Not only does the Will of D have the belief in the dawn's arrival, but by the endgame of the series, the whole world will have the belief in the dawn and the belief that Luffy will bring it. This is one of Luffy's ultimate powers, since if he can get people to have faith and seek the answer to freedom, he can get the whole entire world to change its course and slowly be flipped. Evidence of him being the actual answer to freedom that Roger said people should seek isn't only in every major saga that he frees and liberates people, but it's especially focused on in Impelled Down and with Who's Who. In chapter 1018, Who's Who tells Jinbei that when he was in Impelled Down, he heard a story, which was to pray to a certain man for salvation. This story was passed all the way down from ancient times because they believed in a legendary warrior that would free them. This warrior was called Sun God Nika and was known to bring laughter to their lips. So with all this information from Who's Who, I believe that this legend of Nika was passed down even 800 years later because the ancient people knew that Nika would one day return and free slaves. It's interesting that Who's Who learned this legend while Impelled Down because that may show that the prison was a place where the story was very common and passed down from prisoner to prisoner throughout the ages. The people of ancient times knew that one day Nika would free slaves and prisoners from Impelled Down because that may very well be a part of the prophecy. In my opinion, this story or legend is a part of the One Piece. In Impelled Down, we learn that Luffy not only was one of the only people to ever break out of Impelled Down, but was the only man to ever break in. Sengoku tells Garp how his son is the only single man to ever successfully infiltrate the prison. This shows us that the legend of Nika was in fact about Luffy. If you've watched my previous video, you will know that a big part of the Laugh Tale is what happened in the future. I'm even 100% positive that this infiltration of liberation is definitely a part of the Laugh Tale. Now you may ask, well, how can I be so certain? I mean, the Laugh Tale can definitely include it, but what's the evidence of you being 100% positive? Well, because in the very chapter that Luffy is leading the breakout with some of the most wanted criminals, the title for this chapter is Another Tale to Tell. To simply put it, this is another tale of Luffy or another part of the Laugh Tale. He already has some legendary tales to tell, like declaring war on the world government at Enies Lobby, freeing Alabasta, and bringing peace within the land of Skypiea, but this may be his most legendary tale yet, since it's directly tied with the legend of Sun God Nika. I wonder if guys like Jinbei and Croc started to question who Luffy truly was after this event, since we know that the clinging of a savior is common among the people in Impel Down. This power of Nika to put smiles on faces far and wide and to be the embodiment of freedom is a power that Luffy obtained with the fruit, but I think some things go beyond what the fruit gave him. For example, the greatest level of Conqueror's Haki and the ability to talk telepathically through sheer will. I'll explain these abilities later in the video, but even things like turning those around him into his allies doesn't necessarily seem a power from the fruit, but is even more of a godly ability within the seas than anything a devil fruit can give him. A parallel with this power is with Oars Jr. in Marineford. Remember how I said that I believe Oars the First or Onigashima was the original Joyboy in my previous video, since we see hints like the Giant Freezer, the Strawhat, his name being that of a sun god, and more. Well, in Marineford, we see that Oars Jr. also somewhat obtains his power to turn those around him into allies, when he does the exact same things as Luffy. When Oars shows up, he leads the war by running recklessly to save Ace. Just like Luffy, he does this, and it seems he's so reckless because if he allowed Ace to die, he'd want to die himself. One of the biggest themes since the East Blue Saga is that you should be willing to die for what you want. You shouldn't be scared to die for a dream, whether if it's becoming the king of the pirates, becoming the greatest swordsman, or a great warrior of the sea. In Luffy's mind, he seems to believe that it's okay to die trying, because if he didn't put his life on the line and try, he'd rather die. This is one of the deeper philosophical traits that Luffy has ever shown, but we also see it in Oars. Oars Jr. is willing to die, and he even may have, trying to do what he wants, which is to save Ace. As both Oars Jr. and Luffy recklessly barge into the war, we see direct parallels with Whitebeard commanding his crew to back up or support Oars and Luffy. I mean, we even see two different panels of Whitebeard yelling something, which are practically the exact same as each other. In the chapter where Luffy explains that he'd want to die if he can't save Ace, it is titled Do What You Will, which could also be a reference to the devil or Oars. With all this being said, I believe all these hints are meant to symbolize that Luffy's great power was once used by another great man who went by the name of Joyboy. The devil of One Piece was once just like Luffy, and the world government put dirt on his name more than anyone else because he's the one that they feared the most. This power of Luffy even goes as far as being able to turn his enemies into his allies. Therefore, he literally flips the change of course in the world. He somehow finds a way to bring enemies together into one big army seeking freedom and going against the world government. We've seen this done countless times, whether if it's Croc, Buggy, or Boa. We even see him shifting the beliefs of the Marines with Kobe, Fujitora, and Smoker. Pirates, Marines, Samurai, kingdoms, princesses will all be on the side of the Dawn by the final war, which will lead to the Celestial Dragon's defeat. I can even see situations where characters that are currently enemies like Kaido, King, Big Mom, Green Bull, and Katakuri joining Luffy in the end. Although he usually gets his enemies to join his side after liberating them, it also seems that they join him on a much deeper level than just because they owe him one. It seems that most who truly join forces with Luffy do this because of the amount of respect they have for him. Instead of conquering his enemies, he allows them to be free of thought. They freely choose to help him when he needs it. They freely start to believe in his potential in the world. They freely join his side. The only ones who don't and never will are most likely the Celestial Dragons, because that would contradict the meaning of the will of D. As Luffy has the power to bring people together, to follow him, and to believe in him, they also believe in themselves and receive the passion to fight back for freedom. This somewhat reminds me of the powers of Bello Betty. Bello Betty of the Revolutionary Army has a devil devil fruit called the Pum Pum fruit, which allows her to pump up average citizens into fighting for their own freedom. As she waves the flag that has the original warrior of liberation, she liberates people. This is a power that seems to be connected to Joyboy, and although she herself needs the powers of the devil fruit to pump people up, Luffy doesn't. He seems to be more of a natural force in the world that can do it effortlessly. For Luffy, it's simply something that isn't even self-taught, but more so along the lines of being a part of his nature. As I've said in previous videos, I believe that the Jolly Roger originated from Joyboy, since Oda tells us that the term Jolly Roger is another name for the devil. Well, if the Jolly Roger represents Joyboy, then Joyboy has been the symbol of faith for 800 years. In Drum Island, Dr. Hiruluk tells us that the Jolly Roger is a symbol of faith. Pirates have been waving their Jolly Rogers for centuries while faithfully believing in the skull and crossbones without even realizing it. Joyboy's return will bring the highest level of faith in the world that it's ever seen. With all this being said, let's discuss how Luffy has already begun to awaken the most ridiculous hockey feats throughout the entire series. The first one I need to bring up is his ultimate power of telepathic messaging. I've already made a video on this, but I'm gonna bring this topic back up because I haven't seen anyone talk about it, even though it's one of the most overpowered things that Luffy seems able to do. Right after Kaido sends Luffy flying down into the ocean and says, "Looks like you couldn't be Joyboy either," somehow Luffy sends a message to Momo, which seems to be the voice of all things. He tells Momo to tell everyone that he's still gonna defeat Kaido. Now, this gets very weird because we've never seen any man talk using the voice of all things. We've seen them understand or hear the voice of all things, but not actually communicate using it. We saw Momo talk to Zunisha by yelling out loud using his mouth and not talking through his mind. We saw Roger and Odin yell out to the Sea Kings, but they didn't actually communicate with them through their mind. With Shirahoshi, it's hard to tell if she's talking to the Sea Kings telepathically or through her mouth. I mean, Shirahoshi should be able to use the voice of all things and not just hear it, because she is a reincarnation of Poseidon and will be needing to command the Sea Kings at some point. Okay, so now that you know all this, let's ask the question, what is this power of Luffy and why is it so important? I believe this power of Luffy will be used in the final war to command people what to do, or if he needs help. It's barely being brought into the story right now, so it could be used more and more as he learns how to use it. The craziest thing about this power, and the reason I think he's gonna use it constantly in the final war, is because he doesn't just talk to Momo, but he also talks to those without the voice of all things, which is Lost Crew. Someone on Lost Submarine says, "It's like we could hear his voice even though we're underwater. Let's worry about that later." So how did Lost Crew hear Luffy even though he was knocked out, underwater, and not near them? Well, because he may have unlocked one of the most ridiculous feats of observation hockey, or of the voice of all things. This power is even better than the voice of all things because he can use it with literally anyone, not just those with the ability to hear everything. This makes me think that as the warrior of liberation leading the front lines of the war, Luffy will be able to lead everyone or communicate with them using this power. Remember how I said in my previous video that just like how Shirahoshi is a weapon that is actually a natural force in the world and not built by man? Well, maybe the One Piece or Joyboy is a similar thing. Maybe Luffy or Joyboy is a natural force in the world that can bring races together and lead them. What Mihawk said also goes along with this, since it shows he has powers beyond his own understanding. Luffy is simply a force that naturally liberates people and that brings the dawn. This telepathic messaging power that Luffy has also reminds me of Skypiea. In Skypiea, we see that Isa is naturally able to hear the voices of everyone throughout the whole land in the sky. She can hear when people die or when they are coming near her. Just like how she was naturally born with the power to have some of the best observation hockey, maybe Luffy was also born with this ability and he has finally unlocked it. If this is Luffy's observation hockey ability that will allow him to surpass everyone, I also believe he will get a Conqueror's hockey ability that will allow him to even surpass guys like Shanks, Whitebeard, and Roger. This Conqueror's hockey ability will have to be so insane and so extreme that no one could be expecting it. To conquer the gods of the world, Luffy will have to get some abilities that have never even been seen. Especially since he's a god of creation, he may create new hockey techniques along with Gear 5 techniques. With all this being said, let's take a look at what Odin says about what he learned at the One Piece. According to Odin, there will be a massive war that will split the seas themselves. In other words, in 20 years, the primary figures of this war will muscle their way into the New World. So he's basically telling us that the primary leaders of the final war of One Piece will lead to the destruction of the world and will split the seas themselves. Now let me ask, what does he mean by split the seas. I believe he's referring to when the red line is destroyed, the seas will literally be split because such a massive piece of land will come down. And as discussed in my last video, the One Piece is the one that is gathering the ancient weapons and bringing them together. So basically, the One Piece will be the one that will lead to the seas to be split, right? Well, if this is the case, I was also thinking that what if there's another meaning behind the term splitting the seas? I believe it's 100% a fact that Odin is referring to the destruction of the Red Line, but I was also thinking there's a small chance that this could also foreshadow another ability of Luffy's. What if Monkey D. Luffy gets a Conqueror's Haki ability that allows him to split the seas? I mean, where else have we heard the term to split a piece of nature? Every time those with the Ryo ability clash, they split the heavens. There was even the case with Roger and Whitebeard where their swords didn't touch. Now, how could Luffy surpass even those abilities of Roger? Well, what if in Endgame One Piece, as he either clashes with Blackbeard or Im-sama, he splits the oceans at the same time as the heavens? I feel like Oda is the type to do such a biblical or godly reference because he's done it many times in the past. I honestly don't have too much evidence behind Luffy splitting the seas himself, but I thought it would be really cool to see him do such a thing. Another thing with Odin basically saying that the primary figures of this war will be the ones to split the seas is that Luffy may not have the only ability to do so. Blackbeard is also a part of the worst generation, and he also went into the New World at the same time as Law and Kid. Blackbeard's power as of right now is a bit unknown, but if he truly can possess the same abilities as Whitebeard, then he himself can split the seas at any given moment. Another guy that seems to have an ability to split the seas is Law. With his recent awakening, it seems that his devil fruit powers almost seem limitless. If he can shoot Big Mom into the biggest and deepest hole I've ever seen in my life, then he should also possess the power to split the seas or at least cause enough destruction that could split them. I've got a big Law video coming out soon on who he truly is and his role in the story, so remember to like and subscribe with the notification bell turned on if you like videos like this one. The last ability of the One Piece that I want to discuss has to do with Nika. According to the Gorsei, Nika has the ability to put smiles on people's faces far and wide. Who's Who also told Jinbei that Nika was known for bringing laughter to people's lips. Now this right here is what I consider to be one of the most ridiculous powers in the world. Making people laugh or smile is such a ridiculous power because it naturally makes your enemies not take you seriously, which leads to them possibly letting their guard down and not being able to fight like they usually do. I believe that only those with the strongest wills will not be able to laugh while fighting Luffy and will be able to actually fight him normally. Imagine competing with someone, whether it's in a sport, a video game, or anything else, and the opponent you're facing is making you laugh while also beating you. If you can't get your act together and take it more seriously, then there's a good chance that you're gonna lose the competition. As Luffy makes his opponents laugh, he's still fighting at his full strength and in his true form. Even though it seems he's goofing off, we see him using the most goofy moves, yet at the same time destroying Kaido. This style of combat isn't only funny for us the reader, but it's also funny for the ones fighting Luffy, and it automatically makes them confused because it's not like anything they've ever seen. I believe Oda will really expand on this awakening power of Luffy in the war arc, and we'll see him make many enemies crying out with laughter while getting their butts kicked. With all this being said, these are all of the powers of the One Piece that will most likely destroy the Celestial Dragons. Luffy is the divine punishment that is coming for them. He is the dawn that is coming to change the world forever. He is the one that gives everyone faith and passion to fight alongside him. He is the one that has the powers to split the seas and to telepathically communicate with others. He also has the power to make the whole world happy and laugh. These are the heavenly powers that the Celestial Dragons fear the most because they know it's the only thing that can take them down. As they hear the drums of liberation coming from a far distance in the sea, their hearts will drop in fear because they know the biggest enemy of the gods is coming. How is Pluton in Wano? How are Wano's resources the key to creating the second Pluton? How is NL a hint to what Pluton is? How can Pluton destroy islands? Overall, what is Pluton? Wizard of Oz here, and today we'll be discussing all those questions and what I believe Pluton is and will be. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel and even hit that notification bell just like Luffy and Skypiea, and now let's get into it. To start this theory off, first let me explain that there will most likely be two Plutons. There's one from the Void Century that apparently still exists in Wano, and then there's another one that Frankie will most likely build himself. I'd assume that the latter will be the better and more advanced one. Also, in Frankie's backstory, it's told to us that Pluton is in fact a warship, so just keep that in mind with what I'll be telling you. Now that you know the simple facts, let's get into the actual theory. So I believe the word Pluton is both a reference to the Greek god Pluto and the geological term of a certain rock. The rock known as plutonic rock is created from magma cooling down, solidifying, and then crystallizing. This whole process happens underground. Another thing worth to mention is that the term plutonic is in fact a reference to the Greek god Pluto. Apparently Pluto was the god of wealth or of the riches of the earth. So knowing what plutonic rock is and that it's connected to the god Pluto, what if in One Piece there's plutonic rock under Wano because of the huge volcano? Also, what if I told you that I'm almost 100% positive that this plutonic rock under Wano is actually the mineral of sea prism? Now you may ask, well, how can I be so certain of this? Well, that's where the whole land of Skypiea comes into place. In chapter 240, we learn that sky clouds are created from a substance called pyrobloin, which comes from sea prism stones. Apparently this substance pyrobloin that comes from sea prism gets ejected in the air by volcanic eruptions. After this happens, sea and island clouds are created when it comes in contact with water that's in the air, or basically when it comes in contact with normal clouds. Since this substance that comes from sea prism stone is ejected in the air by volcanic eruptions, this makes me believe that the sea prism stones are formed from the magma of the volcano at Wano. We also know that only this volcano can be responsible for the substance of pyrobloin because sea prism stone comes from Wano and Wano only. Sure, the Marines may have sea prism weapons, but they only have a limited amount because it's born in Wano and they can't have any more than they already have. If anything, they might have been able to buy some from Kaido, as it seems he had miners digging up the stone for him. That's what makes it so rare and valuable. Another thing that makes this stone so valuable and important to the story of One Piece is that I believe the legendary ancient weapon known as Pluton is made out of this exact stone. Wouldn't that explain why it's called Pluton? What if Pluton is a bow made out of the plutonic rock of One Piece, the rock that is formed from the volcano at Wano? Wouldn't it also make sense that this is Pluton, since the ancient weapons seem to be natural forces in the world that were foreshadowed since the East Blue Saga? Poseidon is a natural force of the world, which is the ability to control the Sea Kings. The first Sea Kings were introduced all the way back since the East Blue Saga. Just like the Sea Kings, Sea Prism Stone was also shown since the beginning of One Piece in Logtown. So maybe just like how Poseidon is a natural force in the world, maybe Pluton is made of a force of nature, which is the stones that can take away the Devil Fruit's abilities. I personally always believe that whatever the ancient weapons are, Oda would have shown hints of them since the beginning. We also see somewhat a connection with Sea Prism Stone and boats, because in Water 7 we learn that Dr. Vegapunk is behind the technology of putting Sea Prism Stones on Navy ships so they can pass through the calm belt safely. Now we know that Vegapunk and Frankie have a lot of connections together, so what if Frankie also builds a warship out of Sea Prism Stone, but a much better one with it being Pluton? Now with all this being said, just because Pluton is built out of Sea Prism Stone, it doesn't necessarily explain its importance in the story and how it'll be used to destroy the world. By the way, when people say that the ancient weapons have the ability to destroy the world or split the seas, I personally believe that it means that they'll destroy the Red Line, since if the Red Line goes down, the old world will ultimately be destroyed to create a new one. It'll bring everything into one piece. So with believing this, how can a warship made out of Sea Prism Stone destroy the Red Line or an island all by itself? Well, this leads me to my next point, which has to do with NL. Before we get to this though, remember to like the video and even subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, if you've liked even one thing that I've said so far. Anyways, going back to NL, I believe that his ship called the Arc Maxim is a direct parallel to either the old Pluton, the one that will be built by Frankie, or both. The first reason I believe this is because the key element to creating this arc was the gold from Shandora. The reason NL needed this was because he used the gold to power up the boat and make it fly. Now maybe this is the first parallel, as just like how NL needed a specific metal of gold to make his ship fly and function, maybe Pluton needs Sea Prism Stone to be able to function properly and have its true purpose. I mean, if you don't believe this is a parallel, then check this out. Did you know that gold is found in the specific veins of plutonic rocks? Yep, Gold itself is from plutonic rocks, or in One Piece terms, it's from sea prism stone. Wouldn't that explain why Wano was originally called the country of gold? If gold comes from sea prism stones, or should I say plutonic rocks, wouldn't that explain why Wano's currency runs under only gold, silver, and platinum? Keep in mind that this is the only country in the world of One Piece that does this, and on top of this, both gold and silver come specifically from plutonic rock in the real world. Not even Shandora uses gold as a currency, as they find it valueless. With all this being said, what if all the gold from Shandora came from Wano or was shipped from there because they had so much gold from their sea prism stones? I mean, we do know that there's direct parallels with Shandora and Wano, since both countries have the same symbol of the sun with 8 circles around it. Both countries had closed off borders, both countries were known for gold, and weirdly enough, both countries have ties to the Oni race. We expand more on these topics in other videos in the channel, so if you want to learn more about the Wano and Shandora connection, the links will be in the description. Anyways, going back to NL and Pluton, try to also remember that the god Pluto's name comes from the term wealth or rich one, possibly referring to the precious metals found in the earth. The most precious metals in One Piece, being sea prism and gold, may both be used on godly ships that parallel each other. Another reason I know that NL's Arc Maxim parallels Pluton is because, just like Crocodile said, that Pluton has the power to destroy a whole island with one blow. The Arc Maxim also holds the power to destroy Sky Islands. The way NL explains it is that the project called Death Pia uses NL's energy to produce clouds that can contain strong electrical currents running through it. This energy is transported from NL to the gold. With this, the clouds will be able to emit thunder or lightning 10 times stronger than NL's attacks. Overall, this is the power to completely destroy islands. So if the Arc Maxim and Pluton are two sides of the same coin, maybe the sea prism stone itself won't be the weapon, but will only be the holder of the weapon or the key ingredient to create the weapon that can destroy islands, just like the gold on NL's ship. Knowing Frankie, he can definitely create something insanely strong, since it seems he may have memorized the blueprints, and since it was his dream as a kid to create the greatest warship ever. With everything I've now explained, I truly can't wait to see what Pluton actually is, and I hope we learn soon. Why is there a Joyboy from the Void Century and one in the present timeline? I've asked myself this over and over again, trying to figure out the truth behind what Joyboy even is or even means, and I think I finally solved it the moment chapter 1053 came out. Some other things that I've asked myself that ties in with this is, why is there another name for Joyboy, which is Sun God Nika? And who is Sun God Nika, and is it the same as Joyboy? I believe that I have logical evidence that proves the truth behind all these questions. You have to see how I came to certain conclusions, because it may have been right in our face all along. Just a hint at how insane it is, I believe that the cloud that surrounds Gear 5 is actually the literal soul of Nika, and that his soul was the one that kickstarted Luffy's heart after his supposed death. I really hope you make it to the end of the video, because that's where everything truly comes together. In chapter 628, we see the term or name Joyboy for the very first time. Nico Robin states and later learns that the poneglyph is an apology to a previous mermaid during the Void Century. Later on in chapter 1043, we see that Luffy is also Joyboy, which is where the whole Joyboy thing gets confusing, since there was one both in the Void Century and in the current timeline. We also get this confirmed by Zunisha, who was from the Void Century. Zunisha states that Luffy is Joyboy, but that he is also a different man than his old friend. We also learn that King was waiting for Joyboy to return, and so was Kaido. They were both waiting for the day that he arrived. Odin also wanted to open up Wano's borders to await the day that Joyboy returns. Roger and his crew have also been waiting and looking forward to the day that Joyboy arrives. The quote made by Roger at the One Piece, which is, "Oh Joyboy, I wish I'd been born in your time," has now left many of us fans wondering if he was talking about the previous Joyboy's era or Luffy's era. Well, what if he was talking about both? I'll explain later why this may be. So it seems pretty clear that somehow the ancient people knew that Joyboy would return one day, which puts up the question, how did they know, and why did they call Luffy Joyboy if he's not the same man that lived back in the day? Some other questions are, why are there two men that go by the name of Joyboy? Is Joyboy a title? Could anyone in this era have the chance to become Joyboy? Well, I don't think so, because according to Zunisha, Joyboy is only the man who has the drums of liberation beating from his heart. So you not only need the legendary Madonika Zoan fruit, but you also need to awaken it to become Joyboy. With this being said, I'd expect that even if someone someone had eaten the fruit within the past 800 years, they never awakened it because then they may have become Joyboy. This may be due to destiny or fate that Luffy is the first one in 800 years to achieve the awakening, and the ancient men may have seen this in a prophecy. In Fishman Island, we clearly see that prophetic abilities exist in the One Piece world, so there's a good chance that a merman or fishman from back in the day used the same prophetic abilities as Shirley to see Luffy. So now, is Joyboy simply just a prophecy or an awakening? Well, I don't think it's as simple as that, because Joyboy also existed back in the day, and Luffy doesn't call his awakening Joyboy, he calls it Gear 5. In fact, it seems like Luffy throughout the whole story was always Joyboy, since he liberates people everywhere he goes, and since he naturally makes friends or alliances with people that are connected to the Void Century. He even freed people from Impel Down, which sounds just like the legend of Nika told by Who's Who. With this being said, what happened to Luffy does seem to be part of a prophecy, but I don't think Joyboy as a whole can be described as one. Another thing people think Joyboy might be is a reincarnation, kind of like how Shirahoshi is a reincarnation of the original Poseidon, but I really don't think it's the same case with Joyboy. The reason why is because Luffy acts and does things like Roger, like when they say the same exact dream. However though, Roger isn't Joyboy at all, since he wasn't born during Luffy's era, and since he doesn't have the Nika fruit, and if Joyboy was a reincarnation, then theoretically that would make Roger Joyboy too, but he simply isn't called by that name. So if Joyboy isn't a reincarnation, a prophecy, a title, or an awakening, then what could it be? Well, it is to my belief that Joyboy is just a legend in a story, and that is all. The reason I truly believe this is because Oda may have told us what it is in the chapters 1052 and 1053. In 1052, we see that the people of Wano believe that a warrior that goes by the name of Joyboy defeated Kaido. This warrior is only rivaled by the god of the blade, Ryuma. Later, in 1053, we see why the people of Wano believe this. Luffy tells Momo to not tell the people of Wano that he was the one who defeated Kaido and ultimately saved their country. He says he doesn't want Momo to do this because he doesn't want to be known as a hero. We've seen this happen to Luffy throughout all of One Piece, going back to the very beginning. He doesn't want to be known as a hero because he's a pirate and likes it that way. The theme of this is actually very inspiring because it shows that Luffy doesn't do good things because he wants to be remembered as a hero or because he wants people to like him, but he simply does those things because he freely wants to stop the evil. We've seen this continuous theme of Luffy saving a country and then not getting the credit afterwards because he's a pirate. For example, in Alabasta, Smoker and the Marines got all the credit for taking down Crocodile and for figuring out the truth of the Baroque works. Of course, the elite and royal members of Alabasta knew that it was Luffy, but most of the citizens didn't know what really went down. In Skypiea, we see that Luffy does save the whole island, but he'd rather leave the island by stealing their gold. The Sky people were gonna give him gold for free, but he'd rather steal it than take it as a reward for beating up NL. In Fishman Island, we see the biggest instance of Luffy not wanting to be a hero. Jinbei tells Luffy that if he's gonna fight Hody, to not do it as an angry human, but to do it as the hero of Fishman Island. The reason for this is because he doesn't want it to seem like Luffy did it out of racism or hate for the fishmen. After this, Luffy tells Jinbei that he loves heroes, but he doesn't want to be one. Then he goes on to say that a hero is a person who gives meat to other people instead of feasting like a pirate. This is also, of course, only if there's a lot of meat and enough for everyone to feast on. Luffy would morally share his food with people that didn't have anything to eat. As we see in Wano, he can't stand that the people are starving and that Kaido took away all of their food. I think when Luffy says this line to Jinbei about meat, it shows that he values complete freedom. We know that Luffy loves to have fun and loves to eat, and when he gets the opportunity, he's gonna do whatever he wants. Luffy may not even realize it, but this free expression and lifestyle is what brings people together and is what actually causes peace. He may want to throw parties just because he himself wants to feast and have fun, but at the end of the day, it ends up being the cause of peace. Another time we see that Luffy is not remembered as the hero of a country is Dressrosa. Fujitora ended up showing the newspapers that he was not the one who defeated Doflamingo. The news showed that it was the alliance of Luffy and Law, but it didn't necessarily make it seem as a heroic battle. It was more so looked upon as a pirate feud, which is just how Luffy likes it. Even with this, the people of Dressrosa still made a statue of the heroes who saved their home. They put a statue up of the god, Kairos, and of Lucy. That's right, they remembered the hero to be Lucy and not Luffy. Just like how I said earlier that Joyboy is just the name of a legendary warrior and whose true identity is unknown to the public, a similar thing can be be said about Lucy. Lucy is a legendary warrior who defeated a manipulating celestial dragon Trickster. Luffy will not be remembered as the hero because it is Lucy. On top of this, if you've seen Morge's video on how Dressrosa is a microcosm to all of One Piece, this makes the Lucy Joyboy reference even more likely. If you've also seen my Laugh Tales theory, you'll also know the importance of these statues as well. So if Luffy acts a lot like the previous Joyboy, then we could only assume that he also had the same morals and didn't want to be a hero. All of this would explain why the name Joyboy wasn't completely erased from history, but he was. Imu most likely erased all records of him from history because Im doesn't want anyone to find out about his existence. However, Joyboy is a legendary warrior who can only be remembered after generations by stories and tales. The Island Laugh Tale is also most likely called that because it's literally just a funny tale of Joyboy. Joyboy in the Laugh Tale is most likely looked upon as one being or person that lived in the Void Century and that will come back in the future. That would explain why whenever Joyboy is brought up, he is brought both in the past tense and future tense because people think it's the same man. At the end of the series, I wouldn't be shocked if the majority of the world doesn't know who Joyboy is. There may be theories within the world of One Piece if it's Luffy or some other man, but I don't think Luffy wants to be known as the hero of the world. I think he'd rather just be known as the Pirate King and as the one who found the One Piece after Roger. I could even see there being situations where people in the world think someone like Buggy is Joyboy because he's the type of guy who wants to be known, feared, and loved throughout the world. This may be more of a stretch, but it really wouldn't surprise me since I think the whole world will most likely not know that Luffy is actually Joyboy by the end. So now that you understand what I believe the name Joyboy is and what it even means, now let me explain how Nika is tied to all of this as well. So the next biggest hint within the mystery of Joyboy is what or who is Sun God Nika? Is Nika Joyboy? Why is the devil fruit called the model Nika? Is Luffy Nika? Well, many One Piece fans believe that Nika and Joyboy are the same thing, but I actually came to the conclusion that this is not the case at all. It is my belief that Sun God Nika was a mythological man who lived even before the Void Century and even before devil fruits came to exist. The reason for this is because it seems that the Joyboy from the Void Century had the model Nika fruit. I personally don't think that devil fruits were made after the Void Century because if that was the case, then why would Vegapunk attempt to recreate them? If they were made after the Void Century, then I would think that there wouldn't be a mystery to their origin and to their creation. Plus, we actually do know for sure that devil fruits came from a time either during or before the Void Century, since we learned that Toki, who is from the Void Century, has devil fruit powers. Knowing this, it seems most likely that the Joyboy from the Void Century isn't the Sun God Nika himself, but just like Luffy ate the devil fruit of the Sun God Nika Zoan. So if Nika wasn't Joyboy, then who was he? Well, he was probably a godlike being who had white hair, rubber properties, and who was the freest man in the world. He was probably someone who had godly powers like transforming material substance out of his mere imagination. This god may have died sometime, but it seems like his soul, will, and abilities were transmuted into the Nika devil fruit. The Gorosei do tell us that Zoans contain a will of their own, which proves that somehow Nika or the will of Nika is within the devil fruit. In fact, what if I told you that there's actual proof of this and evidence that Nika's soul was literally awakened and came out into existence when Luffy awakened the fruit and became Gear 5? In case you haven't noticed, for some reason, whenever Luffy goes into Gear 5, we see a cloud surrounding him and following him wherever he goes. So what could this cloud be and where the hell did it even come from? I mean, it's not like Luffy is using and producing flame clouds like Kaido or Momo. This cloud literally just appeared out of goddamn nowhere and it hasn't been explained as to what it was. Also, we still don't know how Luffy died and how he came back to life afterwards. I believe that it was the Zoan from within or the soul of Nika that kickstarted Luffy's heartbeat to sound like the drums of liberation after he died. Once this happened, I believe that the soul of Nika was finally visible and was truly connected to Luffy, and that is what this white cloud around Luffy is. I mean, we know that souls in One Piece are shaped like clouds since we see Brook's soul fly through the Florian triangle and come out of his skeleton body in the shape of a cloud. Brook and his soul fruit may be a lot more paralleled with Nika than we think. Think about it, Brook plays music and puts his soul into it just like Nika with the drums of liberation. Brook is also known for playing Big Sake, which is most definitely tied to Joyboy and Laugh Tale. Another thing I recently learned from Dax Sake's Big One Piece theory, which I definitely recommend, is that in chapter 635 5, Brook had the exact same pose as Nika, both when described by Who's Who and when Luffy turns into Gear 5. Brook does this while playing party music and having a festival night fighting move which sounds almost exactly like something that Nika would do or enjoy doing. Is it also a coincidence that throughout the whole story, the most anticipated crew member that Luffy's wanted is a musician, or more specifically, Brook? With all these connections, Brook's soul powers may be a big hint to what Nika actually is. We also see that whenever Big Mom takes people's souls from them, it is the same shape as Nika's and Brook's soul cloud. Maybe the soul of Nika finally being awakened and coming out is the reason for Luffy's hair becoming white. Maybe it's white because the soul of Nika is finally fully connected with Luffy, and Luffy now took some of his appearance. Luffy has also finally gained the full potential of his power and has become truly free. He can finally do what he's always wanted to do. The previous Joyboy also most likely had these same abilities and also became one with Nika. This kind of puts up the question as to if everything revolves around Nika's will, or are Luffy and Joyboy just very similar. It seems that Nika definitely has some sort of influence over Luffy, since when he says that ever since he's eaten the fruit, he's become happier. We also later see that Luffy wants to be the Pirate King to be the most free man. Yet again, this seems to be influenced by Nika, since we know that Nika is all about being 100% free. When Bonnie asks Luffy what his white hair form is, he says that it's himself when he's free. She asks what he means by that because it doesn't really make much sense honestly, unless you put the Nika context behind it. I wonder how becoming Pirate King will make him the most free man, since it seems he's already become free after awakening Gear 5. I honestly can't wait to see what Oda has stored for us at Laugh Tale and the continuation of Joyboy as well. Why are Buggy and Luffy two sides of the same coin? Why is Buggy known as a savior? How did Buggy become an emperor? What is the point of Buggy being a clown? Well, what if I told you that Buggy will go down to be remembered by the world as Sun God Nika? Luffy is the real Sun God, but the pirates will always remember it as being Buggy. Trust me, it might sound crazy and far-fetched, but there's actually a ton of evidence for this theory, and it's honestly just so goofy yet so Oda-like at the same time. Wizard of Oars here, and today we'll be discussing an ultimate Buggy theory on his destined fate for the end of One Piece. Remember to like, subscribe, and even hit that notification bell just like Luffy and Skypiea, and now let's get into it. In chapter 1018, Who's Who tells us about a rumor that he learned of in Impel Down. This rumor was about a legendary warrior who went by the name of Sun God Nika. It was said that he would be the one to free the slaves and prisoners of Impel Down. Another thing Who's Who says about Nika is that this man was known to bring laughter to people's lips as he frees them. Now, who does this sound like? Well, most would say Luffy, as of course he did eat the Nika fruit, but let me remind you that pretty much no one in the world knows about the true name behind the Gomu Gomu no Mi. So, since the legend of Nika seems to be a rumor that's passed around in the shadows of Impel Down, who do the prisoners think this man is? Well, what if they think it's Buggy? Buggy is the one that freed almost all the prisoners of Impel Down. He also fits the description of a man that makes people smile and laugh, since he's literally a clown. We see the prisoners continuously calling Buggy a savior, which I mean, they're technically not wrong, but it sounds a lot like something people would call Nika. The prisoners worship him and say that they'll follow him forever. They say how he basically owns them since he freed them. Buggy truly is the one that makes them happy. We see another description of Buggy being a false Nika after the men escape and learn that Bon Clay sacrificed himself. As all the men are crying over the sacrifice made by Bon-chan, Buggy tells them to stop being depressed over it since there's nothing they can do about it. He tells them to turn their frowns upside down because they should look on the bright side of things. They're all finally free from their hell, so it should be time to party. Doesn't this sound a lot like something a legend like Nika would say? To party, laugh, and have fun, even when some things are sad. Isn't this also like what Saul told Robin? Saul tells her that you laugh when you're having fun, so even if you're having a hard time in life, just laugh and it'll make it better. This is almost the exact same thing that Buggy tells everyone on the ship. Since they're going through a hard time, they should just party and have fun. It'll seize the pain of what happened to Bon Clay. As Luffy gets mad at this, the other men on the ship may be thinking that Buggy is a man of wisdom and in fact the warrior that brings smiles and laughter. By the way, only the prisoners from the 3rd and higher levels of Impel Down believe this. The guys that were on the lower, more secure levels like Jinbei and Croc know Buggy isn't the real legend but actually Luffy. Yes, yes, I believe that Jinbei and Croc started to believe Luffy was Nika after that day, but I've already made a video on this, so I won't be expanding too much on it here. If you're interested, I'll leave the link in the description. Another time we see Buggy make people smile and laugh is in Orange Town, when he legit just tells his men to laugh. In some way, these are all things that resemble the sun god Nika. Going back to Buggy and how his crew members worship him, it's also interesting to point out that even the Navy admired that not just Luffy, but both Luffy and Buggy were the masterminds behind the breakout of Impel Down. We even see some reactions say how the world government acknowledges that Buggy was more important to the breakout than the warlords. This is also where they find out that Buggy was a part of Roger's crew, friends with Shanks, and also close with Ray Lee. They then start chanting his name as if he's some sort of god, and then he inspires them even more to go to Marineford and kill Whitebeard. Notice how even Jinbei acknowledges that he has a talent for this, and then someone says that Buggy is the world's leader, not just their leader, but the world's. I personally believe this is foreshadowing to how Buggy will somehow lead the world, as they think he is the return of Sun God Nika. In this same chapter, we also see Buggy say how he'll become an emperor and maybe even the pirate king. Since he already got one of these things right, I wouldn't be too surprised about the other one becoming true too. I mean, Shanks did tell Buggy that one day they'll find the One Piece for themselves. This honestly seems very possible now, with them being two of the Yonko in the final road to Laugh Tale Saga. Buggy has also said that he's gonna be the one to get his hands on all the treasure in the world. I don't think he'll get the One Piece for the whole entire ending, but actually momentarily. Luffy will obviously be the real pirate king, but Buggy might be it for a little bit of time. Maybe he'll steal the treasure from Luffy just like how he stole his treasure in Orange Town. We see him take Luffy's hat right off his head, tear it up, and then drop it once he realizes that it's Shanks' old hat. Maybe this is foreshadowing Buggy taking Luffy's treasure of the One Piece for a little, and then giving it back once he realizes it's not just gold and valuables. There's actually a lot of hints in Orange Town that may point to Buggy becoming the pirate king and being known throughout the world as the return of Nika. As Luffy tells him that he's gonna become the pirate king, Buggy says that if Luffy can become the pirate king, then he can become a god. Maybe Buggy will become a god just like another man did in Dressrosa. I really do think Buggy will be known as an actual god of some pirates, just like Usopp in Dressrosa, since Buggy and Usopp seem to be two sides of the same coin. Both are known for their noses, both have foretold the future, both trick people into thinking they're strong, both have family or someone like family on the red-haired crew, both did the most disrespectful things to the Marines inside their gates of justice. Usopp, or Soge King, declared war on them. Buggy was considered a mastermind of the Impel Down breakout, and he also exposed the world government at Marineford. The last similarity would be that both are the most memed One Piece characters, but that doesn't really count for being an actual parallel in the story. I believe all these parallels may show that both Usopp and Buggy will be known and worshipped as actual gods by the end of the series. It already happened to Usopp, so now we're just waiting on Buggy's turn. The next thing I want to talk about with Buggy becoming the false Nika has to do with this page from chapter 2. I believe this page foreshadowed Sun God Nika, since I believe that Jolly Rogers originated from Nika or Joyboy. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but just know that in One Piece, the Jolly Rogers most likely originated from the devil. I'll leave links in the description to where I expand on this. Anyways, the term Jolly Roger overall means a happy spearman, since Jolly means happy and Roger means a boy spearman. Isn't this exactly what Nika was? On this page, we also see Oda say how the Jolly Rogers are a symbol of death, just like how Luffy had to die to become Joyboy or to awaken Nika. Another hint tying it back to Nika is that we see the dum, or the drums of liberation sound effect right over the Jolly Roger. Now you may be wondering, how does this all tie to Buggy? Well, let's take a look at the earliest depiction of the Nika silhouette drawn by Oda. You can clearly see that on this same page with all the Nika or Joyboy references, it also has something that seems to be an early depiction of the Nika silhouette. Now, who does this early depiction of Nika look like? Yep, Buggy. I truly believe that this whole page at the end of chapter 2 will foreshadow that Buggy will in some way be Nika or have a connection to him by the end of the series. Another hint of Buggy becoming a false sun god is when the first time we see Buggy, he mistranslates something that one of his crew members says to him. One of his crew members tells him that only the robber knows about where the Grand Line Map is. Buggy mistakes robber nose for being rubber nose. I don't find it a coincidence that in Buggy's introduction scene he's described as having a rubber nose. Even if it's just a joke, joke, I think it's somewhat a parallel with him having some sort of connection with a rubber man, or Nika. This brings me to my next point of how throughout the whole story, Luffy and Buggy are somewhat two sides of the same coin. Luffy and Buggy are both the masterminds in the breakout of Impel Down. Luffy and Buggy both press Whitebeard. Luffy says he's gonna be the one to become the Pirate King and not Whitebeard, while Buggy tells him that he's gonna kill him. After they do this, they both end up on the side of the Whitebeard pirates in the war. Both Luffy and Buggy are noticed by men to be talking to Whitebeard as an equal. Both Luffy and Buggy fight Mihawk and survive. Both Luffy and Buggy lead men throughout Marineford. Both Luffy and Buggy are allied with women that have a devil fruit that's connected with their beauty. Both Luffy and Buggy get reveals of who they truly are in the Marineford saga. Luffy gets the reveal that he's Ace's brother and Dragon's son, while Buggy gets the reveal that Shanks is like a brother to him and that he was a member of the Roger Pirates. Both Luffy and Buggy accidentally ate their devil fruits because of Shanks. Some other parallels would be that they both have had some mini forms and they both become friends with Gaimon, who almost never sees anyone. I believe all these connections prove that they are two sides of the same coin, which will lead to both of them being the Pirate King and Sun God Nika in some way. Luffy being the real Pirate King and Sun God Nika, while Buggy being the false one. Buggy's ship even has a bunch of half-suns around it, showing that he will be Sun God Nika in a halfway form, since he's the false god. Luffy on the other hand has a ship called the Sunny, because he's the real Sun God. Another thing to point out about Buggy being the false Nika is that we always see Luffy saying how he doesn't want to be known as a hero throughout the whole world. He likes being a pirate and wants to be known as one, not as some heroic figure that liberates people. Even in the latest chapter of 1053, we see Luffy telling Momo to not tell anyone about him because he doesn't want to be a hero. This is just like Alabasta, Fishman Island, and other arcs as well. With knowing this about Luffy, this perfectly coincides with Buggy. Buggy is the complete opposite and wants to build up his reputation so he can be feared among the world. With Luffy doing the dirty work, Buggy might end up taking a lot of the credit for it and might be misplaced as the Sun God, especially by his very loyal crew. Buggy somehow always gets in the perfect situations at the perfect times to build up his legacy of being a legendary man. I think it'll just be so funny if even some of this goes down. The last parallel with Luffy and Buggy would be that they both became emperors at the exact same time. I know it's just a meme right now, but let's be honest, Oda isn't just gonna make Buggy an emperor for no apparent reason. Whatever Buggy did had to be absolutely insane. It had to be something on the same level as Luffy in my opinion, because the world government didn't even make Law or Kid an emperor. I know people are saying that this trashes on the title of the Yonko, but in my opinion it doesn't, because I truly believe Oda has something so crazy planned for us, which no one will be expecting. Also, I know Buggy isn't considered very strong for a Yonko, but he is a guy that naturally brings people together to join him and follow his leadership. Even though he isn't the strongest, I think we're still underrating what he's capable of doing, which leads me to my next point, which is his strength. I think Buggy is a bit stronger than we all remember. In case you forgot, Buggy legit defeated Zoro in a one-on-one and could have even killed him if he hit his vital points. We even saw Buggy pick up the Orangetown Mayor with the chokehold as if he was Darth Vader or something. Buggy also lost to Luffy in the most BS way by getting sucker shot and even tickled. In a one-on-one, it seemed like Buggy was actually the better fighter at the time. I mean, he even took Luffy's hat right out of his hand. In Logtown, Buggy once again was supposed to kill Luffy, but only didn't because of pure BS. I mean, it seemed like Dragon has something to do with the situation, which yet again, Buggy was not expecting. Another reason I think Buggy is actually decently strong is because he isn't really scared of anyone in One Piece. The only guy he's ever been shown to fear is Whitebeard, and that's honestly reasonable considering that he saw him go toe-to-toe with Roger as a kid. When Buggy meets Ace, he's not scared of him because of who he is. He's only a little worried because he knows the strength of Whitebeard. Buggy is also not scared of Luffy at all and even thinks that Luffy is much weaker than him. Another guy Buggy stands up to without a single bit of fear is Shanks, yet another Yonko that Buggy doesn't even flinch at. Buggy even asked Shanks to join his crew, laying out his dominance. Other guys that it seems he's not scared of could be Mihawk and Zoro, but those are just the obvious. With all this being said, Buggy is actually a lot better of a pirate than we remember. He just didn't want to be hunted by the world government. Buggy is a true treasure hunter, which is why his bounty was ridiculously low, and also why he never developed any great Hagi techniques. He's not really a guy that likes to fight people, he's only really focused on finding all the treasures. In my opinion, Buggy becoming a Yonko in terms of strength may seem silly, but with his natural ability to get pirates together and lead them, I think he could definitely be a worthy emperor. Remember, Mihawk once said that Luffy has the most ridiculous ability in the seas, which is to turn those around him into his allies. Buggy shares this exact same ability, and it's probably the main reason he became a Yonko. Another thing that could could have helped Buggy become a Yonko is if he awakened his fruit. If Buggy awakened his devil fruit, which I can see happening since he seems to have mastered it, he can definitely become a more worthy opponent than we previously thought. I mean, Shanks did say that his devil fruit could sell for 100 million berries, which makes it seem like it's a decent fruit if used properly. I've even seen some people say that maybe Buggy will split the heavens just like the other Yonko, but instead of Haki, it'll be with the fruit's abilities. I honestly really hope that happens because that panel would be legendary. All in all, whatever Oda has planned for us and for Buggy, I trust. He's not gonna make Buggy a Yonko without a Yonko level reason. I truly can't wait to see what Buggy did because it could be both hilarious and insane. I think I solved where the One Piece is located. Laugh-Tale is located in the Florian Triangle, and it may have been foreshadowed countless of times throughout their bark. I also think I solved where the Florian Triangle monsters are and what their true purpose is in the story. Trust me, they will be returning. This theory is connected to Luffy, Joyboy, Nika, Moria, Imu, the Void Century, Roger, the Oni race, and of course, being Sake. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel because this video is gonna blow you away. Now, with all that being said, let's get straight into the theory. So before I get into anything, let me first explain what I believe the Florian Triangle monsters are and why it's important to the theory. It is to my belief that the Florian Triangle monsters were ancient giants. In Wano, we see that the head of Onigashima belonged to a certain race of giants who seem to have been around the size of things like Zunisha and the Sea Kings. Now, we technically don't know if the body of this beast was as big as Zunisha, but we could only assume its massiveness since this is only the head of the creature. Just like how it seems that there was a race of giant elephants back in the Void Century, I also believe there were many ancient Oni giants. I believe that they were connected to the ancient kingdom since it seems the most recent ones of their race, like Oars Jr. and Kaido, are pirates. Oars Jr. even wears the giant straw hat, possibly foreshadowing their original connections. One of the biggest hints to these mysterious monsters being giant Onis is the name of the Florian Triangle itself. Florian Triangle quite literally translates to Devil's Triangle. Let's think about that for a second. If it's the Devil's Triangle, then wouldn't it just make sense that devils live in it? In fact, wouldn't it make sense that it was specifically called that because it's where devils roam? In case you forgot, Oars is literally labeled as the devil in One Piece. Plus, Onis are literally just demons in Japanese culture. I wonder if the world government labeled Oars as a devil or if he received that title from somewhere else. If they labeled him as a devil, then they may have also been the ones to label the area as the Devil's Triangle. The next clue to the monsters being devils or ancient giants is that if you take a look at their silhouette, it fits that of a giant Oni. The bottom of the creature is the widest or thickest part, and it gets much thinner as it goes higher. This silhouette even resembles the exact shape of Oar statues that we see in Skypiea and Upper Yard. Wouldn't it just make sense that these were other ancient giants since Thriller Bark is the arc where we learned of them in the first place? It kind of feels like Oda is basically just telling us what they are, but no one has really grasped the idea that it could be something so obvious. It also seems that just like the Lunarians, the world government erased the ancient giants from history. They most likely committed a mass genocide to wipe them out and did it because they feared their strength. We learned that in Punk Hazard, the world government was trying to obtain the secrets to true gigantification, and when we see the types of giants they wanted, they were ones from the Oars race. The only races we've really seen them trying to replicate and experiment on are Onis and Lunarians, which should tell you something. Another thing that proves that they fear and wiped out their race is because their logo of danger has an ancient giant on it for some reason, even though there isn't really any of them left in the world. This may prove that the Oars race was the biggest threat the world government and celestial dragons ever saw. So if the world government really did wipe out, or at least attempted to wipe out the Oars race, then what if that's why they roam in the Florian Triangle? Maybe they roam there because that's the only place where they can safely hide. I mean, it'd be pretty easy to find and capture them since their size gives them the disadvantage of not being able to properly hide or run away. Another possibility that they could be there for, which also leads into my next part of the theory, is that they are there because it's where the ancient kingdom is. Maybe they are there to either protect the One Piece from outside forces or simply because it was once the island that they called home. So now let me explain to you why I think Laugh-Tale is in the Florian Triangle, and I'll expand on that previous thought in a bit. So the first reason for it being in the Florian Triangle is that wouldn't it just make sense? I mean, think about it. What other location fits better to hold the final island in a pirate story where the biggest pirate treasure of all time is found? What other place in One Piece is more mysterious and piratey than a location in the sea that is literally based off of the Bermuda Triangle? Going back to how it's translated to the Devil's Triangle, wouldn't it also make sense that the place that exposes the gods of the world is named after the devil? The world government probably named this area of sea as that not only because it's where many people mysteriously die, but also possibly because it's a place that completely opposes them. For those that think that the will of D is the will of the devil, this could potentially also be linked to that. I personally don't think the D stands for devil, but I won't throw the possibility out until we truly find out what the will of D is. Also, what other place could Laugh-Tale be where no other man in 800 years has even stepped foot on the island? Not a single marine, pirate, or explorer has touched the island since the Void Century, which proves that Laugh-Tale would have to be in such a ridiculous and mysterious location to not have even been found by accident one single time. We also know that every single year, hundreds of ships go missing within it and end up without their crews. This seems like it's been happening since the beginning of time, and the narrator even says that no one knows what happens to the ships or what happens within the Florian Triangle. This could go back to what the Florian Triangle monsters do. Maybe these gigantic creatures are responsible for ships and people going missing, and maybe you have to have the strength of someone like Roger to even be able to obtain the One Piece. Like, I know being Pirate King is not supposed to be a power scaling title, but it could definitely end up being that if you have to be one of, if not the strongest man in the world to even be able to get past these demonic creatures. It seems like almost every island in One Piece has some sort of sea king or monster that you must get past to get to the island, and Laugh-Tale being the final island may have the most extreme case of this. I personally think it'd be better if not anyone could become Pirate King unless they were at least capable of taking care of themselves in this dangerous world. Also, how else would we learn what the Florian Triangle monsters are unless the Straw Hats have a direct confrontation with them? Oda himself claimed that he will reveal every last mystery that he's ever brought up in the story, which means this will be one of them. What other way could we find out about this unless going back into the Florian Triangle itself? This basically shows that we will most likely go back there at some point in the story, and the only way I can really see the Straw Hats doing this is if they need to find an island located there. Another possible hint that Laugh-Tale is inside the Florian Triangle could be that when Roger and his crew are there, the island almost seems to be surrounded by some sort of cloud or mist. Now, I know Oda couldn't just show us what the ancient kingdom looked like, but still, maybe he drew the fog because it is a place that is foggy, since it may be hidden within the fog of the Florian Triangle. Okay, so now that you understand why it logically just makes sense as to why Laugh-Tale may be in the Florian Triangle, now let me explain why this works perfectly with the arc that the Straw Hats were in within this location. So, I believe the Thriller Bark arc foreshadows a lot of the biggest mysteries of One Piece, and the arc as a whole may in fact represent the overall theme of the whole story. The first mystery it may have solved or foreshadowed is the original owner of the giant Straw Hat. Now, most of you who have already watched my other videos have already heard me say this many times, but it is true that the giant Straw Hat scene was most likely foreshadowed in Thriller Bark with Orz's introduction scene. I mean, they are practically the exact same thing with perfect parallels between Imu and Moria. Both Moria and Imu walk into giant freezers while holding Luffy. We don't only get the original Joyboy foreshadowed in this arc, but we also get Gear 5 Luffy foreshadowed continuously. In fact, I think Oda hinted at it more in Thriller Bark than any other arc in One Piece, including Skypiea. First off, we see Luffy's shadow continuously taking the shape of the shadow of Nika that Oda drew when Luffy first went into Gear 5, and when describing Nika with Who's Who, Luffy's shadow takes the form of Nika up to at least 3 times, so you can tell that Oda was kind of just putting it in our face. The next thing that foreshadows Gear 5 is when Luffy becomes Nightmare Luffy. When he takes this form, he is called the Warrior of Hope, kind of like how Nika is the Warrior of Liberation. I mean, when he's in his nightmare form, he basically is a Warrior of Liberation since he's freeing everyone, including himself, from Moria's cruel shadow powers. I believe this as a whole represents the ending of One Piece and how Luffy, the Warrior of Liberation, will bring the dawn. In Thriller Bark, the dawn is also heavily symbolized since the people can't go outside once dawn comes, because if they do, they will die from the sunlight. Luffy, being the Warrior of Hope, brought hope and defeated Orz and Moria right at dawn. This may symbolize how the whole world is currently under a night or the rulership of Imu, and that when Luffy defeats him or her her, the dawn will come because he is the sun god. We know how the dawn is so important in One Piece and how one day Luffy will bring it. Also, when Luffy becomes his nightmare form, for some reason he resembles the Oars family, which might foreshadow how Joyboy looked while in his Gear 5 form. You can clearly see that he has small, skinny, short legs, huge forearms, and then a thick, bony neck, which are all traits that look exactly like that from Oars. Maybe we see all of these Joyboy references because the location of Thriller Bark, which is within the Florian Triangle, is in the area that is most connected to Joyboy. Roger makes it clear that Laugh Tale is all about Joyboy and it most likely holds all the secrets to the previous one and to Luffy. Another mystery that Thriller Bark could have foreshadowed is the mystery of death in One Piece. Roger claims to Ray Lee that he's not gonna die even though he's about to get his head chopped. We know that in One Piece a man doesn't die until he's forgotten, and will allows you to live on forever. There may even be more to the mystery at Laugh Tale that we just haven't learned about yet. Now this is foreshadowed or paralleled in Thriller Bark since all of Moria's zombies are technically immortal and since they came back from the dead. Brook also tells us that everyone has two souls and that their shadow is one of them. He explains how they arrive when you are born and leave when you die. Them being another soul to a person also makes sense with the fact that they carry on their personalities and fighting abilities. What we learned here in Thriller Bark is only half of the mystery of souls and immortality in One Piece, and we will most likely learn the other half at Laugh Tale just like Roger did. One of the biggest clues that Laugh Tale is located within the Florian Triangle is that the first time we heard Bing Sake, it was in the Florian Triangle. If you didn't already know, Bing Sake is a song that completely references Laugh Tale when it says the line, "Doesn't matter who you are, someday you'll just be bones. Never ending, ever wandering, our funny traveling tale." It also just has many references to the ancient kingdom when it talks about the dawn, the Kazuki crest, and possibly much more that we haven't even realized yet. We also see that when the Roger Pirates go on their last voyage, they sing the song Bing Sake while out at sea. This all proves that the song is directly tied with Laugh Tale and ultimately with the One Piece. More on with music and Bing Sake, the crewmate Luffy always wanted since the beginning was a musician. Maybe he always wanted one more than anything else because it has to do with his dream, which comes after he finds the One Piece. Brook may be a key role to whatever his dream is. This dream may not only be Luffy's, but since it's also Roger's, there's a chance that it could have been a dream of the original Joyboy from the Void Century. We'll probably find out what it is at the One Piece or at the very end of the story. If a musician is needed for Luffy's dream, that could be yet another connection since Thriller Bark is all based around getting Brook as their crewmate. So now that you see all the references to Laugh Tale, the Void Century, and Joyboy in Thriller Bark, now let me explain how the Straw Hats will even get there. So first off, I just think that if they found out that it's located in the Florian Triangle, their reactions will all be so funny to see. For example, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp will probably be crying out of fear. Luffy will probably be excited. Zoro will be lost or confused. Robin will say something scary. Frankie will say super something, and Brook will probably say some bone joke about the Florian Triangle. So now, how would they get to the island or even find it? It's not only hidden in the mist, but the Straw Hats most likely can simply use their log post to lead them to its direction. In Reverse Mountain, we learn that normal compasses don't work in the Grand Line. Plus, the sea and wind currents don't follow any clear pattern. So knowing how hard it would be to find an island that's not linked to the magnetism of the log post allows me to think that there's only one possible way to find it. That way would be with a south bird. With this bird, you can head towards the direction that you need to by looking at the direction that the bird is facing. Another possible way the Straw Hats could find Laugh Tale is potentially by some sort of technological device that we don't know of yet. Somehow, the Marines hide their bases in the Grand Line by not letting them be discovered by log poses. Now, that's a mystery in itself, but how they find the locations of these islands is what matters in this theory. Maybe they have a certain device that allows them to know where they're navigating, which could be very useful when trying to find another hidden island. We do know that it's possible to find untrackable islands without pure luck, since Law ended up finding Punk Hazard. Now, we just need to learn how it's possible. So now that I've explained everything onto as why I think the One Piece is in the Florian Triangle, now I need to explain why I think this is more likely than Enies Lobby, which is the place where many think it could be located. Before I get into why, I just want to say that even though I think this, the Enies Lobby theory is still one of the best One Piece theories I've ever seen, and it completely blew me away. So to the plot holes, first off, if Laugh Tale was located in the whole of Enies Lobby, wouldn't that mean that the world government basically had the One Piece and Laugh Tale for many years, potentially even 800. If it is located there, you're telling me that not a single Marine went down there to see what it is. I mean, there's no way no one since Roger has been to Laugh Tale in 800 years if it is at Enies Lobby. The next plot hole would be that if the world government obtained Laugh Tale, how have they not destroyed it by now or completely erased it from history? In recent chapters, we learned of one of the ultimate powers of the world government, which is the power to blow up a whole island. If Laugh Tale is located under there, I don't quite see why they wouldn't have used the same mechanism on Laugh Tale itself. Like, why even allow the possibility of someone being able to find it? I think it makes more sense if Laugh Tale is located in a place where no one can find or have access to. Anyways, that pretty much wraps up why I believe Laugh Tale is located in the Florian Triangle. Why did Kaido and King go to Marineford? According to the world government, it was because he wanted to take Whitebeard's head, but let's just be honest. How much can we trust what they say? What if I told you that Kaido and King went to Marineford because they thought that Ace was Joyboy and that it was the beginning of the final war, which many wise men always bring up? What if I also told you that other men such as Whitebeard and Shanks may have also believed that Ace was in fact Joyboy at a certain point in their life, but just like Kaido eventually came to the conclusion that it was in fact Luffy? Wizard of Oars here, and today we'll be discussing an ultimate Joyboy theory that I made on my previous channel about the downfall and expectation of a young man named Ace. I decided to remake the theory because it barely had any views and there's a ton of more new stuff that I wanted to put in. Please remember to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, if you enjoy crazy theories with even crazier connections. Thanks a lot guys, and now let's get into it. When Kaido defeated Luffy for the second time, he says, "You couldn't be Joyboy either, it seems." What does he mean by either? It seems as if he thought that someone else was Joyboy before he met Luffy. Now, many people used to think that he thought he himself could have been Joyboy, but I don't think that was ever the case. We learned through Kaido's flashbacks that he thought that Joyboy would be the one to defeat him. We also learned that he never knew about this legend of a man named Joyboy until King told him about it. He also mentions that Yamato even knows about it, which we the readers know she learned from Odin's journal. Another thing Kaido learned was that Odin was waiting for Joyboy's return to Wano. Every one of these things Kaido knows might be significant to the reason for him pulling up to Marineford. First of all, we saw how loud and proud Yamato was about her beliefs against her father. This is how she told Kaido about Joyboy, but she probably also told him other things as well. One of these things may have been that Ace would be the one to come and take his head. I mean, Ace did tell her himself that he was going to defeat Kaido and save the land of Wano. Kaido even most likely saw the dragon statue that Ace destroyed. Maybe this is when he first started questioning who Ace truly was. Who knows, Yamato may have even just straight up said that she believes Ace is Joyboy because it lines up with a lot of the prophecy in Odin's journal. First off, it's right around the 20-year timeline. Odin said that someone would come to save Wano in 20 years, and Ace said he's gonna return to save Wano within the 16 to 18-year timeline. This probably made Yamato think that he'd surely come around the 20-year mark with a much bigger army to save her and the land of Wano. She also knew of Ace's raw strain since she fought him herself. Ace also fits the description of the new generation of pirates since he was a young man who skyrocketed through the ranks. So now, going back to what Kaido believed, Kaido probably thought that out of any of the new generation of pirates, Ace would have the highest potential to defeat him and be Joyboy. Ace has the genes of the actual pirate king, the motivation and will to become a conqueror, and the backup of Whitebeard leading him to glory. Kaido probably thought everything was set up for this kid to succeed and be the Joyboy that King and Odin are waiting for. In my opinion, I can even see Kaido or King thinking even more highly of Ace if they knew that Joyboy is also the sun god. If they knew this, then they may have even thought that Ace's Devil Fruit had the ability of the sun god since it's literally fire. I could honestly see this happening since it seems that Kaido had no clue of the Nika fruit. As he was fighting Luffy, he kept wondering what Luffy was doing, if his fruit was even a paramecia, and what the heck this crazy transformation is that allows him to turn white and punch him through his eyeballs. Basically, Kaido had no idea what was going on and why the awakening of his fruit was so weird. Since Kaido didn't know about the existence of a Nika fruit or awakening, he may have thought that Ace best resembled Joyboy and the sun god itself. Now, the whole Kaido thinking Ace was the sun god too is more into the speculation of things, since we technically don't know if King knows about the existence of the sun god Nika or not, but I'm just throwing out all the possibilities. So now, with everything I've now explained, I wonder if Kaido and King headed to Marineford to save Ace because they thought he was Joyboy. As of right now, all we know about Kaido heading there is that it was him and King. We don't know if Queen went, the Toby Roppo, or even any of the Beast Pirates besides the captain and his right-hand man. First off, I just want to state how dope it would be to see Kaido and King flying over to Marineford without any ship or crew. Like, that's straight up something you'd see in a Berserk panel. Next, I'd like to point out that since it was only King and Kaido, it really does seem as if they were going for Joyboy. As of right now, it seems those two are the only Beast Pirates that are interested in the legend itself. On top of this, what if they weren't only going there for Ace, but what if they also wanted to see the beginning of the final war? In Odin's flashback, we see that at Laugh-Tale, he learned about a massive war that will split the seas themselves. Not only this, but we've also seen other characters that learned what the One Piece is, bringing up how there will be a war or how the world will be flipped. Now, I'm not trying to say that Kaido knew what the One Piece was, but what if he also heard about the rumors of a prophecy that a world war will happen? What if he also thought that this war was starting to take place at Marineford? I mean, there were some pretty huge names that were there, like Shanks, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Mihawk, Doflamingo, the rest of the warlords, the Admirals, and more. Maybe Kaido thought this could in some way be the return of the rocks, with him and Whitebeard going against the government just like the old days. I really do think there's a chance of this being true, since the first time we're introduced to Kaido, he screams out how he wants to start the greatest war that will destroy the world. I wonder where he got these inspirations and when he started this plan. Maybe he got this idea from rocks, or maybe from King. I mean, King already taught him about what Joyboy is, so I wouldn't be surprised if he also told him about the prophesized world war. There's still a lot of mysteries to Kaido's character, and I can't wait for Oda to show us his full backstory. Anyways, going back to Kaido going to Marineford for Ace, I believe he wasn't the only one who thought Ace was Joyboy for a period of time. I truly believe guys like Whitebeard, Shanks, Ray Lee, and Roger himself thought Ace had the potential to change the world. It seemed that Whitebeard wanted Ace to join his crew so he could make him the Pirate King. Sengoku even says that Whitebeard took Ace in before the world government could, so he could make that happen and so he could protect him. I mean, Whitebeard was even willing to die and put everyone's life on the line to save his son. I find it very interesting if Whitebeard believed Ace was Joyboy, because in Marineford I think he slowly began to realize that it was actually Luffy. In many of my theories I state how in Marineford, Whitebeard started to realize that what Roger told him wasn't just a folktale made by ancient men, but what he told him was in fact a real thing. Joyboy wasn't just some legend or myth. He saw it with his own eyes as Luffy screams in his face that he'll be the Pirate King, even when Whitebeard announces his most famous quote,
One Piece は実在する
He says before how just like there's those that carry Roger's will, someone will also carry on Ace's. In the future, someone carrying the weight of centuries of history on his shoulders will appear, find the One Piece, and destroy the world. He was 100% sure that this would happen because he saw the man that would do it with his own two eyes. Now this is important because there may be a few more parallels with people believing Ace was Joyboy until they met Luffy. Before discussing the next few parallels, including Shanks and Ray Lee, remember to like the video if you've liked even one thing that I've said so far. So what if Shanks also thought Ace was supposed to be Joyboy and not Luffy? A popular headcanon that goes way back in the community and that I've talked about on the channel is that what if Shanks went to Dawn Island to give the Nika fruit to Ace, but then Luffy accidentally ate it? In previous videos regarding Ace and Joyboy, I've mentioned how Shanks legit seemed upset when Luffy ate the fruit. Another big question that Preach has brought up in the channel is where was Ben Beckman during this scene? Preach made a great theory regarding why it's actually Ben Beckman's master plan to make Luffy Joyboy, and if you want to know more about it, then I'll leave the link in the description. If the Shanks pirates, or at least Shanks himself, wanted Luffy to eat the devil fruit, then why'd they all react the way they did? At this moment, I think Shanks realized the fate of Luffy, or at least what he could become, and then he knew for sure that he'd be the greatest pirate to ever exist. Maybe Shanks even gave Luffy the straw hat because he knew he would become the sun god Nika. Another thing with Shanks is that what if Shanks stopped Kaido from going to Marineford by convincing him that Ace wasn't Joyboy? What if he told him that he's 100% positive that it's not Ace because he saw it with his own eyes? When Shanks and his crew pull up to Marineford, they don't quite look like they've just fought another Yonko. They look clean and ready to start a war themselves. It doesn't seem that Kaido and Shanks clashed much, which would mean that Shanks somehow convinced him with words. Plus, every time Shanks meets a big figure in the world, he doesn't go to war with them. He's known for being more civil than most pirates, so I don't see why anything would change with Kaido. Yet again, it seems that Shanks is another character that thought Ace was Joyboy until seeing it with his own eyes. He believed Luffy was so special that he even tells everyone that he meets about him. I do believe Rayleigh and Roger also thought it'd be Ace, since Roger himself said that it'd be his own son to be the next Pirate King. Rayleigh may have realized that it wasn't Ace after meeting him and seeing that he wasn't the funny goofy boy that he read about at Laughtail. On the other hand, the second he met Luffy, he instantly sensed something different about him. He saw the legend with his own two eyes and realized that he even wanted to continue living to see what Luffy would end up doing. Just like the others, Rayleigh saw something different in Luffy and knew that he was the one that Roger was waiting for. So now this all brings us back to Kaido. Just like the rest of them, Kaido may have believed Ace was Joyboy or had a chance to be Joyboy, but once he saw Luffy, his mind and perspective was changed. I was also thinking, do you think there's a chance that Kaido overheard Zunisha say that Luffy is Joyboy? I mean, we don't know if he has the voice of all things or not, but he's the type of guy that would. Even if he didn't hear it straight from Zunisha, there's still a chance he could have heard it from Momo and Yamato. I think it'd be interesting if he somehow overheard their conversation. Either way, he still believes that Luffy is Joyboy now, since he was the one that defeated him. Now, all these men believed in Ace for very good reasons. I mean, let's just be honest, if Ace didn't die and was still alive, he'd probably be a Yonko right now. Whitebeard still would have most likely died at the war, so that would leave either Ace or Marco in complete command of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco may have taken it over at first, but I definitely think Ace would have eventually taken the title of a Yonko in the post-time skip if he did survive. Let's be real here, he was definitely stronger than Law, Kid, and Luffy in the pre-time skip. Already having Conqueror's Haki and a lot of skill with his fruit, he could have legitimately become one of the strongest men in the world post-time skip. I feel like Oda killing off Ace was good for development and plot for Luffy. But I also think he did it because if Ace never died, then Luffy may have never surpassed him. They may have been at the same level or strength, but it's kind of hard to pass someone who's about to enter the prime of their life, and when they have the genes of Goldie Roger. Just like how Luffy continuously gets stronger, the same thing would have most likely happened to Ace. The only thing separating the two would be that Luffy's fruit seems to be a lot better, but the recent confirmation of Roger not having a fruit makes it seem that Haki is more important. I don't see a single way that Ace doesn't develop into getting some of the strongest Haki feats in the series, since he's a conqueror just like Luffy and also has the motivation to take down the biggest names in the world. It truly is sad that Ace had to die the way he did, because he would have been a big help for Luffy and the whole world in general. I definitely see how characters could have believed in Ace so much, but the reality is that he's just not that guy. Even Ace himself knows that Luffy is different, as he always brings him up, always tells people how he's gonna be a legendary man, and even believes that Luffy will accomplish his dream. Luffy is the real Joyboy that everyone has been waiting for. With everything I've now explained, this pretty much wraps up why I believe Kaido went to Marineford and how many thought that Ace was Joyboy. What if I told you that even though the newspaper says that Sabo killed King Cobra, the Revolutionary Army and Alabasta will still make an alliance? What if I also told you that this alliance is revolved around the Joyboy? Yeah, not only Luffy, but also the one from the Void Century. The evidence that I found for this mega theory is actually insane, and I promise it will completely blow your mind. Throughout the video, I'll explain why Alabasta will be allied with the Revolutionary Army, who the new king of Alabasta will be, how Alabasta, Shandora, Wano, Elbaf, and the revolutionaries prove who Joyboy was, Egyptian mythology's direct parallel with Alabasta and Nika, Nico Robin's connection to all of this, and lastly, I'll explain what happened to Alabasta in the Void Century and how it was paralleled in the story. If you like One Piece content that dives deep into its biggest mysteries, then make sure you subscribe to the channel and even hit that notification bell just like Luffy and Skypiea. And so now without further ado, let's get into it. So to start off, let's discuss how Koza will be the new king or ruler of Alabasta. Now, I know I've discussed this before in previous videos, but I still have to bring it up to get the whole picture of Alabasta's true purpose with the revolutionaries. So all the way back to Vivi and Koza's flashback, we see Koza save Vivi from criminals. After this, we see the king of Alabasta thanking him and asking him if he loves this country. Koza replies, "I do," and we see somewhat of similarity with him and the king, as they both bond through the love of their country. Right after this, we see Cobra talking to Igardum about how he's worried that Vivi is too nice to be the ruler of Alabasta. He states how Vivi can't make a tough decision. Then he sort of hints at thinking that Koza would be a better fit for a leader since he can make tough decisions that would benefit the country. This may be foreshadowing to Koza becoming the king one day, while Vivi may be a straw hat, or at least not a full-on leader of Alabasta. I also do expect her to eventually join the Straw Hats because of how things ended in Alabasta. The next hint at Koza being the leader of Alabasta is the simple fact that Vivi's nickname for him is literally Leader. Now, she called him this ever since they were kids, and he became the leader of their little group, but even as adults, she still continued to call him it. If later on in the story, Vivi still called him Leader when she was the leader of Alabasta, don't you think that that would be kind of weird? I think it just feel right if she called him Leader with him being the leader and not her. He also definitely shows the traits and qualities of being a strong leader when he fights for the people in the Alabasta saga. This shows his true love for the people and their justice. Even though he was tricked by Croc, he still loves Alabasta just as much as anyone else. He will do whatever it takes to do right by the people of Alabasta. In Vivi's flashback, we even see the king send off Koza and his father to build the city of Yuba. Cobra even relied on Toto to represent it. Now this shows that Koza and his family already have major political influence in the country of Alabasta, which means that the people will most likely choose him to be their king through the tough times without the Neveltari family. With the king dead and Vivi missing, Koza will end up being the only guy who can get Alabasta through these stressful times. The kingdom doesn't even have any of the main guards since they all went to the reverie and still haven't returned. I also feel like Cobra had the choice for Koza to stay back home because he knew that something would go down at the reverie. I feel like he told Koza to stay back while everyone else leaves because he's one of the guys who would put his life on the line for the country and defend them. It almost seemed as if the king knew his death was coming real soon since he's sick and says how he might not last much longer. We also see that he's determined to go to the reverie to ask the world government questions about the Void Century. We see later that he's secretly meeting with the Gorosei and they're wondering if he found something out. I believe that in his mind he was ready to die at the reverie for the truth of the world and the truth of Alabasta. If he knew the possibility of death at the reverie, he may have explained to Koza the importance of the situation and may have told him that if anything happens to him, don't trust the world government. Ever since Cobra met Nico Robin, he's been looking into the conspiracies of the world and has been wondering what the celestial dragons are trying to hide. Now that we know he actually died from Sabo, I still believe something a bit more complex happened than just what the newspapers told us. However it looks, I believe Sabo accidentally killed King Cobra or was framed. And before I get into anything else, I think Sabo actually did kill Cobra, even if it was an accident, because it seems like the Morgans didn't completely lie about anything in the news this time. They may have spiced up the stories, but they didn't take anything out or change anything that they learned. We know this is true because in chapter 956, we see that the government sent a Cypherpole member to make Morgans cover up a story. He says how he'll never cover up a story that's this big, which means he didn't cover up anything that happened at the reverie. He even says how he'll do anything for money, but at his core he's still a journalist and he still decides what should be in the newspapers. Also notice how he's on the run from the government, showing that he's not going to listen to them. So now that you understand why I think everything that we learned from the newspapers with Alabasta and the reverie weren't completely lies, let me tell you what else I think happened there. Another thing we learned that happened at the reverie is that Vivi went missing, so something weird seems to be going on. I mean, it did seem as if Imu wanted to kill Vivi and erase the Neveltari family from history, which could explain how and why Vivi went missing. This could either be a good thing or a bad thing. She could have either been captured by the world government or escaped with Sabo. I think the latter more likely happened because she knows Sabo is Luffy's brother and he could have realized what the government wanted to do to the Neveltari family when he supposedly killed Cobra. He could have explained to her how what happened with Cobra is a misunderstanding and what's really going on. Vivi was probably forced to take Sabo's hand because if she didn't, then it would be the end for her. Vivi trusts Luffy more than anyone in the world, which means she would probably sense that something's not right with his brother doing such an evil thing. This also all becomes more interesting if Alabasta already met the revolutionaries in the past, which is something I'll be getting into throughout the video. And by the way, if you want to know what I think happened to Vivi and how I predicted that she'd go missing, check out one of these two videos. So with all this being said, I believe Sabo and the revolutionaries will head to Alabasta to try to clear things up or apologize with Vivi or even without her. Alabasta seems to not be doing too well right now after everything that happened, so they definitely deserve to at least talk to the revolutionaries about what happened. Now this is where I think an alliance will be made, or has already been made, secretly with the two forces. So with Koza as the new leader right now, he will probably be the one to talk to Sabo. This meeting may be one of fate, since Koza and Sabo seem to be connected or possibly even family. I believe Koza becoming an ally with or an actual revolutionary will make sense, since Oda seemed to have foreshadowed it all the way back in Alabasta. In case you forgot, Koza literally was the face of the Alabasta Revolutionary Army, just like how Sabo is now the face of the actual Revolutionary Army. Another connection would be that if you take a close look at the both of them, it almost looks as if they are related. They both even have that symbolic symbol of the left eye scar. I personally believe that they may somehow be long lost cousins or family members. We know that Sabo's family is one that is elite and wealthy, and that is very close to the Celestial Dragons. We also know that Koza's family is very close and trusted by a former Celestial Dragon. With this, I wouldn't find it too surprising if both of their family lines were once together, but ended up splitting up as one left for Alabasta while the rest headed to Goa Kingdom. This could have happened in the Void Century when one side of the family stayed with the Celestial Dragons while the other side didn't, because they left when the Nefertari family left the 20 royal families. If these two were in fact related in some way, I wonder if they already knew each other or will realize it when they meet. I believe Koza already met with the revolutionaries, or at least likes them, because of a small detail that he's shown us. Before I tell you what the detail is, let me explain another theory on our channel that predicted how Sabo will be the face of the revolutionaries and known throughout the whole world as a hero. This will be important to why Koza may have already been a revolutionary, so pay close attention to these details. So basically, the theory goes that Sabo and what he wears is the symbol of the revolutionaries. In the Three Brothers flashback, we see that Sabo wore a top hat that had goggles right over them. This shows that it's always been his thing and his little fashion design, just like how Luffy wears the straw hat. Now you may say, well, what does this have to do with anything? Well, Preach explains and analyzes that this exact style of clothing is a symbol for the revolutionaries, since after Sabo joined, they all began to wear the same thing just like him. We see Bello Betty, Morley, and Lindbergh all wearing the same thing. We also know that they started wearing this after they met Sabo, or at least after becoming revolutionaries because of Koala. We see Koala in the Fishman Island arc as a little girl. Notice how she's not wearing the hat or the goggles when she's a youth. However, later on when she's a revolutionary, she wears the exact same thing as the rest of the commanders previously mentioned. This proves that they wear it after they meet Sabo. Another little detail that Preach brings up in the theory is that in Dressrosa, the arc where Nico Robin meets up with the revolutionaries, she starts to wear a hat with the sunglasses over it. Now she probably doesn't have a top hat or goggles on her at all times, so she most likely did what she could to resemble the revolutionaries. Okay, so now you may ask, well, what does this have to do with Koza and Alabasta? Well, if you take a look at Koza in the post time skip, notice how he's wearing goggles around his neck even though he has glasses on. This looks identical to how Sabo wears them when he isn't wearing a hat. So this puts up the three questions. Did Koza already have ties with the revolutionaries? Is he just inspired by them? Or is this all just a coincidence? I come to the belief that it's one of the first two options, because I don't believe in coincidences when it comes to One Piece, just like how Ray Lee doesn't. Even if he never had any association to the revolutionaries, this is a little hint to the fact that he'll become one day, and that he has a direct connection with Sabo. So now with Sabo and Koza meeting up to clear things up, I believe Koza will believe him, because like I said earlier, the king may have told him to stay back in Alabasta because he trusts him more than anyone to protect them. If the king truly did know that it was his last outing of his life, since he knew he was gonna press the 5 elders, and since he was already dying, he may have even gone as far to tell Koza some of the biggest secrets of Alabasta and what he was planning to do. If the king brought up Nico Robin to him, like how he brings her up to the rest of his men, this may be where Koza also started wondering about the revolutionaries and not trusting the world government. If anyone were to deserve to learn what truly happened to Alabasta with Croc, Luffy, and Robin, it would be Koza, since he was the one who was tricked by Croc. He already learned that it was all orchestrated by Croc and Baroque Works in the Alabasta arc, but he doesn't know the details of why they did it, what Pluton is, and what poneglyphs are. He most likely learned this directly from the king himself sometime after the arc ended. If he has any idea how the Void Century may be involved with this, it may have piqued some interest for him and Sabo and their army. With this being said, he's also the one guy to not be fooled by what the newspapers say, since he's already been fooled once in the pre-time skip and probably learned his lesson. This would also allow him to be the only guy in Alabasta to even be able to discuss with Sabo and to become allies with him. Everyone else that lives there probably hates Sabo after what he did, but Koza was probably more rational about the situation and was wondering what really went down. He knew it was Luffy who saved him and Alabasta from Croc, but then the government labeled it as Smoker and as the Navy, so just like how he's already seen the world government drastically lie once for them to look good in the eye of the public, he probably believes that they can do it again at the Reverie. In a way, every single thing that happened in Alabasta somewhat helped their current situation of being on the opposite side of the world government in the final war. Some more hints throughout the story that Alabasta will be connected with the revolutionaries has to do with Croc and Robin. Apparently the revolutionaries were always looking for Nico Robin but could never find her since she was either on the run or hiding out with Crocodile. Of course, Croc also has a past with certain revolutionaries, which is Ivankov. Surprisingly, he even hired someone who looked up to Ivankov, which is Bonchan. There are already certain connections with them in this arc. Well, going back to how Robin was there this whole time, the revolutionaries must have found out about this as the news came out. Once they did, I can see them going to Alabasta to ask questions about Robin and what happened. They probably wanted to know where she went so they could obtain her, but then of course they all find out later that this whole time she actually became a Straw Hat and was saved by Luffy at Enies Lobby. The revolutionaries may have looked around for her after they went to Alabasta, but of course they couldn't find her since she was up in the sky for a while. This could have been where Sabo and Koza first met, or where Alabasta at least first began to understand and become closer with the revolutionaries. Of course, eventually they actually obtained Robin for a few years during the time skip, and she could have told them everything she learned while in Alabasta and other things as well. She could have told them about Luffy and how he's very close with the kingdom. This may have helped their relationship even more since the revolutionaries have obvious ties with Luffy with characters like Dragon, Sabo, and Robin. This is in fact another way Alabasta and the revolutionaries could get along or could team up. They are both very close and trusted with Luffy, and it seems that everyone throughout the world that likes Luffy or that has ties with him gets along. For example, in the Reverie, we see Vivi, Shirahoshi, Rebecca, Leo, and many other kingdoms all getting along just because they love Luffy. There's probably a similar bond with Sabo, Robin, and the people of Alabasta that know Luffy. Luffy, or should I call him Joyboy at this point, brings everyone in the world together. Anyone associated with him is naturally associated with each other as well, since they are usually good people, with all the Joyboy and ancient mysteries of the previous Joyboy being a key part to bringing people together in One Piece. This brings me to my next point. Before this though, I humbly ask you to leave a like on the video if you've liked even one thing that I've said so far. Now let's get into the real good stuff. So the next thing I want to talk about is the destiny of the D-Clan, the Sun God, and their allies. In Alabasta, we see that their flag is a sun with 8 circles around it. Now, where have we seen this before? Oh, that's right, we've seen it in both Wano and Shandora, which are both associated with the Ancient Kingdom. We've also seen it on Elbaf ships, which seems to also be a race associated with the Ancient Kingdom and the sun. Now, you may say, well, what does this have to do with the revolutionaries? Well, the first and obvious connection would be that all these people are connected with Luffy. For Luffy, the return of Sun God Nika and Joyboy is the one that is weaving history and everyone back together. Now, I think you already know this, so let me tell you why this is actually so interesting and how I believe Dragon knows a lot more than we think he knows. So I personally believe that Oars the First is Joyboy. As you can tell by my name, which is the Wizard of Oars, I pretty much became known on YouTube from this theory. Now, you may have heard it around from my older long detailed videos on them, but let me quickly tell you why I believe this. So first off, I call him Oars the First because Oars Jr.'s Jolly Roger proves to us that he's actually Oars the Third, which would make Oars and Thriller Bark Oars the Second, and then the first original Oars might be Oars the First, whom I believe to be the owner of the head at Onigashima. Yes, I believe Onigashima's head belonged to Oars the First, or in other words, the Joyboy and Nika from the Void Century. century. Now, why do I believe he's Joyboy? Well, first off, Oars' introduction scene in Thriller Bark is exactly like the giant Straw Hat scene in Marijoa. Moria is carrying Luffy's shadow. Im is carrying Luffy's wanted poster. Moria walks into a giant special freezer with a similar looking lock to the one in Pangea Castle. Im walks into a giant freezer with the lock. Oars is at the end of the giant freezer. The giant Straw Hat is at the end of the giant freezer. With these direct parallels, I believe that the giant Straw Hat belonged to an Oars back in the Void Century. Also, we now know that it definitely could have fit Oars if he did have the Hito Hito Maronika fruit, since he could have shrunk down to the size of a human with his own abilities, just like how Chopper and a Fox and Wano become humans with their human fruits. Oars could have done the same. Okay, so the next hints will be that Moria put Luffy's shadow into Oars, which shows that they are similar or have some sort of connection. Another hint is in Marineford, which is when Ace gives Oars Jr. a giant straw hat, foreshadowing that the original Oars may have worn a giant straw hat. The next hint has to do with Shandora. Remember earlier how I said that they have the same logo of a sun with 8 circles around it, which Alabasta, Wano, and Elbaf also have? Well, take a look at this. In Skypiea, we see that in Upper Yard, they have what the Sky people call Var statues. Now, what do these Var statues look like? Oh yeah, that's right, they look like the Oars race. Now, why would the people that worship the sun god have Oars statues all over their island? Well, maybe it's because he's the one they were meant to worship. Now, let's connect this with the other people that use the same sun logo. First off, Wano literally has Onigashima's head right within its borders. The Elbaf are giants, which means that they most likely have connections with the ancient giants race. I mean, we kind of know that they did, since the Elbaf Jolly Rogers have oars on all of them. Now, I know they wear horned helmets, but still, Oda's the type of guy to have details like this hidden in plain sight. Oda always connects things with wordplay or little details that can mean two different things within his story, so I can definitely see the Jolly Rogers of the Elbaf being a reference to Oars from the Void Century, even though most would probably look at it as a simple Viking reference. Okay, so now with Alabasta, how does Alabasta have any signs of Oars around their island? Well, prepare to be mind blown, as Robin and Cobra are walking down into a secret entrance to find the poneglyph that leads to Pluton. There is a room that has many ancient ruins. Now, what's in the middle or in the midst of all the ruins? Oh yeah, it's an Oar skull. So 4 out of 4 places that have the sun with 8 circles around its symbol have some sort of connection to Oars or to Onis. So what does that tell you? In my opinion, it tells us that Oars the First was the sun god from the Void Century. Okay, so now to how this is also connected with the Revolutionary Army. If you take a look at the Revolutionary Army's flag, what is it? If you take a close look at it, it looks exactly like Oars but with wings in the background. Now, I know it's supposed to be Oars because it has the exact same jawline and face structure as him, with the bottom teeth much wider than the top ones. Now for the wings, I've said in previous videos that I believe they're meant to symbolize the Lunarians' wings, and that overall the flag has symbols of the ancient giants and ancient Lunarians. Basically, it's showing who the true rulers of this world were, the sun god and moon gods. This flag is a direct threat to the highest members of the world government. Only those who knew what happened 800 years ago could know what it even represents. So if this is true of their flag, this kind of puts up the questions: how much does Dragon even know, and how did he learn this? Well, I'm not exactly sure how he learned it yet, but I do know that he has to know some crazy stuff about the world, and it must have been destiny for them to become allied with Alabasta. Alabasta could also probably teach him even more about what he's looking for. Alabasta could definitely teach Dragon many things because of what they seem to be based off of. Alabasta is obviously a country that seems to be based off of Egypt. Well, now you may say, well, what does this have to do with what Dragon is trying to learn? Well, it has to do with it because the sun god Nika seems to be directly based off of the Egyptian sun god Ra. The sun god Nika may have even originated in Alabasta, with the parallels with Egyptian mythology. So first off, sun god Ra wore a sun disk on his head, just like how Luffy wears the straw hat. Not only this, but the sun disk was also inherited to the next gods that ruled Egypt, like Osiris and Horus, just like how the straw hat is inherited from Roger to Shanks to Luffy. The next parallel with Ra and Luffy would be that Ra rode on a sun boat in the sky throughout the day, just like how Luffy rides on the sunny boat that can fly through the sky. Another hint is that Ra was the king of the gods, just like how Luffy Luffy will be the king of the pirates. Ra rose at dawn and from the east, just like how Luffy rose from Dawn Island in the East Blue. Ra has a secret name just like the Gumma Gumma Nomi has a secret name, which is the Hito Hito Nomi Maronika. There were two sun gods in Egypt, the first being Ammon, and then Ra carried Ammon's will. Just like how there's two sun gods or Joy Boys, with the original from the Void Century and then Luffy carrying his will. Ra was the god of creation, kind of like how the Maronika fruit is only limited by its creativity. Now if you like these connections, Preach was the one who found them and even made 2 theories on them. If you're interested, I recommend checking those videos out because they are very interesting. But with everything I've now explained, you now understand why I believe that Luffy is based off of the sun god Ra, which means that this sun god term in One Piece may have originated in Alabasta. If it did, then Dragon could find and learn many things that he never even thought could be possible at Alabasta. With Alabasta being the oldest settlement in One Piece, dating back to 4,000 years old, they may have knowledge on things during the Void Century, but also even before that. For all we know, they could have knowledge on things like the origins of devil fruits, why Skypiea exists, who Sun God Nika is and why he has a different name from Joyboy, the origin of the ancient kingdom, and more. Dragon seems to already know some ancient knowledge as he has a tattoo that resembles that of a Skypiean or Lunarian. And by the way, he didn't always have this tattoo, which means he got it sometime after Roger's death. Maybe he got it after finding ancient knowledge on what happened to all the ancient clans. Alabasta may tell him a lot, and if they are alliances, they can definitely make a formidable team with certain threats that not even Luffy could ever have. For example, Luffy could never get the world on his side by showing them ancient knowledge or by exposing the world government. The majority of people would never believe him since he's a pirate and heinous criminal. However, the revolutionaries and kingdom of Alabasta are well respected among the world, and the people may believe them when they expose truths of the world and of the celestial dragons. On top of this, once they also got other ancient kingdoms that have the secret emblem of the sun with them, the history that these kingdoms obtain with the influence of the revolutionaries will overwhelm everyone and start a true worldwide revolution. We'll have to wait to see what happens, but now I want to explain another key point connecting things with Alabasta. So now the last thing I want to discuss in this video is about what happened to Alabasta in the Void Century. To start this part off, let me just tell you very quickly how Alabasta and Dressrosa are two sides of the same coin and why it's important to Alabasta's past. So the parallels between each arc would be that each have a warlord that is thought as a hero but is actually a villain. Both have a king that is disgraced or betrayed by their people. Luffy meets his brothers that have the Marimara Nomi. Vivi and Rebecca both wanted to fight without hurting anyone. There's an organized crime group that's working undercover. And lastly, there's an illegal substance being used with both the dance powder and sad. So now that you understand how these two arcs are direct parallels and in some ways almost the same, now let me tell you why this is important and the key to the history of Alabasta and the revolutionaries. So first off, just a little detail is that we have Sabo leading the revolutionaries in Dressrosa and Koza leading his revolutionaries in Alabasta. That is yet again another connection between the two, showing that they're connected to each other. In Dressrosa, the backstory of the country is basically that Doflamingo tricked the entire island by manipulating the citizens' perceptions and by having Sugar use the Hobi Hobi Nomi to turn men into toys, which takes away the memories of them from everyone that knew them. Many people speculate and believe that this backstory may have foreshadowed how the celestial dragons won the war and made everyone think they were the good guys. They must have done it by changing the perceptions of the public. We even know they do this for sure, especially with there being an actual Void Century and them erasing people from history. This is all obviously tied with Doflamingo, a celestial dragon erasing people's memories and manipulating everything for them to believe that he is a good ruler. There are many more little details that you can probably find, but you get the point. So knowing this, Dressrosa is very connected to the Revolutionary Army. In Dressrosa, we see the Revolutionary Army help Joyboy show the truth to the country, which is basically what they want to do to the whole world. They want to show the truth to the whole world about the world government and Celestial Dragon's rulership, just like how they did in Dressrosa. They will even do it through Joyboy or with the help of Joyboy, since he's the rope that links all men. So now you can see how the revolutionaries' main goal is all tied back to what happened in Dressrosa, which is probably why Oda showed us revolutionaries for the first time in that arc. So now let's go to Alabasta. Alabasta. In the Void Century, the Nefeltari family was at some point celestial dragons. Eventually, they switched sides and left the 20 royal families, and I believe that how it happened has all been foreshadowed in the Alabasta arc. In Alabasta, Koza and the people of the country are manipulated and tricked by Croc. By losing trust for the king and thinking that he's evil, they start to believe in Croc's justice, who, by the way, is a pawn of the world government at that time, even though he's the one who's actually hurting the country as a whole. The kingdom of Alabasta can't do anything to convince their people that what is happening is not due to them, but is due to something else. Next thing you know, a light comes out of nowhere to save the people and turn the tides of the war. The warrior of liberation shows up to liberate the people from their ignorant minds and from their defeat to Croc. This warrior shows the whole country the truth of what really happened, how they were manipulated, and then gives them their freedom and happiness back. Because of this, he is called Joyboy. Now with this exact story, I believe this parallels what happened to Alabasta in the Void Century. There's only one main difference that I'd like to switch. I believe the kingdom of Alabasta represents the ancient kingdom, while Koza and the revolutionaries represent the Nefeltari family and Alabasta 800 years ago. Now the reason I believe Alabasta had to be part of the ancient kingdom is because of four main reasons. 1. They have the ancient kingdom's main logo. 2. They aren't tied with the world government. 3. They have a poneglyph. And 4. The city of Alabarna was built over 4,000 years ago. The ancient relics in One Piece were usually associated with the ancient kingdom, so I'd assume Alabasta is one of them as well. So with Alabasta being a part of the ancient kingdom, think of the Alabasta Void Century flashback like this. Alabasta was once in peace with the ancient kingdom. A celestial dragon or someone who worked for them convinced Alabasta to start going against the ancient kingdom. They started revolting against their old kingdom and became celestial dragons. While fighting the ancient kingdom for a long time, eventually Joyboy came around. Joyboy, the warrior of liberation, the sun god, came to show the Nefeltari family the truth. They realized that they were wrong, left the celestial dragons, and realized that they can still redeem themselves in a future timeline by fighting on the right side of the world. They worshipped this man Joyboy and even wrote glyphs about him in a secret chamber. They waited for his ultimate return, just like the rest of the ancient kingdom members. This may possibly be what Cobra wanted to learn at the Reverie. The world government probably couldn't tell him everything because it's top secret stuff from the Void Century. Whether Cobra found it out or not, Destiny has already taken its role in uniting Joyboy with them. Not only them, but also with the rest of the ones that fought on the ancient kingdom side. Joyboy will connect everything back together. Alabasta will fight alongside the revolutionaries even if one of their commanders killed their former king. The final world war is coming, which means that secret alliances will come out and show themselves. This may be one of the most important ones altogether with the army that follows the sun. This pretty much wraps up my theory and how Koza and Sabo have a deep connection to the sun god. Vivi will still be the next and final member to join the Straw Hats, and she will join in Elbaf. Now that Yamato didn't join for sure, I'm even more confident about this theory because in my opinion it always just made too much sense to not be true. In this video that I dropped 4 months ago, I already predicted many things that would happen, like King Cobra being the death at the Reverie, Sabo not being captured by the world government and actually escaping, Vivi going missing and no one knowing what actually happened to her, that Sabo will be accused of a murder, and to add to the list, I also predicted that Yamato wouldn't join the Straw Hats. Now I personally have nothing against Yamato and I actually really love her as a character. However, from a story standpoint, I never understood why people thought she would join. I always said it makes more sense if she doesn't join Luffy after Wano for many reasons, and it seemed that Oda thought the same thing. In this video, I'll get into all the reasons why it makes more sense if Vivi joins instead of Yamabro, but before that, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and even hit that bell icon if you want to be notified when the next video drops. Now with all that being said, let's get into it. Yamato is a strong, powerful, fun, useful, and big-boobed character. I truly do love her character, especially after she pulled up on Kaido and fought him at the time that Luffy fell from Onigashima. Even with all that though, I never understood why people said she would join the Straw Hats. From a story perspective, doesn't it make a lot more sense that she actually stays back in Wano because she's supposed to help Momo? The one thing everyone knows Yamato for is that she claims she is Odin, whether you think it's funny or annoying, as it seems seems some people really don't like her. You have to admit that if she is literally Odin, doesn't it make sense that Odin would help raise his son into becoming a great shogun? As the father of Momo, Odin needs to help him grow up mentally, because even though he looks 25, he still has the experience and thought process of a 10-year-old. We saw how Yamato practically raised Momo into not being scary during the raid, even when he was in his adult form, which shows that even though he grew up physically, he still needs his father to guide him mentally. Many people say that the fact that Yamato's Odin actually was the reason that she should have left with the Straw Hats and be there when Luffy becomes the next pirate king, but that never made much sense to me because the Straw Hats don't need Yamato. In case you forgot, Odin wasn't even technically a real Roger pirate because he was actually a commander for Whitebeard. Literally the only reason he even joined the Roger crew was because they needed him to read the poneglyphs and find the One Piece. The Straw Hats already have Nico Robin for that, so they really don't need Odin or Yamato on their crew. If Yamato is to carry on the will of Odin and do what he did, then I think it'd actually make more sense if she sailed out to sea with someone other than Luffy, just like how Odin did with Whitebeard and not Roger. Now the third reason for it making more sense if Yamato stayed back in Wano is because of her devil fruit. She literally has the devil fruit, which is supposed to be the guardian of Wano, which allows me to think that at this point she is the guardian of Wano and that might be her ultimate destiny. Yamato is currently the strongest fighter or warrior in Wano, and she needs to stay back as a force of protection because I can definitely tell you that if someone strong comes in, Momo, Kinemon, and the rest of the scabbards won't be able to defend them off. Yamato is honestly the strongest back at Wano, and her staying back is very important for the country as a whole. So now that you understand why I think it's better for Yamato to not join the Straw Hats, now let me explain why I think Vivi will join, and not only that, but also in the Elbaf arc. At the end of Alabasta, it really seemed that Oda tried to practically tell us that Vivi will rejoin and be a Straw Hat again someday. It's been about 20 years since then, so the question should be, if she were to join, when, and how will she even get to the Straw Hats? Well, I stated in my Reverie theory that I believe Kuma will send Vivi off to Elbaf using his devil fruit powers. This doesn't seem as likely anymore though, since it seems that Sabo completely split up from the revolutionaries before he did what he did. Now that we actually know that whatever happened with Sabo and King Cobra happened after he departed with the revolutionaries, it seems even more likely that he helped Vivi. If Sabo found out that King Cobra was looking into the Void Century and found out that the Gorsei were commanded to go after Vivi, he may have helped her escape, which would explain why she went missing. It would also make sense why Sabo is still by himself and away from the revolutionaries. He may have to do it for Vivi's sake, since he may want her to be erased from history. I feel like if he was by himself, he wouldn't have to hide away from anyone and would have just gone straight back to the base to tell Dragon what really happened. Sabo is a guy that can definitely take care of himself out in the seas. I mean, he's even referred to as the Flame Emperor, so I don't see why an emperor would hide away from the public unless they were trying to help someone else. Also, I wonder if Bonnie was involved with any of this too. If she helped the revolutionaries with Bart, she may have also helped them with Vivi to repay them for helping her old friend. Vivi was known as instantly going missing from the Reverie, which seems very strange. I don't see how Sabo could take her and not be seen by anyone. Maybe Bonnie used her devil fruit powers to change Vivi's age, which could explain how she went missing and wasn't found. There seems to be some sort of trend with Supernovas being in each saga, since we got Law, Punk Hazard, and Dressrosa, Beige and Whole Cake, and lastly Kid, Killer, Drake, Apu, and Hawkins in Wano. With this trend, maybe we'll see Bonnie in the next arc. Also, I wonder if her powers could heal Kuma, since maybe making him younger could make him human again. I don't know, maybe none of this happened with her at the Reverie, but even then I still think she did something to help Sabo and Kuma. Anyways, going back to Vivi, this theory gets more and more massive with other people from Alabasta like Koza, and let me tell you why. If Vivi escaped with Sabo, you may wonder, well, wouldn't she tell him to take her back to Alabasta to help her country, or why the heck would she allow herself to go to Elbaf? I believe she won't be needing to go back to Alabasta because I think Koza may have ties to the Revolutionary Army and will also become the next leader of Alabasta. With him being the next leader or king, Vivi won't have to do it herself and can actually freely join the Straw Hats. There's a lot of reasons that I think Koza will be the king of Alabasta and be alliance with the revolutionaries, and some of those reasons come from the fact that Vivi calls him leader, which may foreshadow him being the leader of Alabasta, Koza originally leading an army of revolutionaries, his close connection with King Cobra, and weirdly enough, these goggles that he wears. I've already made a 30-minute video discussing this topic, so go check that video also if you want to see the whole picture with Alabasta Kuma and the revolutionary's true purpose. Anyways, the recent chapter does seem to kind of prove that Alabasta may have discussed with the revolutionaries, since we see Dragon look very displeased and upset with what the rumors are saying about Sabo. He may have liked King Cobra personally, or may have just been mad that it makes the revolutionaries look like murderers, but whatever the case may be, I think he didn't want King Cobra to die specifically. So going back to Vivi, basically, if she can't go back home, and if it is left in good hands where she doesn't have to go back, the other place she calls home is on the Sunny with the Strawhats. That is honestly the only place in the world that she is both safe and welcomed with open arms. I guess another place could be with the revolutionaries themselves, but I think she'd much rather join with Luffy than them. Sabo may help Vivi to go back with the Strawhats, as her #1 request to him may be to find Luffy. Another safe place that would work, at least momentarily, would be Elbaf. This is a very safe place for her to stay, since the world government won't look for her there. It's also safe because, in case you forgot, she became friends with the Elbaf captains and legendary warriors Dory and Bragi. In my opinion, having Little Garden a part of the Alabasta saga and having Vivi meet the Elbaf giants is the ultimate Oda move, as it may in fact be useful for when the Elbaf arc actually comes into place. I don't quite see why else Oda would have Vivi meet the Elbafs and have Little Garden a part of the Alabasta saga, unless he was gonna make it where Vivi is at least with the Straw Hats once again by the time they get to Elbaf. Another thing that makes sense to me with Vivi finally joining in the last saga is that she hopped on the Going Merry with the Straw Hats as they headed over to Whiskey Peak. With this, she was with the crew from the very beginning of their Grand Line One Piece seeking journey, so I think it would be great writing if she rejoins only during the very last voyage or journey that the Straw Hats take. That's probably why Oda didn't have her meet back up with the Straw Hats even once throughout the story. Also, Oda may have foreshadowed Vivi being the 10th Straw Hat when he symbolized her farewell with the Straw Hats with the X on their arms. In case you don't know, X is the Roman numeral for 10. As she departed with them, she asks if they ever meet again, will they call her their crewmate, and then they raise the number 10, signifying that when they do run into each other again, she will be the 10th Straw Hat. Oda is known for this kind of foreshadowing, so I'm not going to be surprised if this ends up becoming true. Something to think about with Vivi rejoining is the fact if she's gotten any stronger, and also what her role will be on the crew. I was thinking her role could be something politically, but I feel like the Straw Hats don't really need that since they've already got kingdoms on their side everywhere they go. Also, I feel like if she's not going to have a very important role as a Straw Hat, she'd either need to have gotten stronger with Haki or a Devil Fruit. Without this, I just don't quite see how she's keeping up with the rest of the crew when they're going against guys like Shanks and Blackbeard. Do you guys think she could potentially get something like a Rain Fruit, since one of the biggest themes throughout Alabasta was the terrible drought and how it affected them politically? Whatever Vivi obtained, she's gonna at least need to be on the level of the weak trio, because of every arc from here on out will be insanely dangerous for her if she's not. Now, the last thing I want to explain with Vivi joining has to do with the Straw Hats. Why has Oda made it where the Straw Hats know nothing about what happened at the Reverie? Has anyone in Wano even heard about what happened? I wonder if the reason no one knows is because the newspapers for those topics weren't during the same timeline as post Wano. Now, I personally think that the Straw Hats simply won't learn about what happened at the Reverie by a newspaper, but will instead learn when they see either a revolutionary or Vivi for themselves. I believe this is why Oda hasn't allowed them to see what happened, because it'll be a much better surprise for us the readers if Vivi is unexpectedly in Elbaf. I believe that after they meet her, she'll explain everything that happened, and the Straw Hats will learn the truth at the same time as us the reader. How many Admirals does it take to defeat a Yonko? Does it take 1, 2, 3, or can 3 not even defeat one true Yonko? This is one of the most controversial topics in the power scaling community of One Piece, and I think I found out the real answer to this question with an unbiased point of view. I dove deep into researching how all Haki abilities work and why they matter, the importance of Devil Fruits and their awakenings, and I looked into each Admiral's and Yonko's abilities to see how long they can go against each other. There is detailed evidence from Oda showing us the truth, and after this video, I think you'll be convinced of the true strength of certain characters. In this video, I dive deep into characters like Kaido, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, Shanks, and of course, much more. In case you haven't already, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel with the notification bell turned on if you're a true One Piece fan. And now, let's get into it. So the first Admiral that I want to discuss is one of the fan favorites, which is Kizaru. Kizaru has one of the coolest and most powerful devil fruits in the series. His powers are both very effective from both short range and long range. We see him use different techniques like making a light sword and also having light beams that he can shoot rapidly at people. Even with all this, it's hard to put him ahead of a Yonko. I feel like out of all the fights we saw him participate in, he hasn't shown us anything too superior or out of the ordinary compared to any other Logias. Kizaru couldn't even defeat an older Rayleigh. Sure, Rayleigh is still very strong when it comes to things like his hockey abilities, but I'd still like to think that he's not even close to what he once was. These two seem pretty close in their match, but we don't even know for sure if they both went all out or not. Another time we see someone go up to Kizaru is from one of the best scenes of all of One Piece, which is right when Kizaru is about to shoot Luffy or Jinbei with a beam of light. Next thing you know, Ben Beckman cocks his gun at him and tells him not to move. Kizaru instantly puts his hands up and says the famous line, "Ben Beckman." It almost seemed as if he was the one that didn't have a chance, or as if he was the one being interrogated. Police in real life are known for telling people to put their hands up and away from their body, and that's basically what Beckman did to Kizaru. The weird thing here though is that Kizaru is the Navy Admiral who works for the world government, so shouldn't he be the one telling Beckman to surrender? Also, why would Kizaru stop his life from shooting Luffy? Luffy is literally the same guy who punched the Celestial Dragon back at Sabaody and that Kizaru was supposed to turn in but didn't. He's also the same guy who broke into Impel Down and freed some of the most wanted criminals, declared war on the world government at Enies Lobby while also freeing Nico Robin, and lastly, he's known to have Conqueror's Haki, which shows his true potential as a pirate. So why would Kizaru let this man go out of everyone? I understand that part of his character is to be sarcastic and have unclear justice, but this is honestly too far and too serious of a time to be sarcastic. I think he ultimately stopped his attack because he was legitimately scared of his life and scared of Beckman going all out on him. Another thing I want to bring up about Kizaru is that I personally don't see him having Conqueror's Haki. The way he acts just doesn't give me that Conqueror's vibe. Like, he isn't a guy that has the presence like those with Conquerors. We've seen him back down to Beckman, which is something that someone with Conqueror's Haki never does. I mean, we've seen guys like Kid, Luffy, and Zoro go up against people with all they've got, even when they had no chance of winning. To be able to go into a fight that you have no shot against, or to survive after an insane amount of damage, takes the most elite level of willpower, and some may even call it a bit crazy or delusional. Don't get me wrong, Kizaru is very crazy, but it's not that type of crazy in which a supreme king has. Without Conqueror's Haki, it's very difficult to compete against guys like Kaido, and I'll explain why very soon. To be honest, the only way Kizaru could even injure Kaido is if he has awakened his devil fruit, which I do expect to have happened by now, but since we haven't seen it happen yet, I can't quite say he has for sure. With all that being said, the next Admiral I want to explain is Aokiji. So Aokiji seems to be a step further and stronger from Kizaru. I'd argue that his devil fruit is even more powerful than Kizaru's, with moves like Ice Age, Ice Time, and also having a saber, but his is just frozen. By the way, I'll only say that pre-time skip Aokiji is an Admiral because after his fight with the Kainu, he definitely went above the Admiral level strength, and he even left the Marines, so he technically wasn't even one anymore. I still will compare his current power levels to the Yonko just for the fun of it though. So we saw him go toe to toe with Whitebeard for a very short time span in Marineford, but the fight ultimately ended because Diamond Jozu got in the way to allow Whitebeard to advance. In the short time that they fought, Aokiji got hit through with a hockey blade, but somehow wasn't affected. He probably dodged it using his devil fruit powers or something along those lines. I don't think a pre-time skip Aokiji could injure a prime Whitebeard or Kaido, since we see Whitebeard easily break out of his ice. His devil fruit could only do so much, and it was honestly better against countering the long-ranged Whitebeard attack than actually being an attack itself. I don't see a single way where he defeats him in a one-on-one fight to the death. I honestly don't see how Aokiji could defeat any of the Emperors, to be honest. I don't even think that pre-time skip Aokiji and Kizaru together could defeat Kaido, simply because I don't know what they could do to him that would kill him or defeat him. Plus, with Kaido's and Prime Whitebeard's advanced Conqueror's Haki infused with their Ryo abilities, I'd even go as far to say that they defeat someone who doesn't at least have Conqueror's Haki in only 1 to 3 blows. In case you forgot, Kaido knocked out Gear for Luffy in only 1 blow with his advanced Conquerors and Ryo Thunderball. I'd argue that Gear for Luffy is pretty durable with him being rubber and having Conqueror's Haki. He's he's a guy that always gets back up and he got completely one-shotted. Another thing we see with these Haki abilities is that when Roger and Whitebeard clash, their swords don't touch. Now, this is just a product of Ryo with advanced conquerors, since that form of Haki allows you to attack without actually touching them, but the amount of force and energy this attack had shows everything we need to know. If a guy like Odin didn't even stand a chance against an attack like Divine Departure, I don't see how any Admiral is even living after being hit by Whitebeard's full attack. Sure, as Logias, most of them could dodge and evade these close combat attacks, but the moment they get hit by one of them, I think it's fair to say that they aren't recovering from it for a while. Now, even though I don't think Aokiji had a chance before, I'd like to talk about his strength currently in the story. Whatever the hell happened at Punk Hazard seems to prove that Aokiji definitely awakened his devil fruit during the 10-day fight with the Kainu. In the meantime, we don't know if Kizaru has had his awakening, but since we haven't seen it yet, it's fair to say that Aokiji is far ahead of him with his devil fruit abilities. I'd expect Kizaru to still be on that Admiral level, while Aokiji went to the next step of strength. This fight alone seems to prove his superiority against Kizaru, since I would also expect that he may even have Congress Haki, or at least leveled up a lot of his Haki abilities. We learned from Ray Lee that when you fight strong opponents and are challenged to the maximum, you end up gaining more abilities and surpassing your previous self. So if we assume that Aokiji has both awakened his devil fruit and has more advanced Haki techniques, where does this put him in the ranks of the world, or specifically against the Yonko? I'd say that pre-time skip Aokiji is getting absolutely obliterated by Kaido or Shanks, but post-time skip is on par with someone like Big Mom. I think he's still slightly weaker than the Yonko, but now he should be right around their level. Ranking Aokiji against the Yonko also has to do with Akainu, since those two seem to be pretty close in strength. Akainu is a guy that has an even higher chance of having Congress Haki than Aokiji, since right off the bat we see him call Whitebeard a loser for never becoming the Pirate King. We also see him continuously going straight after Whitebeard, calling him names like too old, and overall just disrespecting one of the greatest men to ever live. In fact, I believe that since he even had the balls to do this, it pretty much confirms that he is one of those with Conqueror's Haki. We saw a lot more of him fighting Whitebeard than we did with Aokiji or Kizaru, so there's more things to base his strength off of. When he fought Whitebeard, he did land a few blows, but during their fights, we also saw at times Whitebeard agonize in pain from previous injuries. Whitebeard was clearly feeling his injuries from Squard and from his sicknesses from even before the war. Even with this, after Ace died, he still beats Akainu up as if he's his punching bag. Akainu did at least shoot half his brain off in the manga, but just seeing Whitebeard kick him around makes me think that if they fought one-on-one when Whitebeard was fully healthy, Admiral level Akainu wouldn't even stand a chance. I feel like the matchup would be as unfair as a pre-Gear 5 Luffy versus Kaido. We also know that Whitebeard was somewhat a shell of his younger self when Marco says things like he would have been able to easily dodge Squard's attack back in the day, and that his health continues to deteriorate. We also see Croc say that the man who defeated me could never be the weakling I see before me now, showing how much Whitebeard's strength has gone away. Even with him being a shell of himself, he still takes a ridiculous amount of bullet wounds, cannon wounds, sword wounds, lava wounds, light beam wounds, and many more. I think pre-time skip or Admiral level Akainu couldn't take on a Yonko one-on-one, but I do think he should be able to now. With that fight against Aokiji, I'd expect he leveled up just as much as Aokiji did. Also, to be on the Yonko level, Akainu would currently need to have awakened his fruit, since Kaido and Luffy have awakenings, Ryo infused with Conqueror's Haki, and lastly, amazing observation Haki. If Akainu has all of those, then I think it's fair to say that he's on the Yonko level, but if he doesn't, then I still think he's weaker than all of them except maybe Big Mom. I do believe the former is more likely though, since Oda did say that Akainu could find the One Piece in 1 year. I'd assume that that basically confirms that current Akainu is on the level of the Yonko. There's honestly just something about the Yonko that separates them from everyone. These guys are the literal definition of built different. I mean, these guys even have nicknames like the strongest man in the world, the man closest to the One Piece, the strongest creature, the king of the beasts, Joyboy, and Sun God Nika. I think another guy on their level is Mihawk, and his nickname is of course the world's strongest swordsman. Even another Yonko caliber character is Dragon, who is referred to as the world's most dangerous criminal. You don't get called those names unless you can truly live up to the hype. And of course, a nickname alone doesn't prove that Yonko are stronger than the Admirals, but when you're called stuff like the world's strongest man or creature, I'd assume you to be just that. Even Blackbeard, who doesn't really have a nickname as good as those guys, is still known for his ability to have 2 devil fruits. The other Yonko that doesn't really have a nickname as good as the others is Shanks. However, he has done certain things that no other man could do. He might as well be called a war stopper or something along those lines, because this man literally walked into mid-battle Marineford, stopped Akainu from killing his own men, and told Sengoku to stop the war. I don't think there's a single other character in the world that could do that. I mean, Shanks told every single person that was there that me and my men can take on every last one of you. That's including the world government and the Blackbeard pirates. The ratio for that is up to tens of thousands of men with some of the strongest known people in the world, all against the 10 or so red-haired pirates. That really shows you the strength of what a single Yonko has compared to a whole marine army. Some legendary marines that I can in fact acknowledge are Garp and Sengoku. Even Sengoku seemed a bit terrified of Whitebeard at times, as the expressions on his face are scary as he explains that he has the power to destroy the world. We never see Whitebeard scared of anything, especially of any marines, which in a way shows that he knows his dominance over them. He simply knows he's that guy. With Garp on the other hand, he never quite shows fear of anyone. He doesn't fear the celestial dragons, he doesn't fear Roger or Whitebeard or even Rocks, I'd assume. And he definitely doesn't fear the Admirals, since we see him tell Sengoku that he'd better hold him back or else he's gonna kill Akainu. To be honest, I actually believe that he would have been able to kill Akainu and really was going to. Even at his old age, I think he's still at a stronger level compared to the Admirals. In his prime, I think it's fair to put him up with the legendary pirates like Whitebeard, Roger, Kaido, Shanks, Big Mom, and Rocks. I mean, just like how I said before, Garp's nickname alone of being the hero of the Marines puts him at a higher status than most. It isn't necessarily the nickname, but more so how he received it. Sengoku tells us that Garp himself took down the rampaging force of evil that no one had ever been able to stop. This means that Garp at least went toe-to-toe with Rocks and Whitebeard and the rest of the Rocks pirates. Sure, Roger and his crew may have helped a lot, but I don't think the Roger pirates could go up against all of those Yonko level commanders and crew members. Garp had to have done something legendary at that island. With this being said, I think it's fair to say that Prime Garp is probably the strongest marine that we have ever seen in the story, and arguably even the strongest marine ever. If we also take the monkey family's genes into consideration, it proves even more that Garp is on the Yonko level, since it seems that Luffy and Dragon both are. Plus, Garp legit fought guys like Roger and Rocks only using his bare two hands. Like, how is this even possible? Everyone on this tier needs at least some sort of power boost, whether it be with a sword or a devil fruit, but Garp straight up just said that he doesn't need that. He can kick your butt the old-fashioned way. I think this also confirms that he has mastered all hockey techniques, because if you're gonna try to punch against Divine Departure or Whitebeard's monstrous blade, then you definitely need Rio surrounding your fist, or else it may cut your whole hand off. I feel like Garp is more powerful than Sengoku, but Sengoku should definitely be on the Yonko level as well. I don't think he's stronger than Prime Whitebeard, but I can see him having a shot at Big Mom, Luffy, and Blackbeard. It's kind of hard to rank Sengoku though, simply because we don't know any of his accomplishments or feats. However, Oda did confirm that he has Conqueror's Haki, which allows his ceiling of strength to be up there with the rest. With this, if Sengoku has both mastered Ryo and has awakened his devil fruit, I think he should be on the same level as Kaido. To compare them even further, Sengoku would also need to have very good observation Haki to be on the level of a Yonko, since we see that Kaido and Luffy can use future sight. I'd honestly be surprised if Sengoku didn't have this. The level of Fleet Admiral should be much higher than Admiral, since even with the Kainu, he seems to be much stronger now than before. Therefore, I'd expect Sengoku to be stronger than all the Admirals. Another thing I'd expect is for the 5 Elders to be even stronger than the Admirals, and then for Imu to be even above them. In One Piece, power scaling on a certain extent seems to be based off of your rank. For example, the pirate captain is usually the strongest member in the crew, and his right-hand man is the second strongest. In huge crews, like for the Yonko, their commanders will usually be set up in a position through their strength. In the world government, we can yet again see this, with Vice Admirals being in a much lower tier than Admirals, and then Fleet Admirals on an even higher tier than them. This is the only way a world government could work, because if the Admirals were stronger than the 5 Elders, then why would they have not overthrown them or taken over the world government for themselves? Same thing with Imu. Why else would the 5 Elders bow down to it if they were superior? Logic like this shows who's superior and who's inferior in the positions. There is certain exceptions to these rules, like with Garp and Buggy, but those characters are only in those ranks because of a more personal reason. So now that I've told you how I feel about the ranking system with the most popular Marine members, now let's discuss the 2 newest ones which are Fujitora and Green Bull. I feel like Green Bull's Devil Fruit abilities are very strong as he sucked the juices out of the Beast Pirates and a few of the Scabbards. However, I find it kind of overrated when people were hyped about him doing it to King and Queen, since you also have to put in the fact that King lost a wing, that they were still very injured from the war, and they probably haven't eaten anything or drank any water since losing to the Straw Hats. Their energy levels were probably at an all-time low, and I don't think Green Bull could do that to them if it was a normal day before the raid. We haven't really seen Green Bull fight anyone too strong since King wasn't at his full strength, and since Momo wouldn't allow Yamato to fight him. Even with this, the one time Yamato did anything, she hit him hard and he acknowledges her strong haki. We also see him get blown up by Momo's dragon abilities. The last thing we see with Green Bull is him getting terrified of Shanks, and he instantly leaves out of fear, showing that he knows he doesn't have a single chance. This also proves that he doesn't have Conqueror's haki since he doesn't have the willpower to go against someone that is superior to him. He backs down, showing his cowardice. Without Conqueror's haki, it kind of limits his ceiling of strength, so I'd assume that unless he has a Devil Fruit awakening, he isn't even near the Yonko. Kaido would beat him up to a pulp in a few minutes in a one-on-one, and I don't see a single situation where Green Bull even injures Kaido or Shanks. Now the last Admiral to discuss is Fuji, who seems to actually be underrated. First off, he should have some top tier observation haki since he has to use it basically 24/7. He could honestly even have some of the best in the entire series since he trains and uses it every second of the day. Also, it hasn't technically been confirmed that Fuji has Conqueror's haki, but I think Oda basically told us that he does. One of the times he may have told us is when we see Fuji and Dofi clash. We know that Dofi has Conquerors, and the energy force that this clash makes is very similar to what happens when someone has Conqueror's haki. For example, a similar thing happens when Luffy and Dofi clash, and when Luffy and Dan Shinjiao clash in the same arc. The next hint that Fuji has Conqueror's haki is when we learn that he cut his own eyes out himself. Harming yourself like that takes an insane amount of willpower to go through with it. Plus, we've seen a similar sort of thing with many other Conqueror's haki users when they allow themselves to get injured to the max. We saw Luffy about to rip his hands off in Whole Cake, Luffy stabbing his face as a kid, Zoro walking into a ball of excruciating pain, Zoro allowing Mihawk to cut him, Shanks allowing his arm to be cut off just to prove a point to the world, and last but definitely not least, Katakuri stabbing himself out of respect to Luffy. Another thing Fuji has is a very strong Devil Fruit. Now, knowing all this about Fuji, I feel like his only weaknesses are his old age, which means he's out of his prime, and his physical abilities. He doesn't seem to be as physically strong or fast as any of the Yonko or even Admirals, but his techniques and skills are very high. I also feel like whatever happened at the Reverie, he may have let Sabo go or not gone too hard on him, since we've seen that he does like Sabo, and we've also seen him not try while fighting Sabo back in Dressrosa. I also would think there's a chance for Fuji to have Ryo haki, since it seems he may be from Wano and all the strong samurai from there have Ryo. We do know that Sabo has it, although it doesn't seem Sabo has Conqueror's haki as well, and since Sabo and Fuji went toe to toe, I would expect him to be able to have advanced haki techniques just like Sabo. So now, where does Fuji rank among the Admirals and Yonko? Well, I'd actually say that he should be right around the level of Sabo and pre-time skip Akainu. For a better explanation on this, here's my full tier list on all of the Yonko and Admirals that I explained in this video. So on tier 1, I have at the very top Prime Yonko Whitebeard. He conquered the seas just as much as Roger did after Roger's death, and was given the nickname the man closest to the One Piece. We saw him clash head to head with Roger, and we saw how Kaido acknowledged how Roger's haki proves that only haki can surpass all. Whitebeard transcended everyone in the world after his friend's death. The next guy I'd put is Prime Garp. Although we haven't seen him do much, just knowing that he fought with his bare two hands against Whitebeard, Rocks, Big Mom, and Roger should tell you something. After this, I'd put Shanks. Knowing that haki is the most important thing in the world, Shanks might be the most powerful pirate in the world right now. Recent chapters have shown even more what he's capable of doing, and I'd like to think that Oda's saving him last for a good reason. Next on the list is Kaido. Kaido has some of the best haki in the world with Ryo, Advanced Conqueror's haki, and Future Sight. However, I think his haki is slightly worse than Shanks's. He also seems to have awakened one of the strongest mythical Zoans. His durability and physical brute strength is up there with Whitebeard's. Next, I'd put Current Akainu. I already explained earlier why he is currently just as strong as the Yonko, and to be honest, he may even be ahead of Kaido, but since we still haven't seen what he's capable of doing post time skip, I have to put him behind. After Akainu is Prime Prime Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has to be on the level of the Yonko with Haki. He also has the Buddha mythical Zoan, which seems ridiculously strong from the only few instances that we saw him use it. After this is current Aokiji. He went toe to toe with Akainu and is only slightly behind him because he lost the fight at Punk Hazard. Next on tier 1 is Big Mom. Current Big Mom is kind of nerfed due to her old age and not being in her prime, but even then she still fought with Kaido for 3 straight days. I also feel like Big Mom is a pretty dumb fighter, which is unlike all of the other guys that I've mentioned. A guy like Akainu should be able to beat her with his wits and dirty tricks. At the bottom of tier 1, I would put current Blackbeard. It doesn't seem Blackbeard has Conqueror's Haki, but he still most likely has some advanced techniques since he was able to scar Shanks before he ate his devil fruit. Current Blackbeard is ridiculous with having arguably the 2 strongest devil fruits in their class. He doesn't really even need the best Haki since his darkness abilities can take away all the abilities that the Logia using Admirals and any devil fruit users have. If Blackbeard already awakened his darkness fruit, then I'd put him ahead of Big Mom because according to him, it's the most powerful devil fruit ever. Once he receives his 3rd devil fruit, he honestly might surpass damn near everyone on the list depending on what the Zoan fruit is. 2 non-Yonko or Admiral guys I would put in tier 1 are Mihawk and Dragon, but I don't want to put them in the order since they aren't Yonko or Admirals. Just know that they are definitely up there with those guys. Let me know in the comments where you'd rank them. That pretty much wraps it up for tier 1, and now let's move to tier 2. At the top of tier 2, I'd put current Luffy. Luffy now has Conquerors, Rio, Future Sight, and an Awakening, but even then he still barely defeated Kaido. Let's not act like if current Luffy fought a fully healthy Kaido one-on-one from the very beginning, Kaido wouldn't win. I feel like he still needs to get stronger with Haki, and he needs to get used to Gear 5 a little more. After Luffy, I'd put old Whitebeard in Marineford. Although a shell of himself physically, he still had master techniques with Haki and his devil fruit. This man's willpower was so strong that even death couldn't bring him down. The next guy in tier 2 would be current or pre-time skip Garp. After this is pre-time skip Sengoku. These guys are even older than Whitebeard and Big Mom, so they're kind of nerfed due to old age. At the bottom of tier 2, I think I'll put current Kizaru. Although he most likely doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, that doesn't mean he can't use high level Haki techniques. Also, I truly hope he has obtained his awakening by now, and unawakening of the light Logia can be very powerful. In Law and Kid's fight, we saw how ridiculous and overpowered awakenings could be, and although Law's devil fruit is one of the greatest to ever exist, a light Logia awakening should be just as overpowered in my opinion. However, if Kizaru hasn't awakened his fruit by now, then I'd put him in the next tier after this one. Another guy I'd put in tier 2 is Ben Beckman. Let me know in the comments where in tier 2 you'd rank him, or if he should be in another tier. Now let's move to tier 3. In tier 3, I'd start it off with pre-time skip Akainu. I already explained earlier why he got much stronger post time skip, and I still stand by that take. After him, I'd put Fujitora. I mainly put these 2 before the other admirals due to the fact that it seems they are most likely to have Conqueror's Haki. After Fuji is pre-time skip Aokiji. Then I'd put Sabo. Sabo could eventually go above Fujitora depending on what really went down at the Reverie. Also, I have to put Sabo much lower than Akainu considering that his fruit is pretty much worthless against him. We already saw what Akainu's fruit did to Ace. After Sabo, I'd put pre-time skip Kizaru, assuming that he didn't have an awakening yet since we didn't see him use it. To put in retrospect of how strong I think these guys are, Gear 5 Luffy while fighting Kaido on the roof is on this level. So now for tier 4, I'd put retired Sengoku. This man is out of shape, washed, and gained some weight. However, he still has some skills from his older days, so we have to at least consider the past a little. Oda, please just let this man relax for the rest of the story because he's already worked enough throughout his lifetime. He deserves a good retirement. By the way, I know he isn't an admiral anymore, but I thought to include him just for the fun of it. So next, I'd put Green Bull. As far as I know, Green Bull took a fat L to Sabo, and we know he tried because he's a celestial dragon stan. Almost everything this man's done has either been a failure or exposure. Because of this, I have to put him in a tier below the rest of the admirals. Now let's go to tier 5. Last but not least on the Yonko admiral rankings is Buggy. Now that we know that Buggy became a Yonko on some BS, I think it's fair to say that he's still weak. To be honest, he's so below the rest, he may even need to be on tier 6. I love Buggy as a character, but fighting isn't one of his strengths. So now with everything that I've now explained, let's finally ask the question, how many admirals does it take to defeat a Yonko? If we're talking about a Yonko in tier 1, then I'd say at least 3 depending on which Yonko. Prime Whitebeard, current Shanks, Shanks or Kaido are washing any of the Admirals, since the Admirals we know the best are pre-time skip Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Let's assume a tier 1 Yonko fought the 3 of them. This fight would be on high difficult because Logias can be annoying and tough to fight, although I think Prime Whitebeard would one-shot Kizaru with his strongest attack. Even being able to touch Kizaru would be hard since he's so fast and a Logia. Since it didn't seem any of the pre-time skip Admirals were awakened, I don't see how they're inflicting any major damage on a Prime Whitebeard or Kaido. I also really think at least Akainu wasn't awakened, because if he was, then I'm pretty sure he would have shown us in Marineford. He's the type of guy that would do anything to get his way, even if it means awakening and killing his own men in the process. Awakening a lava fruit would definitely cause destruction at the Marineford base, but I honestly don't think Akainu would care about that as long as Whitebeard dies. With this being said, it seems that Admirals weren't as strong as we thought. The Admirals altogether may be able to do something to Shanks, since he's not a literal beast of a man, but he seems to be much faster than the other tier 1 Yonko, so the Admirals may have a hard time even touching Shanks. Just like how I said I don't know how long it would take for Whitebeard or Kaido to actually hit Kizaru, well, I also don't know how long it would take any Admiral to hit Shanks with a big blow. He's faster than all the Admirals except maybe Kizaru, since we saw him jump into defending Kobe at a speed faster than anyone else. Shanks also arguably has the best observation haki in the series. He also has some of the strongest sword moves or conquers haki in the series, as we see him split the heavens with Whitebeard. If Shanks fought Marineford, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, I think he'd defeat all of them if they were all going 100%. We already know that Aokiji's eyes doesn't really do much to advanced haki users, so I don't know what he'd do. Akainu has the highest chance to inflict damage, but then yet again I think Shanks is too fast for him. If Shanks fought them, it would basically be a slow burner with them never being able to fatally damage Shanks, but once Shanks hits them, they're gonna either be knocked out or have a major wound. If a dying Whitebeard could kick Akainu's ass in only a few minutes, I think Shanks could do the same thing, but even faster and more effectively. If we replace one of the Admirals with Green Bull, it's gonna be even a faster dub for one of the tier 1 Admirals. Shanks is treating Green Bull like a little baby, and we already saw Green Bull cry and crap his pants at the haki of Shanks from a long ways away. I'd honestly expect Kizaru to also fear Shanks, since he wouldn't be able to handle his haki. I mean, he was already scared of Beckman, so imagine what would happen if it was Shanks. I feel like Fuji has the best chance to defeat Shanks with Akainu and Aokiji in the mix, but even his haki would probably get blown away by Shanks. Sure, he could clash with guys like Doflamingo and Sabo, but what would happen if he went against Kaido with the same move? Would he be able to make the heavens split? I don't think he'd be able to, therefore Shanks would ultimately get the better of him. Plus, Shanks isn't his prime, which would mean he also has much better physical abilities like strength and speed. So what do you guys think? Could 3 Admirals in the mix defeat one tier 1 Yonko? I could see them possibly defeating Blackbeard or post-Wano Luffy, but even then, that would be high difficulty. Luffy's Gear 5 island-sized giant fist with advanced conquerors could probably knock out at least 1, if not 2 of the Admirals. I mean, not even Kaido could withstand it. Anyways, let me know anything you feel down in the comments below. I know this is a controversial one, but I will stand by these takes until we learn what the Admirals could really do at their full potential.
At first glance, what does this look like to you? Maybe the inspiration for Among Us? Maybe a derpy, lazy ghost costume? Well, what if I told you that this seemingly innocent little fella was the inspiration for Imu-sama from One Piece, and underneath his memeable face was a much more sinister and terrifying nature? Today, you will learn about who this is, how Oda was inspired by him to create the final boss of One Piece. But first, super suplex slam the like button to help blow this video up in the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so by looking at this, you might be thinking I'm trolling you, and that's okay. I had the same response when being sent an article on his ghost tablecloth cloak with eyes. But if I'm being honest, my first initial thought was, holy shit, that looks like Imu. And what makes this even more strange is that it's being depicted on the hieroglyphs and the artistry of ancient Egypt, an artifact from the Book of the Dead. This little guy is called Medjed from the Egyptian Panthology and only appears in a total of 9 papyri. But what exactly is it? Well, would you believe me if I told you that Medjed is actually a godly figure? The Book of the Dead is one of the most important artifacts and books of ancient Egypt mythology that depicts deities. Medjed Medjed is a very underground and under the radar being who has recently began to skyrocket into popularity and fame. In 2012, Medjed began to gain notoriety after being displayed at a famous British museum. A papyrus began to take over the internet and specifically grew a huge following in Japan. The fact that this Pac-Man ghost was so prominent in Japan to the point where it was memed to death, became a character in games, manga, and anime. It was obsessed into figurines and toys for kids, becoming an absolute icon, conquering Japan in the span of only a year. And while you may have never heard of Medjed, the Japanese people have been going crazy, going nuts, chanting Medjed's name in the streets of Tokyo, fanboying for the Egyptian Humpty Dumpty. And this is like a Japanese version of the Baby Yoda craze, and it's this very reason that it makes it all the more likely that Ichiro Oda knows of Medjed and would be willing to implement Medjed into his story in some way. Medjed's strange, peculiar design and a very unique and eye-catching derpiness is the very reason why it blew up in the first place. It's depicted as comic relief in Japanese culture, but more accurately, Medjed is also seen as an evil, menacing deity in Egyptian pantheons. Now listen closely, because Medjed's most famous and well-recognized power is shooting magical energy beams out of its eyes. I know this sounds even more ridiculous, but it's true. In spell number 17 of the Book of the Dead, we can read a prayer to Ra, the sun god of creation. Save me from that god, whose shape is secret. Save me from those who deal wounds, those slayers whose fingers are sharp, who deal out pain to those who follow after Osiris. They shall not have power over me, and I will not fall into their cauldrons. Their knives shall not have power over me. I will not fall into their cauldrons because I know them. I know the name of that Medjed among those who belong to the house of Osiris, who shoots with his eye yet is unseen. The sky is encircled with the fiery blast of his mouth, and he heralds the inundation, yet he is unseen. And this is a prayer to the sun god asking to be saved. A desire of religious Egyptians of this type was to meet and converse with the gods, and in Egypt, the sun god is always worshipped as one of, if not the most important god. During this prayer, we see how they claim to know their names and powers. In Egyptian religions and mythologies, these deities had a secret name, and these names were the source of their power. So because they knew the hidden name of Medjed, this person is not afraid because they know the truth of their power, which is shooting out of their eyes like Superman. It's very supernatural, spiritual, but Medjed is a powerful being and the guardian of Osiris temples. Another example of this is something that I actually covered way back, being Sun God Ra, because Sun God Ra's power is also hidden and can only be taken away from him if you know his true name. And I've actually made multiple videos about why Luffy is the sun god of creation Ra, or at least based off of him, and I'll make sure to leave those links in the description for you if you are interested. But quickly, some examples include Luffy having a sun ship like Ra's sun boat, which he travels around with his crew defeating evil mythical villains, the representation of the dawn for both Luffy and Ra, the sun and the horizon connections, and most importantly, Ra being a god of creation like Luffy, who has the Nika fruit that was hidden, and now that we know the true meaning, we know that Luffy is only limited by imagination or creativity. We also know that Oda has been inspired by ancient Egypt, and we can see this in the Alabasta arc as one of the most important kingdoms, having ties to Imu, the celestial dragon, and the Void Century. Egypt is one of the most intriguing and mysterious places, and I am always wondering about the creation of the pyramids. Like, did the Egyptians actually have some kind of ancient technology that was wiped away by history like in One Piece, or were these people so truly superhuman in the past that they were able to create these iconic and symbolic structures? Now, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, and hit that bell like Luffy and Skypiea. It's finally time to pass it over to Wizard of Wars and see how Medjed reveals to us Imu's true power in One Piece.
Wizard of Ors here now, and let me explain how all of this is directly tied to Imu and a few theories on what his power could actually be. So, as Preach already explained, the prayer dedicated to Medjed asks the sun god to save the person quoting the prayer. Isn't this kind of like how people will rely on Luffy to save them from Imu? I mean, Imu quite literally has the power to kill anyone on the planet with this insane island destroying power. I feel like the world may finally learn of Imu's mere existence since Sabo exposed it through the Void voice call. He didn't only tell the revolutionaries the biggest secret of the world government, but many Marines also overheard while tapping into their call. I wonder if Imu will enforce the government to wipe out these people as well, but no matter what happens, it seems like the word is out there. Once Dragon starts to expose this more, people in the world may pray or ask Luffy to save them from this mysterious entity. I mean, haven't we literally seen in every major arc of One Piece, there's always a theme to put your faith into Luffy because he can always pull off miracles. We've seen this in Skypiea, Wano, Alabasta, Dressrosa, and many more. I mean, in Thriller Bark, he's even referred to as the Warrior of Hope because he gives everyone hope that they can be saved. So with this overarching theme continuously being brought up, I'd only expect it to come back once again with Imu as the villain. So now if Luffy saves people from this explosive power of Imu's and the world government, what could the power even be? Well, just like Medjed, could the power have something to do with Imu's eye? I mean, Imu is also a god that is unseen. Now, I don't think that the blast came from Imu's eye, but maybe its eye commanded or caused the weapon to attack. This could possibly be why Oda chose to show us one of Imu's eye right before Lulusia was erased from history. The next connection to Imu is when Medjed's power is described as a fiery blast that encircles the sky. Isn't this exactly what happened in One Piece? The sky was encircled by a great cloud that ended up blasting an island away. This power apparently comes from Medjed's mouth, so maybe in One Piece it came from Imu's mouth, since Imu may have had to command the attack and had to tell someone to do it. Personally, I think that whatever this power that Imu or the world government used to destroy a whole island was powered by the abilities of Kizaru's fruit. We know that Vegapunk was using his fruit's abilities to create the Pacifista's lasers. We now know that SSG is an army of Lunarians mixed with the warlords or potentially legendary warriors' DNA. The strangest thing about this is that they seem to also have Kizaru's light beams just like the Pacifistas. For some reason, we haven't seen the world government use anyone else's devil fruit abilities like Akainu's or Sengoku's on any of their weapons. They always use Kizaru's, which may prove that this weapon of theirs was once again powered up by the science of his devil fruit. I mean, in a 3-chapter span, we saw SSG, who uses abilities, then we saw a weapon that had a bunch of light beams, and then in the next chapter after that, the Straw Hats arrive at Vegapunk's island and meet self-proclaimed Vegapunk herself. Is it really a coincidence that in 3 chapters in a row, we may have gotten Kizaru references, or at least things connected to Kizaru? Another reason I believe this weapon is powered up by Kizaru's devil fruit is simply because it doesn't seem like the world government always had this power, and it seems somewhat recent. The reason I say this is because of multiple references. Why would they have a Buster Call in the pre-time skip if they had this weapon? Like, why didn't they just use this power to blow up Ohara, since Ohara literally found out the name and existence of the ancient kingdom? I mean, they blew up Lulusia just because Sabo found out the hidden truth of the world government. The island of Ohara was a much bigger threat than Lulusia, since the people there weren't only archaeologists, but the island itself also contained many ancient records and a poneglyph which allowed the people to solve the name of the ancient kingdom. Why would the world government not blow up the whole island without leaving a single trace, since it seemed to have been a much bigger threat than Lulusia? If they had this ability, they should have also used it on God Valley, but it doesn't seem like that was the case. Sengoku tells us that God Valley was a place that the world government wanted to hide from the world. If they really didn't want anyone to find out about it, then why didn't they destroy it before rocks could have even gone there? I mean, there is a possibility that in God Valley, something was there that the celestial dragons needed, but until we find out what God Valley even was, something just feels off with the case. It doesn't make much sense why the world government would keep the island. This is why I believe this weapon is a somewhat new technology and was the ultimate goal of the world government's tests on Kizaru. Let me know what you guys think this power is down in the comments below. Going back to the connection with Imu and Medjed, the third and final description of Medjed, which is, and he heralds the inundation, yet he is unseen, also may potentially describe Imu. He heralds the inundation basically means he signs or announces that the flood will happen. Inundation is another word for flooding or for a flood. So with this, if Medjed announces that the flood will happen, could Imu be the cause of a flood in One Piece? We've seen the Noah's Ark reference, so its purpose may have to do with some sort of great flood, just like how it's used in the biblical stories. So now that you understand the connections with Imu and Medjed, now let me explain another inspiration that Oda may have used from Egyptian mythology to create Imu. I believe another god that Imu is based off is Amu. Ammon. Before I get into anything, I just want to say that Oda doesn't usually have one reference or inspiration when he creates a character. For example, Usopp is obviously based off of The Boy Who Cried Wolf, but he's also based off of Pinocchio and Aesop. Same thing with Luffy, he's obviously based off of Sun Wukong, but he also seems to be based off of Goku, Hanuman, Sun God Ra, and more. Alright, so now this god Ammon was known to be the king of the gods, kind of like how Imu is the king of the celestial dragons, or simply the king of the gods in One Piece. Ammon was also known as the embodiment of hiddenness, or simply represented it. This is like Imu, since Imu is completely hidden from the world, and we still don't even know how he looks. Ammon's true form was unknowable, just like Imu's. Another connection between the two is that Ammon was the creator of the world. Imu didn't necessarily create the physical or literal world itself, but he did create the world as in the type of world that people live in. He created the world government, which is what has been controlling the world for the past 800 years. Next, and possibly the biggest connection between Ammon and Imu, is the design for Ammon in the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Now, I did state before that Ammon's true form is unknowable and hidden, but this drawing of Ammon is just meant to represent the god. It isn't necessarily how Ammon looks, it just symbolizes it. Notice how Ammon wears a crown that has 2 long plumes or feathers on it. Doesn't this crown look a lot like Imu's? With its length and size, it almost seems like Imu was directly based off of this. Now, the most interesting thing with Ammon and Imu has to do with the sun god of Egyptian mythology, Ra. Preach already explained how Luffy or Joyboy seems to be based off of Ra, which makes this theory all the more intriguing. In Egypt mythology, many get Ra confused with Ammon, but they are actually not the same at all. Ra alone is the embodiment of the sun, and Ammon is the embodiment of hiddenness. However, the reason people get them confused is because in the New Kingdom of Egypt, Ammon and Ra merged into one deity to become Ammon-Ra. And no, I'm not talking about the wide receiver for the Detroit Lions. When Ammon and Ra merged into one, Ammon gained the power to do whatever he wanted. He was able to form or create all that humans could see with their eyes, and all that was hidden from sight. For example, things like energy and air. Basically, he was a universal deity and was the most powerful in the universe. So now I wonder if Imu will somehow try to take Luffy's power or merge with Luffy himself. I mean, we know that it is possible to have multiple devil fruits since Blackbeard exists, and I wonder if Imu has the abilities to do the same or a similar thing. I wonder if these abilities of Ammon could have something to do with Imu's powers. I mean, I would expect Imu to have the most ridiculous power in the verse, and I'd expect him to have godly abilities just like Ammon. I'm not quite sure what it is exactly, but maybe I'll make a whole video discussing the possibilities of Imu's devil fruit. Let me know in the comments if you want that video. Now, with all that being said, let's go back to Preach.
Going off what Wizard of War said about the flooding, it seems like there was at one point, or there will be, a great flood in One Piece. The evidence is true with the Noah, which is a reference to Noah's Ark. The biblical tale of the Great Flood is most known. There are many other religions and cultures around the world that include stories, references, and hints to a massive catastrophic flood. This all makes me think that if Imu's ability like Medjed's is something related to catastrophic and world-breaking events, his power is truly something godly worth worshipping and keeping hidden like the Gorosei do, and he might even have a disaster devil fruit or some kind of unexplained ancient weapon like ability that he can create floods, nuke-sized explosions, and more. And to take this all even a step further, look at Imu's red eyes, and then what about Nika's red eyes? In Luffy's Gear 5 Awakening, we see that he has these red spiraling eyes, and it makes you wonder, is there more than meets the eye here? Or is Luffy's red eyes during his awakening another way to tie Joyboy and Imu together once again? After all, Joyboy and Imu are two sides of the same coin, so the red eyes could contain the secrets to the history between the two and further explain the symbolism to Imu literally freezing the previous Joyboy's straw hat, which represented the sun. In other words, showing why they have tried to subdue Nika from the world, the sun subdued and surrounded by a cold darkness. The era of the world government's rule, and Luffy will return the warm era of the sun starting with the dawn. Imu simply seeing Luffy reminded her of the hidden past that he or she has with Joyboy, and we can see this this from how she sees Vivi and has a thought bubble, but then Imu sees Luffy's poster, who is named as the Straw Hat Luffy, and this brings back memories as he goes to see the frozen Straw Hat with Luffy's poster in front of his hand. But bringing back everything to Medjed, we now know that they both have terrifying and destructive powers. They both have a similar silhouette with a strange body. The eyes are both symbolic in a sense, and this all makes me wonder if Oda will go the route of making Imu's personality more akin to the evil, hilarious, and goofy depictions from Japanese pop culture of Medjed. Think about how Wizard of War said that the government now knows of Imu's existence from wiretapping into his conversation with Dragon and Sabo. But another thing to note is how Sabo's expression looks like he just saw a literal ghost, something otherworldly and unbelievable. And who else looks like a ghost? Well, Medjed.
Why did Whitebeard say the One Piece is real? Was it because he wanted Roger's legacy to get much higher in terms of legend? What if it was because he saw something and learned something during the Marineford arc that not even Roger was able to witness? The thing that Roger was too early for, Whitebeard was barely able to see a glimpse of. After Ace died, he realized the truth. Everything that Roger told him slapped him right in the face, and he finally knew for sure that the One Piece is real. Telling one of the greatest speeches of all time, smiling in the face of Sengoku, and then dying like the Giga Chad that he is not only one of the most iconic sequences of all time, but also arguably the most important sequence in the entire story of One Piece. In this video, I'll explain to you what Whitebeard realized, why he said what he said, and how what he says might tell us exactly what the One Piece is and what you learn at Laugh Tale. In chapter 576, before the most iconic One Piece line takes place, we see Whitebeard think of a flashback with Goldie Roger. This was right before Roger's death, and Roger tells him about the Will of D. After this, he tells him that the meaning of the D comes from a story from way back. While remembering this, Whitebeard proceeds to talk about some great war that Sengoku is scared of, and then says,
One Piece wa jitsuzai suru!
So what did Roger tell Whitebeard for him to feel the need to say this as his final words? Also, what's the context and reasoning for him finally saying this? On top of this, what even is the One Piece? Well, to answer these questions, we'll have to go to another timeline, which is Odin's backstory. I believe that in Odin's backstory, Oda may have accidentally told us what the One Piece is, or at least a lot of big hints to it. When the Roger Pirates find the One Piece, Odin writes in his journal that on that day, they learned the entire truth of the world. This exact line is very important because in the next chapter, Oda tells us what the truth is. After finding the One Piece, Roger remembers the time he and Odin heard the Sea Kings talking. The Sea Kings said that their sovereign and another will soon be born. The two sovereigns will soon meet again, and they've been waiting a long time for this. 10 years until the birth of Poseidon and another 15 for her to grow. They also say that it is almost here and surely all will go well this time. After this, Roger remembers specifically that Shirley told him Poseidon or Shirahoshi will be born in 10 years, which is the exact same thing that the Sea King said. He then goes on to say that the Sea King's voice was speaking what he calls the truth. And remember, isn't the truth the One Piece? So are the Sea Kings waiting on the One Piece? Roger also says that someone will be born and surpass even him. Apparently, he was just too early. The reason he was too early was because whatever the One Piece told him hadn't even existed or happened yet. I believe that he learned about Joyboy's past and his return and realized that since he hadn't returned yet, it doesn't matter if he found the One Piece. He himself can't do anything more about the overall situation. Roger isn't the only one who foreshadowed what the One Piece was and who told us that it had something to do with the future event. Odin also tells us some very key points. The first one would be that he says he has to open Wano's ports before the day that Joyboy appears. This shows that he somehow already knew that Joyboy or Luffy would come to Wano one day. It seems that he knows more than just this, since when he dies, he wrote to Toki that in 20 years there will likely be a massive war, terrible enough to split the seas themselves. In other words, in another 20 years, the primary figures of this great war will muscle their way into the new world. They are the ones who can strike down Kaido. So the big question here would be, how did Oda know that in exactly 20 years, Luffy, Law, and Kid would muscle their way into the new world and defeat Kaido? Since he already predicted this, we should just assume that a massive war will also happen. And isn't this massive war the exact war that Whitebeard was referring to? In case you forgot, Whitebeard tells Sengoku that he and his world government are afraid of the great war that is coming to the world one day. He then says that when someone finds that treasure, or the One Piece, Piece, the whole world will be turned upside down. He is fully confident that someone will find it and that the day will come. I believe that Whitebeard always somewhat doubted what Roger told him because he probably told him something so ridiculous and so far-fetched that even in a world like One Piece it seemed ridiculous. I mean, the whole idea of Joyboy, his powers of laughter, imagination abilities, and the fact that he's the sun god is just so insane. Whitebeard probably took Roger's word for it but didn't fully believe it. I think that once he met Ace, he didn't know if every little thing Roger told him was spot on. I believe that Whitebeard originally thought that Ace would become Joyboy since he fits in that timeline of the new era of pirates. He probably thought that Ace doesn't really fit the description of Joyboy and that something feels a little off with it, so he may have started to doubt if what Roger found at Laugh Tale was even true. However, once he met Luffy, I think everything changed. I think Luffy reminded him of Roger more than Ace did in the same way that he reminded Shanks, Ray Lee, and Crocus. Whitebeard did say how he loves guys like Luffy, and we can already see that he respected him both as a pirate and as a person. Once Ace died, Whitebeard was fully hit in the face with the harsh reality that Ace wasn't going to be the one who would flip the world. He always thought this deep in his heart, and as reality came to him, he realized the truth. He knew that Luffy is the guy who will carry on the wills of many men to bring the dawn. He knew that Luffy is going to be the one to find the treasure and ultimately be the one to flip the whole world upside down. This is also why he tells Blackbeard that he is not the one that Roger is waiting for. He then says that just as there's those who inherited Roger's will, someone will eventually do the same for Ace. You can sever bloodlines, but their flames will never be extinguished. It has been passed down like that since ancient times. This line honestly hits so hard when you think of the whole philosophy of Whitebeard. Whitebeard's philosophy is that people may have biological fathers and family members, but at the end of the day, this doesn't really matter because we're all children of the sea. With this mentality, the world government can kill off the Goldie lineage, but they'll never be able to truly extinguish their light. Somehow, someone will always carry on their will, no matter how hard the government tries to kill them off. I feel like he also learned about will from Roger, given that he didn't know what the will of D was until Roger told him. This is also something that must be very connected to the One Piece, since Whitebeard makes it one of the most important parts of his speech. With everything that I just explained, now let me tell you how and why Luffy changed the mind of Whitebeard during Marineford. In my big Lifestyle video, I state that I actually believe Luffy is the One Piece, or at least the main part of it. Before I get into why, I thought I'd say that yes, I still believe that there's a physical treasure at Laugh Tale. I believe that the treasure that they'll find there is a bronze statue of a monkey or of Luffy, a statue of the original Joyboy, 10 cannons, proof of the giant Straw Hat owner and its meaning, books on medicine, Roger's logbook, the cherry blossoms, a bunch of gold, the story of both the Joyboy from the past and current times, and lastly, being sake. The reason I think all of these things are there is because it seems that Oda foreshadowed it in the chapter called Finale. I explained this way better in my other video, so go check out that one if you haven't already. So now that you know what I think is physically at Laugh Tale, let me tell you why I think Luffy himself is still the One Piece that Roger was waiting for and the One Piece that will bring it all together. A possible foreshadow of Luffy being the One Piece could go back to Orangetown. In Orangetown, Luffy says that the Straw Hat is his treasure. This could foreshadow it since Luffy is also called Straw Hat or Mugiwara. Therefore, if the Straw Hat is Luffy's treasure, then that could foreshadow that Straw Hat or Mugiwara himself is literally the One Piece. Another foreshadow could be from the scar on Luffy's chest. Luffy's chest has an X scar on it, and we all know that the biggest pirate rule is X marks the spot. Also, notice how the X is specifically on his chest. If Luffy is the One Piece, then the X on his chest symbolizes that he is literally the treasure chest. Another foreshadow could be from the very beginning of One Piece. The most known emblem to One Piece would be its logo. Notice how in the logo, Luffy is in the eye. This could symbolize that Luffy is telling us that I am the One Piece. The next foreshadow or hint has to do with the play on words of One Piece in Japanese. One Piece in Japanese has a spelling with 3 different meanings. The phrase is called Hitotsunagi, translating to in one piece, the rope linking all men, and one sea at peace. Now, doesn't all 3 of these definitions describe Luffy? In One Piece describes Luffy since when he finds the treasure, it will be in one piece. When Roger found it, it most likely wasn't in one piece since Luffy wasn't there. This would explain why Roger says he was too early. He was too early because the One Piece didn't even exist yet. The next definition, one sea at peace, describes Luffy since he's the one who is creating peace, or more specifically, one sea at peace. The rope linking all men also describes Luffy because he's the one that brings everyone together. We see at the Reverie that the countries of Alabasta, Dressrosa, Drum Island, and even Fishman Island can get along with each each other just because of Luffy. So if this is all true, or at least somewhat true, then when Whitebeard says the One Piece is real, it hits even harder now. He's basically confirming to the world, himself, and even to Roger that Luffy or the One Piece is real. Joyboy is real, and everything Roger told Whitebeard will happen to the world. Is it also a coincidence that everyone who's died and knew about the One Piece either brings it up or brings up something about the future? Some of Goldie Roger's final words were, "Inherited will, the destiny of the age, the dream of its people. As long as people continue to pursue the meaning of freedom, these things will never cease." He also tells people to go find the One Piece and to search the whole world for it. In his last words, I feel like he's telling the world in an inspiring fashion a bit of what he learned at Laugh Tale. The destiny of the age and the destiny of Luffy is finally here. We've already gone over Whitebeard's death and why he said what he said. Odin, on the other hand, doesn't necessarily say anything about the One Piece, but instead he dies smiling just like Roger because he knew the truth that would come. Instead of saying something about the treasure, he wrote to Toki his final thoughts, which were on how in exactly 20 years Joyboy would come to save Wano. I find it very interesting that he says exactly 20 years, which is the exact year that Joyboy appeared. Odin didn't say 10 years, 30 years, 5 years, 19 years, or even 21 years. Instead, he says the exact year, which proves that the prophecy of the One Piece is most likely spot on. We also do know for sure that exact prophecies and futures can be seen in One Piece when we were introduced to characters like Shirley and Katakuri. Another character who learned about the One Piece is Odin's wife, Toki, and her final words are, "You are the moon, unaware of the dawn. May your purpose be fulfilled." I already explained in my Laugh Tale theory how Wano is the moon that she's talking about, and that would mean that the people of Wano are unaware of the dawn that is coming for them. Wano's purpose may be fulfilled when its borders are open and when Pluton is used. The dawn and Pluton are key parts to the One Piece, so as you can see, yet another person who learned the truth of the world brings up the future and the One Piece in her final words. Whatever this future war that Whitebeard and Odin bring up is going to be so fun to see firsthand and week to week. Since we're finally in the final saga, we should finally be able to see this massive war that Oda has been hyping up for so long. As a One Piece superfan, I can't wait to see it, but at the same time, I also really don't want One Piece to end. In 2007, Oda said that in the final scenes of One Piece, there's a pirate who appears with an eye patch. He can't wait to draw this character in the story, which shows that it's gonna most likely be someone of major importance. We've also seen many references in One Piece with some sort of eye scar. For example, Pedro, Shanks, Zoro, Rayleigh, Doflamingo's Jolly Roger, and so on. The biggest hints seem to revolve around the Skypiea arc, which is definitely currently one of the most important arcs in all of One Piece. Volume 27 has one of Luffy's eyes closed for some reason. This is the same volume that Nami figures out the truth of the Jaya map. She shows us that Jaya and Upper Yard are the same thing, and this is the first time we see that the left eye of Jaya is missing. Many people believe that the left eye has some significance to the mystery of the ancient kingdom, and I myself can agree that it most likely does. This volume 27 of One Piece has many more references to Joyboy that I'll be bringing up later in the video, so just keep its importance in mind. So now that you understand the concept of the one eye being foreshadowed, you may be wondering, well, what does this have to do with Joyboy? This has to do with Joyboy, since Joyboy seems to be based off of one of the most famous mythological legends of all time, who had one eye and an eye patch. This legend was known as Odin, and not Odin from Wano, but Odin from Norse mythology. To start this crazy Odin theory, Odin's name means Master of Ecstasy. In case you don't know what ecstasy is, it's an overwhelming feeling of great happiness or joyful excitement. Isn't this basically Joyboy? Isn't the name Master of Ecstasy or Master of Overwhelming Joy basically the same as Joyboy? The other definition for ecstasy is an emotional or religious frenzy or trance-like state. Doesn't this basically perfectly describe Gear 5? From the few instances we saw Gear 5, it seemed like Luffy was in sort of a trance-like state and frenzy. He looked like he was in a state of uncontrolled excitement. So as you can see, what Odin's name means and what Odin represents is basically just Joyboy. If this wasn't enough for you to be convinced on Odin's connection to Joyboy, then explain this. How come Odin was also known for wearing a broad hat, also known as a sun hat, or even more known as a straw hat? Yeah, that's right, Odin in Norse mythology was always known for wearing a straw hat or sun hat just like Joyboy. Another thing he was known for was having a spear called Gungear. Maybe the spear Gungear is the same one that Nika has, or at least Nika's spear is at least based off of it. Since we're dealing with Norse mythology here, if this spear is based off of Gungear, then that would mean Joyboy probably received it from the Elbaf giants. I feel like Elbaf would be the type of place to have weapon wielders since it is the home of a race of warriors. So now, going back to the Joyboy Odin theory, if Joyboy Joyboy is based off of Odin, then we could only assume that he has gun gear and an eye patch over an eye that was cut out. A possible foreshadow of him being the character with an eye patch could be the fact that we learn about Nika from Who's Who has the one-eyed symbolism on his chest. There's another hint that Who's Who may give us about Joyboy, but before that, I need to explain how Odin's name tells us exactly who Joyboy was. So, in case you didn't know, Odin was known by many different names in Norse mythology. Different places gave him different names and different spellings. In a way, this is kind of like how Joyboy is known by many different names such as Joyboy, Nika, the Sun God, the Fire God, and more. The most popular name that scholars and archaeologists have found in connection to Odin is Oder. They believe that the god called Oder is just another version of Odin since their names mean these same things, and also since there was a period of time where Odin was supposedly exiled by the gods, and Oder also had an absence for a period of time which corresponds to the same one as Odin. So now that you understand the theory that Odin and Oder are the same god, I want to show you a few more meanings behind their names. Some other meanings the word Oder has is soul and song. I feel like this could be tied in with Joyboy since we know that he has the drums of liberation, and whenever he appears he basically plays a song with his heartbeat. We also know how important souls are in One Piece, and I feel like souls or wills will be a major factor when we learn the truth of the whole world. So now that I've explained all this, you may be wondering, yeah, I get it, Odin and Joyboy resemble each other, but what's the purpose of Oder? Like, what does Oder even have to do with anything? Well, the reason for me having to explain the whole thing with Oder is because of this. Okay, you're probably pretty confused right now, but just give me a second and let me explain how it's all tied. So, Ors's spelling in Japanese has the same exact kanji or same exact lettering as the Norse god Oder, and the One Piece wiki even states that Ors's name is even based off of this name. So, could Ors potentially be the one that is based off of Odin? Could Ors have been the one-eyed pirate who wore a sun hat or straw hat and an eye patch? Could he have been the one who owned gun gear? Could he have been Joyboy? Well, wouldn't it just make sense that he was Joyboy since we see his introduction scene perfectly parallel the giant straw hat scene? Im walks into a giant freezer just like how Moria walks into a giant freezer with a similar looking lock. Im carries Luffy's wanted poster while Moria carries Luffy's shadow. On top of all of this, when we see Ors for the very first time, the shape of Luffy's shadow is literally the shape of Nika. Mind blowing, am I right? Now, before I get into any more reasons why Ors is Joyboy, I need to tell the newcomers that I'm not actually talking about the Ors in Thriller Bark, but instead I'm talking about Ors the First. You see, Ors Jr. proves to us that he is actually Ors the Third, which makes me believe that Ors in Thriller Bark is actually Ors the Second. Ors the First would be the father of Ors the Second, and he most likely lived in the Void Century. This would explain why there's a missing Ors to the supposed 3 family members. So now that you understand that, let me tell you some more hints that Oda's given us that Ors is Joyboy. Another hint would be that Moria puts Luffy's shadow into Ors, showing that the both of them are connected in some way. On top of this, we see even more times that Luffy's shadow looks almost exactly like the Nika silhouette right as Moria is about to put him into Ors. I mean, if you rewatch or reread that stretch in Thriller Bark where Ors is first introduced, you'll see how there's so many instances of Nika and Joyboy being foreshadowed to the point where it's like, come on now. A hint from the latest chapter, 1066, could be that Luffy calls the Ors robot Robo King. Could this be foreshadowing that Ors was once a king, or more specifically, the original King of the Pirates? This could possibly be a little bit of a stretch, but you never know with Oda. Now for the next hint, I want to go back to the important volume 27 that I brought up before. So in the same volume that Luffy has an eye closed and then we see Jaya for the first time, we also see this. Yes, that's right. It's a Shandian mask that looks exactly like Ors. Another thing we see in Upper Yard is this. A bunch of statues that resemble Ors's face. You know it's meant to be Ors since its teeth and face structure are exactly the same. So is it really a coincidence that the people who worship the sun god wear Ors masks and have Ors statues? Well, I don't think so. In this same volume, we also see the party in Skypiea where Luffy looks exactly like the Nika shadow. In case you didn't know, Oda said that this is one of his favorite panels in all of One Piece, and we now know why. I think if you decode what's in this volume, you'll come to the conclusion that it might be the most important volume to solving who Joyboy was and to the ancient kingdom. Another hint with Ors being Joyboy is that if you look back at Wano, you'll also notice that Oda specifically specifically chose to have Luffy become Joyboy while on Onigashima and fighting Kaido. Yet again, Joyboy is fully connected with Oars or the Oni race. I've also said in previous videos that I believe there's a chance that Onigashima's head could have belonged to Oars the First, whom I believe to be Joyboy. Now, I know this seems like a stretch because the size of the skull would quite literally equate to him being the biggest being in the verse, but trust me, I have a good reason that fixes this plot hole. So in case you forgot, the Gum Gum is actually the human fruit model Nika, and if it's the human zone fruit, then wouldn't that basically mean that Oars would be able to shrink down into a human form in the same way that Chopper has a human form? We also see in Wano that a wolf who ate another human fruit also becomes a human. With knowing this, we should just assume that Oars could have shrunk down to a human size simply by using the powers of the fruit. On top of this, who knows how many true forms he had, since we also see that both Luffy and Chopper, whom have human fruits, can have more than 3 forms. For example, Luffy has up to 5 gears and Chopper has many Rumble Ball forms. Maybe Oars had 7 gears, or maybe 8, 9, 4, and so on. I mean, the possibilities should be endless with the fruit of imagination. So now, for the last piece of Oars being Joyboy that I'll explain in this video has to do with who's who again. Just like the one-eyed symbolism, he's also an Oni, or at least has Oni horns, which may hint at the Joyboy from the Void Century being an Oni. Remember that he was the one who told us about Nika in the first place. So now that I've explained all that, do you believe Oars the First was Joyboy? If you do, make sure you subscribe to the channel because I plan to release a huge 1 to 2 hour long Oars is Joyboy theory sometime at the end of this year or beginning of next year. I can't wait to drop it, but it just takes so much time to create. And if you liked anything about this theory, then also send it to all of your One Piece friends that either denied the theory or haven't heard it yet. But anyways, now let me explain what this all has to do with Elbaf and how Elbaf is the key to everything. So it is my belief that Oars was very close friends with the Elbaf giants, and the reason I believe this is because it seems that Oda has foreshadowed it continuously throughout all of One Piece. I mean, almost every time we've seen the Elbaf giants, there's some sort of symbolism with Joyboy or Oars. And to start off, their Jolly Rogers are literally just oars. Now yeah, I get it, Vikings wear horned helmets, which is why the Vikings in Elbaf also wear horned helmets and even make their Jolly Rogers have a horned helmet skull. Well, this is actually not true. Did you know that Vikings actually never wore horned helmets, and it's one of the biggest lies that pop culture has taught us? Knowing Oda, I feel like he would know this fact since he obviously researches very heavily on all of his history and his references for One Piece. I feel like he would make it where the Vikings from the pre-Void Century didn't wear horned helmets, but once they met Joyboy, they started wearing it. The reason for it could be to show that they are friends with Oars and were on his side during the Void Century War. Another reason could also be to prove that they are connected with the Ancient Kingdom, just like the Shandians. Them wearing horned helmets could be a tradition passed down from the Void Century, just like how the Shandians still wear the Oars masks. And even the people of Wano seem to have traditions of resembling Onis when we see that they wear Oni masks during the Fire Festival. I mean, why would they wear masks of the exact people that were destroying their home and taking away their food? Like, the only reasonable answer would be because it's a tradition passed down from the ancient times. Another thing that connects the Elbaf giants with the Ancient Kingdom is these sun signs that they have on their boats. As you can clearly see, one of the signs has the exact same sun logo as the Shandians and Kazuki clan. It's a circle with 8 little circles around it, just like the Shandian sign of God and the Kazuki crest. This proves that they're all connected to the Ancient Kingdom and that one day they'll all come back together as Luffy, the current sun god, brings them back. Also notice how another sign we see on this boat is a sun with 8 rays around, which is very similar to a sun logo on the moon, which also has 8 rays. This sign also proves that it's connected to the Ancient Kingdom. Now, the last bit of foreshadowing that Elbaf has direct ties to the sun god is when we see that they have an annual festival for the winter solstice. Holidays or festivals celebrating the winter solstice were for honoring the sun's rebirth. We even see that the Elbaf giants in One Piece celebrated for this reason when Mother Carmel says that the winter solstice is a festival for the death and rebirth of the sun. She then says, the harder the fast is, the deeper our gratitude is to the sun. This shows that they still celebrate holidays and events for the sun, just like how the Shandians have ceremonies for the sun god. And I believe that by the end of One Piece, we'll see the true meaning behind the sun god and the Ancient Kingdom, and honestly, I may have to make a whole video on my thoughts about that. Let me know in the comments what you think about the sun god symbolism in One Piece. So the last piece of foreshadowing that Oars and the Elbaf were very close has to do with Dory. In chapter 116, Luffy meets the giant Dory. When they meet, they get along very well, and then notice how Vivi says that the two of them are like old friends. I find this quote to be very interesting because what if Oda was trying to give us a hint that Joyboy Joyboy or Luffy naturally gets along with the Elbaf Giants because the original Joyboy was once friends with them, and if Joyboy is friends with the Elbaf Giants, then that would mean that in a way they kind of are like old friends. Now on the next page we see Dory explaining the Elbaf code, and he states that whenever there's an argument between two Elbafs, the god of Elbaf decides the matter. He's the one who lets the one in the right live. And this is why he and Broggy have been going at it for like 100 years. And notice how after Broggy tells him this, Vivi starts barking that fighting for 100 years over something is stupid. And then she says, what could this argument even be over? Luffy immediately shuts her up and says that it doesn't matter. He basically tells us that he agrees with the 100-year battle and thinks it's the right thing to do. Since he agrees with Dory, I believe this foreshadows that Luffy is somewhat agreeing with the god of Elbaf. And what if the god of Elbaf was Oars, and Luffy agreeing with the Elbaf code could symbolize that he's the same as the god of Elbaf since he is also Joyboy? I mean, it would only make sense that the god of Elbaf is the sun god since we know for a fact that they have holidays for the sun. I believe this not only foreshadows the fact that Luffy is the god of Elbaf, but I also think it might foreshadow the Void Century. Dory and Luffy claim that fighting for 100 years isn't an insane matter and that they wouldn't lose their passion for battle. Fighting for 100 years is only something that a giant could do, which means that Joyboy would have had to most likely been a giant. All the colossal creatures of One Piece seem to live for hundreds of years. For example, the Elbaf living up to 300, the Sea Kings living for at least 800 to 900 years, and lastly Zunisha living for at least 800 to 900 years as well. Now, knowing this, it would only make sense that Joyboy was a being of colossal size, and I mean, there's no way he was even human or a Lunarian or a Skypean, because if he was, then how would he have existed in the Void Century War for a whole century? I mean, it wouldn't make sense. Plus, I find it even more convincing that he was an ancient Oni giant and not an Elbaf giant, since it seems that the world government wiped out the giant Oni race, and since the only one we've seen actually alive in the current timeline is Oars Jr. Every time we've seen something about the ancient kingdom, there's some sort of reference to the ancient giants, but for some reason, none of them exist anymore. The world government probably wiped all of them out due to them being the most powerful opponents they ever had to face. And I mean, just imagine Oars Jr. with the Nika fruit, or even with something like Sabo's fruit. Like, could you just imagine how powerful he could be with that? And even forget fruits, imagine little Oars Jr. with Congress hockey, or mastering all 3 types of hockey. Like, he'd easily be the strongest in the verse with any of these abilities and feats. Now, the next thing I want to connect with Elbaf and Joyboy has to do with Saul. Saul will guide the Elbaf back to their roots, which is the ancient kingdom. And from the most recent chapters, we learn that Saul survived and also that he's currently carrying on the will of Ohara. And Saul said that Ohara gave their lives to save this asset of humanity. We can't let it be erased from history when talking about the books. Since he recovered them with other Elbaf giants, who knows just how much they learned? I mean, they definitely know what the ancient kingdom was, since we see that Vegapunk was also able to learn about it, but they may have even learned about such myths like Joyboy. Or who knows, maybe Joyboy is a tradition passed down in their culture in the same way that he's passed down in the Fishmen and Shandians culture. If this is true, then they could possibly figure out a lot more about Joyboy and the Void Century, since they're conscious of the fact that these legend or tales might actually be real stories and not just some made up stories for children. The Elbaf giants that Saul has taught are in some way like a revolutionary army, since they're both fighting for Ohara and going against the celestial dragons. If anyone knows the world government better than Dragon, it would be Saul, since he was a high-ranked vice admiral, and the two of them will probably end up becoming friends or alliances. I mean, I don't really see why this wouldn't happen, since they have the same ambitions and similar justices, and who knows, Aokiji may even be in the mix as either a secret revolutionary or member of Sword, but I already explained all of my thoughts on this in another video, so go check it out after this one if you're interested. I've also explained my theory on the Alabasta and Revolutionary Army Alliance in an even other video, and if you're interested in all the possibilities for the final Saga War, then I'd recommend checking out that video as well to see how it may play out. But anyways, it's probably destiny for Luffy to go to Elbaf last, or right before Laugh Tale, since he may have had to go after becoming Joyboy, and now that he's unlocked Gear 5, we may see armies being built at Elbaf, and since the island is literally in an area of the world called Warland, this will probably be the island where the final war starts and possibly even where a part of the final war takes place. It'll probably be a base for the armies of both the revolutionaries and Straw Hats and basically anyone who's fighting for the will of the ancient kingdom, so we might see the Straw Hat fleet gathering there as well as other kingdoms that Dragon has gathered. I honestly can't even imagine how hyped the chapters are gonna be when we finally see Elbaf Bath, its connection to the ancient kingdom, and Saul again after 25 years. Why did Aokiji team up with Blackbeard? What are his endgame goals? Does he still have any connections to the Marines? What does Nico Robin have to do with his actions? In this video, I dive deep into all these questions and completely analyze all the possibilities to Kuzan's character. I reread every chapter that Aokiji was in to figure out his secrets, and I think I may have found really interesting stuff. I'll discuss things like his connections to Sword, why he'll betray Blackbeard in the end, and what his endgame plan is to change the corrupt world that he lives in. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel with the notification bell turned on if you love One Piece, and now let's get into it. Back in Enies Lobby, we find out that Aokiji was one of the Marines who was sent out to do a buster call on Ohara. This is one of the most important backstories for the whole world of One Piece, and it's also the spark that drove Aokiji to becoming what he is today. This is what sparked his ultimate conflict and rivalry with Akainu, as we see him get upset when Akainu blows up the ship of innocent civilians. For some reason, after Akainu does this, Kuzan seems to realize that what the Marines are doing is not okay. Before this, we see him arguing with Saul over if what the Marines is doing to Ohara is right or not. Saul tells him that it's not right and that Aokiji should know that this incident is just being used as an example. Kuzan replies by saying that buster calling Ohara is fine since the archaeologist did break the law. I feel like this isn't something that he would say today, and it sounds more like something that Akainu would say. We then see Kuzan saying how justice changes shape depending on someone's standpoint, which is why he won't criticize Saul's idea of justice. I find this to be somewhat ignorant, since if he believes this, then why wouldn't he at least look at Saul's side of things or try to understand his former friend? This quote is also hypocritical, since after Akainu blows up the ship, Kuzan immediately criticizes Akainu for his absolute justice. In this moment, you have three men connected to the Marines with different justices all going at it in the same place. Saul's justice seems to be revolved around knowing the truth and doing the thing that he feels is right. Kuzan's justice at the time was burning justice, which was him being a sheep or a mindless slave for the world government. And then last but definitely not least, Akainu has absolute justice, which to him is destroying evil at its very roots. Over time, all three of these justices that Kuzan lived through changed him to be the man he is today. He changed to be more like Saul, and immediately after Saul's death, we see Aokiji carrying his will. He saves Robin by first giving her a boat and a pathway to the next island, and after this, he saves her again by freezing the rudder on the Navy ship that was trying to go after her. We later see him talking to Robin at Water 7 after the whole Enies Lobby incident. I feel like this is one of the most underlooked and underrated scenes, since it may tell us what Kuzan will do with the Blackbeard pirates. He first tells her how he was the one who set up the whole CP9 situation. He didn't want her to stay as a ticking time bomb for the world government, so he had her get executed. Kuzan also asks Robin why she didn't run away from the Marines this time, as if he's concerned for her safety. He knows that if she really wanted to escape from CP9, she could have, but as we know now, the whole situation isn't just as simple as that. She wasn't gonna allow the Strawhat's journey to end, so she allowed herself to be sacrificed. I feel like Aokiji wasn't expecting this and was surprised at the fact that Robin even allowed herself to go with CP9. After this, Kuzan explains to her that Saul was a close friend of his, and that ever since the Ohara incident, he's carried on his will to help Robin survive. He even tells her that it's his duty to follow her and make sure she doesn't waste her life. This shows his true intentions and how no matter what, he'll always be there for Robin. In my opinion, this proves that when the Straw Hats fight the Blackbeard pirates, he will have already left the Blackbeard alliance, or he'll leave them during the fight. There's no way Kuzan would allow Robin to get captured by Blackbeard, or let alone allow her to risk her life while fighting them. I'll expand more on this later in the video when I get to Blackbeard, but before this, I need to explain the Garp, Aokiji, and Sword connection. Another thing I think his appearance in Water 7 could show is that he and Garp are a lot closer than we think. The same day of the party at Water 7, Garp and his Marines show up earlier in the daytime. We know that at least a few of these Marines on Garp's crew ended up becoming a part of the secret special force named Sword. With Helmeppo and Kobe being members, one could only assume that Garp was the link to them becoming a part of Sword. I don't see who else could have put them in such a secretive force, since the two are very young and new members of the Marines. Although Kobe is at least a Marine captain in the post-time skip, I don't know what Helmeppo's rank is and how much he can be trusted. Garp is the one that took them in when they were still only chore boys and helped them transform into the young men they are today. Plus, I can just see Garp being an important member of Sword, since it seems that Sword is just the opposite of CP0. In case you don't know, CP0 is called Cypherpole Aegis, and the word Aegis means shield in ancient Greek. It seems pretty clear that Sword was created to completely oppose shield, and this would ultimately mean that Sword mainly opposes the Celestial celestial dragons since S.H.I.E.L.D. was created to work directly under the world nobles. We know how Garp feels towards the celestial dragons, and him being a D member would only make sense for him to be a part of SWORD. Honestly, I'd be more surprised if he wasn't in SWORD than if he was. So now, what does this all have to do with Aokiji? Well, I believe that Aokiji and Garp may have had a secret meeting discussing SWORD while the both of them went to Water 7. Is it really a coincidence that two of the strongest marine members who completely oppose the celestial dragons were on the same island at the same time? I definitely don't think so. We also know that these two were already pretty close since Aokiji says that he owed Garp a debt a long time ago. The debt must have been something pretty big for him to even bring it back up to Luffy. This shows that he has close ties with Garp and that he gets along with him. We also see Kuzan casually hop on Garp's ship as everyone is leaving. He tells Garp that Akaino's mad at him for allowing Luffy to leave. It's pretty funny that he says this since he himself is literally doing nothing about the situation and also allowed the Straw Hats to escape on multiple occasions. According to the One Piece wiki, Kuzan also admires Garp for consistently refusing promotions. We all know why Garp refuses these promotions, and it's because he doesn't want to work directly under the celestial dragons. If Aokiji admires him for this, then doesn't this show his true feelings on the world government? If he respects someone's decision on being a marine that doesn't like the world nobles, then maybe he's the same way. I mean, Sengoku, who's Garp's friend, wanted Aokiji to become the next fleet admiral, but high-ranked government members pushed for Akainu instead. This may show that the higher-ups in the world government, possibly the 5 elders, wanted Akainu over Aokiji for certain reasons. One of these reasons is the fact that Akainu will be a dog for them and will go to the greatest lengths to serve justice under the Marines. He's willing to kill or destroy anything as long as in his eyes it's doing something to stop the evils of piracy. This fits with the ideals of the highest members of the Marines since we know that they're willing to blow up whole islands just to stop their secrets from getting exposed. I believe that they not only favored Akainu for this reason, but also for the fact that they may have been afraid of Aokiji. Aokiji will serve out his own justice and not what the world nobles want. If he is in SWORD or at least has ties to them, then he probably would have tried to completely change the world government for the better. As Fleet Admiral, he would have never allowed something such as the Ohara incident to happen again. Even if it did happen, it would have been commanded by the world nobles. There probably would have been a complete division within the whole government if he was Fleet Admiral, and with Sakazuki, the 5 elders are still able to do exactly what they want. I mean, even Akainu pressed them once about not knowing about the Doflamingo warlord situation since they didn't even tell him the truth. They aren't even willing to tell Fleet Admirals their true plans, and if something like this happened to Aokiji, I could only imagine how he would react. With Aokiji as fleet, many of the Marines would have followed his orders, ways, ideals, philosophies, and ultimately his justice. He's very close with some of the most honorable and respected Marines, being Sengoku, Garp, and also Smoker. He was also very popular with the troops of all ranks and got support from all his subordinates when the choice for Fleet Admiral came. What if another reason the higher ups feared Aokiji is because of the will of D? Could it be possible that Aokiji is one of those with the middle initial of D, destined for a certain fate? I think there's a chance that he has it since his destiny may have led him to leave the Marines and join Blackbeard. He was also close friends with Saul and ended up following his steps. Even if he doesn't have the will of D, he's still carrying on the will of someone with it, so in a way, he still represents it. It's also very strange that he would team up with the Blackbeard pirates and not someone else like the Revolutionaries or even the Straw Hats. I wonder why he chose Blackbeard over everyone. There's been a theory going around lately that Blackbeard was a former member of Ohara. The reason for this is because in an SBS, Oda said that if Blackbeard had a job in the real world, he would be an archaeologist. We also know that he studies history and believes that all the legends like the City of Gold and the One Piece are real. The timeline also fits since the Ohara incident occurred around 25 years ago and Blackbeard is 40 years old. So with knowing all this, I feel like Aokiji joined him because he wants to learn more of the true history and help carry on the legacy of Ohara. He may even be protecting Robin in a way, since I would think that Blackbeard would go after her in the same way that he went after Pudding in order to read the poneglyphs. Aokiji would never allow someone like Blackbeard to take Robin, and he has his trust in Luffy to protect her. So now I definitely do believe that Aokiji is with Blackbeard to be able to achieve his goals, but I also feel like there's a chance he could still be working with certain Marines like Garp. I feel like he could be an undercover detective that will betray the Blackbeard pirates in the long run. The first time we find out that he's working with the Blackbeard pirates, Berg says that he can't trust Aokiji. This could possibly foreshadow something with Aokiji betraying them. Another reason I think that there's a chance that Aokiji could be an undercover detective is because of who his character is based off of. Kuzan is based on the Japanese actor Yusaka Matsuda. Oda based Aokiji's hair and clothing style off of him and even made his birthday the same as Matsuda's. This actor was best known for starring in the the TV series Detective Story. His role was playing Private Eye Shunsaku Kudo, who is a private detective. If Aokiji is based off Matsuda, or even more so, the role of Kudo, then maybe he's secretly an undercover detective working for Sword and finding out what he needs to find out while seeming like a member of the Blackbeard crew. I also feel like he's the one guy who could actually pull off such a job, since there aren't many men in the world that could fight Blackbeard one-on-one. I expect both Kuzan and Akainu to be in the top tier of strength, being up there with the strongest Yonko. We've seen undercover detective jobs happen many times before when people associated with the Marines end up becoming pirates but are secretly spying on certain organizations, so Kuzan being another one of them would just make sense. For example, in Law's backstory, we see Corazon secretly spying on Doflamingo and trying to get him captured. The only guy who really knew about this mission seemed to be Sengoku, since they couldn't let anyone find out or else the mission would have been at stake. Another time we see this happen is with Drake. Drake is still working with Sword and he was on an undercover mission looking into the Beast Pirates. Back when Kuzan and Doflamingo met, Dofi states that Aokiji is no simple wanderer and that only a man who's made up his mind about something can make a face like that. This is apparently the face or feeling that Aokiji gave off after Dofi asked him where he stands in the world. This shows that whatever he's currently doing with Blackbeard must be a part of his ultimate plan or endgame goal. We also see him tell Smoker that you don't have to be affiliated with the Navy to accomplish things in the world, and that there's some things you can only see when you remain independent. This shows that he has now seen the world from yet another perspective. He's somewhat giving me Dragon vibes, as they both seem to be some of the most mysterious people that are focused on finding out some of the biggest mysteries and truths to the world. Another interesting thing Aokiji tells Smoker is to inform Sakazuki on Doflamingo and to have the Admirals mobilized. It seems like this went through, and it seems like even Akainu listened to Aokiji, since Fujitora ended up going to Dressrosa. The most important thing in this conversation is when Smoker asks how Kuzan knew that he was at Punk Hazard and about to be attacked. Aokiji states that the reason for this is because it was fate that brought him there. Smoker replies to this by asking multiple times how he actually knew that he was there, because fate is just some BS claim. Aokiji of course never answers the questions, which means that Oda is waiting to reveal the real reason he knew. What if someone in Sword told him where Smoker was and that he was in trouble? I would think this is more likely than someone in the Blackbeard crew telling him, since it doesn't really make much sense for any Blackbeard pirate to want to save a Marine. It makes sense that Smoker and Aokiji are both a part of Sword, since we also see that Tashigi takes the kids from Punk Hazard to a Navy facility that Sword runs. I don't know if she would know about the whole operation, but I wouldn't be surprised if Smoker knew something about it or was even involved in it. If Smoker is involved in Sword, then maybe when Aokiji saved him, he was just helping out a brother from the same secret force. We also know that the two are pretty close, since in the pre-time skip, Smoker decides to go to Aokiji specifically for his transfer in the Marines. Maybe when he saw him at Punk Hazard, he didn't know if Aokiji left Sword or not ever since he left the Marines. As I said before, Aokiji might be on a secret mission as a detective spying on Blackbeard and other pirates. If this were even somewhat true, nobody could know about it except maybe the leader of Sword. It's just like how no one could know about Corazon's mission because it would have made it too risky. If Kuzan does have ties to Sword, then we should find out about it soon, since the Blackbeard pirates have Kobe and are also currently fighting Law, who many believe could have ties with them as well. I would love to see an interaction with Kobe and Aokiji that at least glimpses at this idea. I really wonder if he'll go as far to help Kobe escape. Kobe is also a very new member of the Marines, so I don't know how well Kuzan knows him yet, but I still think that if he's in Sword, then he should at least know of Kobe's existence. Plus, I don't really know how anyone in Sword that we've seen so far could rescue Kobe. None of them seem to be too powerful right now compared to Blackbeard and his crew. Aokiji seems like the one guy who could help Kobe, and if this doesn't happen, then I think the next option would have to either be the Strawhats or the Navy, bringing a strong enough fleet to combat Blackbeard. Now, whatever Aokiji's true plan is, I feel like his presence will be a key to taking down the current world government. There will be guys like Luffy and Blackbeard who will physically barge their way in to destroy the corruption of the world government, but then there's guys like Dragon and Aokiji who will do it politically. Although Dragon and Aokiji most likely have the strength as Blackbeard and Luffy, they know that punching your way through things isn't the smartest way to go about things if you want to change the perspective of the whole world. The both of those, with other guys like Garp and Smoker, could take down the current government and reshape or transform it into being something that isn't corrupt by the ideals of the Celestial Dragons. With Luffy making alliances with many of the most important countries and nations in the world, many will follow him and will fight with the people on his side. Whitebeard did say in his last words that the world will be turned upside down one day, and that would mean that the world government itself will also be flipped. Luffy obviously plays the most important role in all of this since he is Joyboy, but Aokiji will also play a major factor in creating a government that serves true justice, not just whatever the higher ups think is right. Hopefully we get a little rematch with him and Sakazuki, because I seriously want to see those those two go at it with all they've got. It would honestly be a shame if we never saw those two fight in either a current timeline or in a flashback to the 10-day battle at Punk Hazard. A One Piece canon movie of that after Oda finishes the story is definitely something I need to happen. We are finally getting to Kuma's ultimate backstory, and I really think he's a celestial dragon. I started thinking this at the beginning of the Egghead arc because of all the hints to it. However, I realized that there may have been foreshadowing of his ties to the world nobles all the way back to the very first instance that we saw him. On top of this, the more I looked into Kuma's character, the more I realized that there was a ridiculous amount of evidence to back this claim, and that his true lineage is a major key to the Revolutionary Army and even to the fate of the world government. This theory is a crazy one with too much evidence to not at least be looked at, and stay tuned through to the end because it only gets deeper and deeper with guys like Vegapunk and the legend himself, Monkey D. Dragon. Okay, so first off, what hint could there even be to Kuma being a celestial dragon? Like, we literally know almost nothing about the Bear Man. Well, Kuma's name alone is a major factor to him being a celestial dragon since his first name is Bartholomew. The name Bartholomew seems to be based off of Bartholomew the Apostle from the Bible, who's also known as Saint Bartholomew. This seems like a pretty obvious connection since Kuma also walks around with the Bible, and I mean, has anyone ever connected Kuma's Bible to the Void Century? I mean, it should have the answers to the Noah, the Adam tree, the Eve tree, and possibly even to the devil fruits. And in my opinion, the fact that Kuma just walks around with it makes him so goddamn interesting. I'll bring the Bible back up later, but for now, let me just explain why I believe the Bear Man is a celestial dragon. And okay, so now you may wonder, well, what does Saint Bartholomew and his Bible have anything to do with his lineage? Well, since he's based off of a real saint, I was wondering that maybe he's a real saint in One Piece, because remember, the celestial dragons have the title saint before their name. For example, Saint Rossward, Saint Charlos, Saint Mosgard, Saint Shalolia, and Saint Jalmak all have the title Saint before their name. I also find it really ironic that they're called saints since that's the exact opposite of what they really are. And in case you don't know what a saint is, it's someone who's acknowledged as virtuous or someone with very good morals. And unless wanting to put your hands on an underaged mermaid and abuse your slaves makes you a morally good person, I don't quite see why they chose to call themselves that. I mean, I guess they could have done so because they believe they are holy and godly beings. However, let me just say that when I think of a saint, the person who comes to mind is definitely not Charlos' stupid ass. It's honestly probably Drew Brees. But anyways, if you don't think that's enough to prove Bart's a celestial dragon, then check this out. So the first time we're introduced to Bart, he's literally at Marijoa, and guess who he's with? He's introduced with Doflamingo, who's a former celestial dragon warlord. Could this really be a coincidence? Could Oda have done this because they are both former celestial dragon warlords going back to their former home, Marijoa? Also, both Dofi and Kuma are similar when they have strange deals with the world government. For example, Kuma made the deal to become their test subject, and Dofi made the deal to be able to do what he wants, since he can leak the national treasure of Marijoa at any moment. I also think the celestial dragons need some people in the world that are strong, since these dumbos somehow beat the ancient kingdom 800 years ago. If Kuma is a celestial dragon, then it would make sense as to how the original 20 families were actually able to stand a chance. I mean, as of right now, the only strong celestial dragons seem to be Doflamingo, the 5 elders, Imu, considering that he is a world noble, and of course, Charlos. Also notice how when Bonnie steps into Kuma's dream power, she sees that after Kuma gets beat up, a celestial dragon shows up. And the person may be shadowed out, but we can clearly see that he wears his hairstyle in the same way that celestial dragons do. Another huge part of this theory has to do with what Bonnie told us in the Egghead arc, which is that Kuma always told her that he was a part of a special race or a special people, and who else could he be talking about if it's not the celestial dragons? Now, this whole theory doesn't seem so unrealistic now, does it? Remember that Kuma literally was some sort of tyrant, ruler, or king in his younger days, and he could have definitely received that position from his family lineage. This line made by Bonnie may also be tied to something that Moria said about 600 chapters before, which is, I don't know what you're plotting, Your kind gives me the creeps. What does he mean by his kind? Is he trying to say that celestial dragons give him the creeps, or is he just saying it generally? I feel like back in the day, this wouldn't have really mattered at all, but when you add it with everything else I've already said, it almost seems like Oda was foreshadowing something here. Now, going back to Bonnie, if she's also the daughter of Kuma, wouldn't that mean that she's also a part celestial dragon? I wonder if that has a part of her escape from the world government after she was captured by Akainu in the pre-time skip. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense how she could escape. Like, I guess she could have used her devil fruit powers to trick people. However, I don't think the Navy would allow her to use her powers freely in the first place. Like, I feel like they would give her sea prism cuffs, which makes this whole situation very confusing. And we even see Akainu say that a cold shiver ran through him when he heard that she ran away from the government. What's so important about Bonnie that would even scare Akainu? Does she know some secret about the world government that cannot get leaked no matter what? Maybe she knows something huge about the celestial dragons from her backstory. Now, with everything I just explained, if Kuma and Bonnie do belong to the celestial dragons, then how is this important to the Revolutionary Army? Well, what if I told you that this is actually the reason for Kuma joining Dragon in the first place? And first of all, wouldn't it just be great writing if a Will of D member and Celestial Dragon member teamed up to end the evil of the world? I mean, this team up could ultimately symbolize that Dragon isn't really after the Celestial Dragons themselves, but he's actually going against what the Celestial Dragons do to the world as a whole. If Kuma is a former world noble himself, this could symbolize that anyone can get along, even natural enemies. And remember that we have seen this sort of relationship before with Corazon and Law, which proves that D-Clan members and Celestial Dragons can get along for the greater good. And now, going back to another reason as to why Kuma's backstory is important to the Revolutionary Army, notice how in Vegapunk's flashback, that Dragon created the Revolutionary Army specifically because of the Ohara incident, and knowing this, I would expect Kuma to also join specifically for this reason, or at least for the reason to directly combat the world government. I mean, if anyone knows about the government's true nature, it'd be one of their own people. Now, according to many One Piece characters, the world's view on Kuma seems to be that he was once an evil tyrant. Now, in my opinion, he could be viewed as this for 3 reasons. 1. He's a celestial dragon, so the world views him as a part of the evil that his family is associated with. 2. The world government framed him as an evil man through lies in the news. Or 3. He actually used to be an evil ruler, but had a change of heart. Personally, I think it's most likely one of the first 2 reasons, since Sabo and Bonnie show us how kind of a man he truly is. I mean, just look at Kuma. Doesn't he just look like the nicest, most loving kind of guy? His 22 feet 7 inch height, monotone voice, and cold-hearted stares surely doesn't scare me at all. But on a more serious note, Kuma once being some sort of ruler and also seeming to be connected to celestial dragons was probably the very reason for him joining Dragon, since he must have seen the evil acts done by the gods of the world firsthand. He probably saw a whole lot of slavery, torture, and other cruel things every single goddamn day. If he was around Marijoa, he probably despises the celestial dragons and wants to see a world where people can defend themselves from them, and a world where people don't have to fear them. I also really think that the Bible that he walks around with is a huge factor in joining Dragon, since they probably solved a bit of the secrets of the world with it. They most likely solved some of the secrets to things like the Noah, Adam Tree, Eve Tree, and possibly even things about the winged races. Vegapunk also reminded us that Ohara solved the ancient kingdom's name through ancient manuscripts, and I wouldn't be surprised if this book was one of the ancient manuscripts in their library. I mean, name a more famous ancient book or writing that isn't the Bible. Like, this honestly may have even been how Kuma and Dragon bonded in the first place. Like, Kuma may have showed him his own theories on the ancient kingdom and on the Void Century through the book. Now, there's a lot more on this topic with the Bible, which has to do with the sun god Nika and the One Piece. However, it's really off topic for this video, so subscribe to the channel because my next video will be on how Dragon's Tattoo, Kuma's Bible, and Vegapunk's and Roger's quotes tells us exactly what the name of the ancient kingdom was, and literally what the One Piece is. I'm really excited to drop that video, so subscribe if you want to see it. But now, going back to Bart, if he learned some of the ancient history through the Bible, he could have understood that the ancient manuscripts in Ohara could reveal things that are detrimental to the world government. He probably learned more about the Void Century and things of that nature after meeting Dragon, but I definitely think he too had to be pretty upset at the Ohara incident. It also did seem like Kuma was Dragon's right-hand man at one point, which was later replaced by Sabo. And if this is true, then Kuma most likely knows just as much as Dragon does about the true history. Try to keep in mind that this could be a lot of knowledge since Dragon is someone close to Vegapunk, a man who knows as much as Ohara knew, maybe even more, with his knowledge on devil fruits and science. It's honestly just so insane that Vegapunk literally knows the name of the ancient kingdom and hasn't spoiled it to us yet. I hope he doesn't spoil it, and I hope we learn the name of it when we see the One Piece, because I still have some theories to make on it. Please, Oda, give me some time to make these videos. And now the most interesting thing about all of this is the fact that even though Kuma probably knows somewhat of what the Void Century is, he still decided to work with the world government, become the robot slave, and even be known as the only warlord who obeys the government like a dog. I mean, Jinbei did tell us that he became a pirate that was associated with the Revolutionary Army until the Navy captured him and sentenced him to a life imprisonment. Jinbei then says that after this, Vegapunk really wanted to use Kuma as a science test on body augmentation and clone development, and with this, Kuma was allowed to be free again as a warlord. Now, this whole situation seems very suspicious since I don't think that Vegapunk saved Kuma for the simple reasons that Jinbei heard about, and I think the real reason Vegapunk helped Kuma out was because Dragon told him to, because Kuma is one of his closest friends in the Revolutionary Army. I feel like everything Kuma has done has a good reason behind it or a good intention, and Bonnie kind of even hints at it being deeper than what's on the surface when she says that becoming a cyborg just doesn't make any sense, especially when you're going to become a slave for the very government that she claims he hated. I mean, why would Kuma, a revolutionary, become a dog, slave, and lab rat for the world government? Like, could there actually be some hidden purpose for this? Well, what if I told you that the true reason he did this will make him loved so much more by the One Piece community, and that it'll make him go down as a legend? There's even evidence from the manga for this, so check this out. So we see that Kuma requested certain things from Vegapunk, like when he asked to do his final mission, which was to protect the Strawhat ship until one of them came back. And knowing that he did this really makes me believe that Dragon also requested Vegapunk to program him to do certain jobs or secret missions. There may even be proof of this, which is when we see Dragon and Kuma talk for the first time after his rescue at the Reverie, where Dragon says, "Tell me, Kuma, what is it that you've seen?" Is Dragon hinting at that one of Kuma's missions was to possibly spy on the world government for him and the revolutionaries? Like, could you imagine if Kuma was just getting so much information on them this whole time? I mean, maybe that's why he's known as the only warlord who obeys the government like a dog. Maybe he obeys them because as he does so, he actually gains their trust, or is at least around them enough to roam around places like Marijoa, looking around for certain secrets without making it completely obvious. I mean, this would actually turn out to be insane if it were true, and Bart sacrificing his body and ultimately his life for this would make him one of the most sympathized characters in One Piece. After this happens, we never actually see what Kuma was gonna tell Dragon since Sabo calls and the whole Lucia incident occurs. Now, the strangest thing of all of this is that Kuma ends up having what looks to be some sort of malfunction, since even Dragon seems to be confused as to what he's doing. And we then see him fly straight into the red line as if he were a terrorist, flying into the World Trade Center, and then he starts climbing the red line like Fisher Tiger, trying to get to the very top. However, unlike Fisher, he falls after being attacked by the Navy and has to go up against them all by himself. Now, why the heck is Kuma heading to Marijoa right after he was saved by the Revolutionary Army? Could it possibly have something to do with what Dragon asked him? Could it have something to do with what Sabo said about the throne of the world? Did Vegapunk encode another secret mission in Kuma that we don't yet know about? Well, whatever it was, something definitely triggered him to fight the government head on, and it almost seems like a parallel with the ancient giant robot heading to Marijoa 200 years ago. Vegapunk did say that he used the robot as a guide to create the Vega Force 1, however he couldn't figure out how to recreate its dynamic power source, which shows that he didn't put any of the ancient technology into Kuma. Let me know in the comments why you think Kuma flew headfirst into the red line, and also how he was even able to do it. I also really wonder what's gonna happen to the revolutionaries from here on out. Like, I mean, it really seems like one bad thing after another keeps happening to them, since they lost both Sabo and Kuma in the span of a day. I spent 6 months tying together a One Piece theory that tells us pretty much everything about God Valley that you could uncover. At the end of the video, you'll have learned the true name of God Valley, which was foreshadowed since Skypiea, why Rocks went to God Valley, Shanks and Enno's connection to God Valley, the truth behind Law's Devil Fruit and its God Valley connection, Blackbeard's endgame dream and fate, the secrets behind the Moon City, the secrets behind the Lunarians, the truth of Jaya, the truth of immortality and will, and lastly, the name of the ancient kingdom. So now that I know that you're gonna watch this entire thing, let me just say that I combined 5 videos into one and that you can watch each one separately on the channel. In this video, I took out stuff from each of the 5 that wasn't connected to the theory, so this theory is the best version of all of them, but I will leave the links to the other videos in the description if you still want to watch them individually. Now, with all that being said, let's get straight into the ultimate God Valley theory. To start this theory off, let me explain why I believe he's a half-former celestial dragon. So the first piece of evidence that proves this goes all the way back to the first chapter of One Piece. The way this chapter tells us this is because this backstory of Shanks and Luffy shows us that Shanks and a celestial dragon, Corazon, are direct parallels with each other. If you look closely, you'll realize that Shanks and Luffy's backstory is almost the exact same thing as Corazon and Law's. Shanks is the Corazon to Luffy. A kid Luffy looks up to Shanks. A kid Law looks up to Corazon. Shanks steals one of the most important devil fruits in the entire story from the world government and then doesn't give it to Luffy, but he still ends up eating it. Corazon stole one of the most important devil fruits in the story that's apparently even worth up to 5 to 10 billion berries from the world government and gave it to Law. In Luffy's backstory, Shanks ended up saving him by sacrificing his body. In Law's backstory, Corazon ended up saving Law by sacrificing his body. Because of the backstory, Luffy ended up being inspired to be just like Shanks, a pirate who fights for his friends. Because of Law's backstory, he ended up being inspired by Corazon, a guy that seems to be a pirate that also has connections to certain marines. Luffy ended up wearing the straw hat, which is something that represents Shanks, and the next time he'll see him. Law ended up wearing a jacket that says Corazon on it, which obviously represents Corazon. Another thing is that Law got a heart tattoo, which may also represent Corazon, since Corazon means heart in Spanish. Lastly, Luffy's pirate crew name ended up being called the Straw Hats, which is an emblem that he got from Shanks. Law's crew name ended up being called the Heart Pirates, which could either represent Corazon since it's the English translation for heart, or it could represent the emblem that Corazon gave him, which is the devil fruit shaped like a heart. So with all these parallels, the last one may end up being that Shanks is a good former celestial dragon who helps someone with the will of D, just like how Corazon is a good former celestial dragon who helps someone with the will of D. More proof of these two being connected is that Law and Luffy are currently allies, which could show that Corazon and Shanks have some ties together. Even with all these parallels between the two, somehow there's even more, which has to do with their close ones. Shanks has someone that was like a brother to him, who's represented as a clown. Corazon has a blood-related brother that depicts a clown, since Doflamingo's nickname is Joker. The guy that Shanks used to consider a brother is a clown that became a warlord and was running the black market. Corazon's brother is a clown that became a warlord and that also ran the black market. Both sets of brothers also ended up not getting along in the end and going their separate ways. Buggy hates Shanks because he believes he made him eat the devil fruit, while Doflamingo hates Corazon for betraying him. Another parallel with Shanks and Corazon could be that they are both on pirate crews with Jolly Rogers that have their left eye crossed out. Now, with all these pieces of evidence, I wouldn't be surprised if Oda is waiting for a huge reveal for Shanks, which is that he's a celestial dragon. In Dressrosa, we learned about Dofi being a celestial dragon and Law being a Will of D member, which was hundreds of chapters after they were introduced. If Oda can wait 100 chapters for less important characters like Doflamingo, then I definitely think he's got some insane reveals with Shanks after 1,000 chapters. Now the next reason I believe Shanks is a celestial dragon is because of Blackbeard. Blackbeard is known to be Shanks' biggest enemy in One Piece. In fact, not only his biggest enemy, but possibly his only enemy. We've never seen Shanks have any real enemy, as it seems he can talk head to head with damn near everyone and not cause too much conflict. Sure, Shanks may have had a single clash and disagreement with Whitebeard, or he may have been considered Mihawk's biggest rival, but it doesn't really seem like he was ever enemies with any of these guys. Even the Gorosei allows him to walk straight into the room while the reverie is taking place to discuss a certain pirate. I also believe this may show us that Shanks has former celestial dragon blood in him because he's somehow allowed to schedule meetings with the highest known power in the world. I don't think they'd meet up with anyone else other than Admirals Admirals or another celestial dragon, especially in the time of the reverie and the time of their meeting with Im-sama. Also, in this meeting, many believe Shanks was talking about Blackbeard when he said, "We need to discuss a certain pirate," which definitely could have been the case, since he always seems to be worried about what Blackbeard is doing. Now, going back to how Shanks' only enemy is Blackbeard, what if the two of them are fated to clash, as one is a Will of D member while the other is a celestial dragon? Not only this, but Blackbeard isn't only a member of that clan, but he's also an evil one with the D initial. Shanks, on the other hand, may be part celestial dragon, but he's a good one and not evil like the rest of them. This is kind of interesting considering that usually those with the D are on the right side of the story and the celestial dragons are on the wrong side. I wonder how Oda will make this play out. I'll discuss more on why I don't think Shanks is evil or a villain later on in the video, but that's after all the rock stuff too. The next reason I think Shanks could be part god is because he's based off of an actual god. Shanks seems to be based off of the god of war in Norse mythology. This god was remembered as Tyr. This Norse god Tyr offered his arm to a wolf in order to balance the realms. This kind of sounds like what Shanks did, which was to offer his arm to bet on the new generation. Another direct influence from Tyr would be that Tyr used his wisdom and power to stop wars instead of start them, just like how Shanks stopped one of the biggest wars at Marineford with his power and wisdom. We even see an interesting quote from Sengoku when Shanks pulls up, which is, "Only because it's you red-haired." I remember the first time I saw this, I thought to myself, that has to be foreshadowing something down the line, because it's just such a strange thing to say to a pirate. Only because it's Shanks? Why only Shanks? Well, maybe because he's a former celestial dragon and Sengoku wouldn't want to upset the Gorosei. The God of War title has a ring to it that makes it seem violent, but it's actually the complete opposite. The God of War in One Piece has the ability to stop wars, and it seems like he's always trying to do so even when he meets with Whitebeard. Okay, so now that with everything I've now explained, that's pretty much why I believe Shanks is a former celestial dragon, but now let me tell you why I also think he has the Will of D. The first reason I believe he has the Will of D yet again takes us all the way back to chapter 1. In chapter 1 we see that Shanks wore the straw hat, which we now know he received from Goldie Roger. Now this hat isn't just some random thing to have her wear, it's a hat that is specifically inherited by the D clan and an important symbol from the Void Century. I just don't see Roger giving this hat to some average Joe. He'd most likely only give it to someone that was destined to wear it, just like how he was and just like how Luffy is. If the Joyboy from the Void Century also wore the straw hat, which is what most people believe since there's a giant one in a freezer in Pangaea Castle, then I think that's even more evidence that Shanks wearing the hat may shows that he's a D member, since he's inheriting the will of the man who started it all. Another thing from chapter 1 that proves this is that Shanks says that Luffy reminds him a lot of how he was when he was a kid. So basically he's saying that Luffy and himself are somewhat the same, kind of like how Luffy and Roger are also the same. Maybe that's why he gave Luffy the straw hat, because he knows Luffy can carry his and Roger's will. Maybe that's also why Roger gave Shanks the straw hat, because Shanks reminded himself of when he was a kid, so he knew Shanks would inherit the will of the straw hat. Just like how it was Shanks' favorite hat, Luffy's favorite hat, probably at some point also Roger's favorite hat, it was most likely also Joyboy's favorite hat. We even know Luffy is the same as Shanks, since we see him fight for his friends and even doing the exact same thing as Shanks in a bar fight. Just like how they both didn't fight in the bar, they ended up fighting the same villains that messed with them after they messed with their friends, Luffy and Cricket. Another parallel would be that Luffy and Blackbeard have been direct enemies since the first time they met, just like how he's Shanks' biggest enemy. This is just like how Rocks, who seems to be inherited by Blackbeard, was Roger's #1 enemy. Basically, with all these parallels, we can assume that just like Roger and Luffy, Shanks also has the middle initial of D. The only main difference between the three of them would be that Luffy is a lot goofier and more silly since he ate the Madonika fruit, but that's only because the fruit made him become that way. Without that, he'd act exactly like Roger and Shanks do. I truly think all three of them were fated to meet by the Will of D. Another reason I think Shanks may have the Will of D is because of the movie Red. Now, I know it hasn't come out yet or anything, and it most likely won't be canon, but do you guys really find it a coincidence that the logo for Red has Shanks' scar right over the D? I mean, what if Oda told them to make the logo that way? We do already know he's somewhat involved in the movie, so who knows, maybe we'll get something on the Will of D in the movie Luffy, although I think it'd be a whole lot better if we learned Shanks' whole name and purpose in the manga. So now with these two things being said, now you know why I think Shanks has the will of D, but now let me tell you what I believe his full name is. I believe there could be two reasons the world government didn't show us his name. One, because he has the D initial and the last name of a celestial dragon. They may want to hide the fact that such a thing could even exist. The other, more logical reason would be because he has the last name of a man who was erased from history, Rox D. Sebek. Why else would the world government have to hide Shanks' last name unless it was a name that they wanted erased from history? Even with this logical explanation to not knowing his last name yet, there is still actual evidence from the manga that may prove to us Shanks' lineage. In chapter 434, when Shanks and Whitebeard meet, Whitebeard tells him that when he looks at his face, the scars he got from him start to ache. Who would be him? Who does Shanks' face remind Whitebeard of? Who does he look like? I don't think his face alone reminds him of Roger, because even though Shanks was a member of his crew, his face doesn't look anything like him. Also, when Whitebeard meets Buggy, he doesn't say that he reminds him of him, showing that it's not Roger that he was talking about. So if it's not Roger, then who else could have legitimately given Whitebeard scars and look like Shanks at the same time? Well, what if Rox was the one that gave him the scars and also the one that looks like Shanks? I mean, Rox definitely seemed to be the one guy that could actually defeat Whitebeard in a fight, or at least scar him. Plus, the Rox pirates were known for not getting along at all, so I wouldn't be surprised if Whitebeard fought the captain. We also know that Shanks' face didn't remind Whitebeard of Blackbeard because he didn't even know that the scar on Shanks' face was from Blackbeard until later in the chapter when Shanks told him. Another thing with Rox possibly being the father of Shanks has to do with the God Valley incident. First of all, how did Rox even learn about its existence, where it was, and how it would make him the king of the world? Like, how do you even discover so much about a place without being a celestial dragon or high-class marine? What if Rox met and married a former celestial dragon, which told him all the secrets from God Valley to Im-sama? Wouldn't that explain how he learned so much about the world government and even realized that he could become the king of the world? Wouldn't you have to know that there is a king of the world to want to know how to become one? This could all explain why Rox was so crazy and was attempting tasks even harder than that of Roger. It could also explain why the government erased his whole name from history. Like, think about it, he didn't achieve his task of becoming the king of the world, and he seemed to have lost the war at God Valley, and even then, they still erased it from history. Like, they didn't even do that to Roger, the man who literally found the One Piece and learned all the secrets of the world. Now that should show you something. By the way, all this part on Rox and God Valley plays a major part to my huge mega 5-part God Valley theory, which I will be getting to in upcoming videos. Whatever happened there must have been more insane than what Roger found at Laugh Tale, because the whole incident was lost in time. Now, tying it all back to Shanks, so if Rox and his wife were at God Valley, what if they also took Shanks there, and as they lost the battle, the Roger pirates saved a baby Shanks from being killed by the world nobles? Roger himself is a good guy at heart and would save an innocent baby even if it had the blood of his worst enemies, celestial dragons and Rox. Now you may ask, why do I believe this? Like, the chances of this are so unlikely and it seems to only be speculation. Well, the reason I think this could happen is because in chapter 551, Roger tells Garp how the world government will try to kill Ace just because of what he did. He tells him how no child bears sin and asks Garp to take care of Ace. Maybe this belief of Roger, which is that all babies or children are innocent, will be shown to us again later in the story when he takes a baby Shanks from God Valley and raises him. Even though Rox and celestial dragons are his biggest enemies, he still believes the children of them are innocent, just like how even though he's a highness pirate and criminal, that doesn't mean his newborn son is. Also, maybe just like how Roger raised a baby that wasn't his but had the will of D, maybe the same thing happened to his son. The D clan are a clan bonded by fate, so Shanks having the will of D could tie in with that. I believe all of this could definitely be a form of foreshadowing to how Shanks even ended up as a Roger pirate. Plus, Oda seems to hint at Shanks being a crew member since he was a baby, since in Odin's flashback we see Roger say that he hasn't spent time with a baby in ages while holding Toki. After this, Rayleigh says that it reminds him of the old days. This shows that at some point in time there was a baby on the crew of the Roger pirates. In this same flashback we also see Blackbeard ask about Buggy and Shanks, and Marco tells him that they've been around for ages. This proves that Shanks was a Roger pirate for a long time, probably ever since he was was a baby, he was most likely the baby that Rayleigh was referring to. So now that you understand why I believe Shanks may be the son of Rocks, and even looks like him, now what if this is also the reason why Oda still hasn't shown us how Shanks stopped Kaido from going to Marineford? What if in this meetup, Kaido says something about how he looks just like his former captain? I think that would be really interesting and would also overall just make sense, since that's also similar to what Whitebeard said. Doesn't it just make sense that Shanks has some sort of lineage of extremely strong pirates, since he seems to have some of the strongest conquerors haki in the entire series? I mean, it usually seems that all of the strongest and most important pirates in One Piece can have some sort of important family or clan. You don't just become a Yonko for no reason, you definitely need the strength or crew to back it up. Also, just speaking of the Yonko, there seems to be a strange trend with them and Rocks. First off, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard were part of the Rocks before they became emperors. Blackbeard lives on the same island that Rocks lived on, and he seems to be inheriting his will in some way. So since 4 of the original Yonko were connected to Rocks, wouldn't it also make sense that Shanks is too? Shanks would make it 5 out of 5 Yonko until Buggy and Luffy also became them. Who knows, maybe Buggy and Luffy also have a connection to Rocks, but as of right now, it doesn't seem like it. So now, with everything that I've now explained, let me tell you why this is so important to Shanks as a character, and why him being half of each side defines him so well. So remember earlier how I said that Shanks is based off of the Norse god of war? Well, let's go back to that idea of how Shanks is the guy who stops wars and acts as a peacemaker between the pirates and the government. With him being half celestial dragon, half will of D, he is the mediator between all. That's why he's a war stopper and a peacemaker. I believe in the final war, Shanks will not be directly attacking either the government or the pirates. I think he'll be in between, since he has friends on both sides. For example, he will obviously help Luffy, but he'll attack and fight Blackbeard. Both are key to taking down Im-sama, but Shanks will still be in between, even with his own clan. The one who inherited Rox's will ends up fighting Rox's very own son in the final war. It would just be ironic if the one that's trying to stop Blackbeard from achieving his dream is Rox's son himself. I feel like that would be something Oda would do, to be honest. I mean, we do always see sons in One Piece going a different path from their fathers or grandparents. Even with the world government, I believe he'll fight alongside someone like Garp because he's his friend's grandparent. Shanks will pretty much side with any marine that doesn't go against Luffy, as in the first chapter, the whole purpose of the bar scene was to show how he deals with people and his intentions. Basically, if you mess with Luffy, he'll mess you up, and if you don't, then he's cool with you. That's why I can definitely see Shanks going against guys like Im, the Gorosei, and certain admirals. I mean, if Shanks does have the will of D, it's only his destiny to fight them in the end, even if he is part celestial dragon. Basically, Shanks will just be an ally of Luffy, which is why I believe we should stop trying to say the theory that Shanks is a villain or that Shanks will turn on Luffy in the end. Honestly, I can't think of a single way that this happens because Oda already told us in the first chapter exactly how Shanks is as a character. Also, him being a celestial dragon with the will of D could also be represented with what he's already done to the world government. First of all, he talked to the 5 elders in a secret meeting discussing a certain pirate. This seems to be him showing off his celestial dragon side, as I don't see how they allow any will of D member to meet with them unless they met a certain criteria. The other only thing we learned about what Shanks did to the world government is when he stole the gum gum fruit from them. This is obviously showing his will of D side, since that fruit seems to be directly tied with them and the Void Century. Logically speaking, I just want to first bring up how I never thought Blackbeard would be the moon god because he's an enemy of the sun god, Luffy. In mythologies, the moon isn't depicted as being an evil thing or an enemy to the sun. It's actually an ally of the sun, and they coexist with each other to create the night and day. I mean, the moon even has light from the sun bouncing off of it, which lets us see it at night. This makes me believe that the moon god in One Piece would coexist with Luffy and be his friend. Now to explain how laws directly faded with the dawn of the world. The first major part of this theory is all about what the term dawn means symbolically. The dawn is the first appearance of light before sunrise. So when the dawn comes, the moon is usually still visible and the sun is also about to come up. So all in all, you can think of the dawn as a time in the day when both the moon and the sun are out. There's also another definition of the word dawn, which is the beginning of a phenomenon or period of time, especially one considered favorable. The theory revolves around both definitions, so just keep in mind when hearing the next set of evidence. Okay, so now that you understand that, let's put it in One Piece terms. Chapter 601 is called Romance Dawn for the New World. This is a very interesting title because the Straw Hats aren't in the New World during this chapter, nor are they technically heading to the New World yet either. In this chapter, they are getting ready to head to Fishman Island. I believe this title is telling us that there will be a Romance Dawn when the Straw Hats begin their New World journey. Now, let's think about what the Romance Dawn of the New World would actually be. Wouldn't it begin when Luffy actually gets into the New World? So if this is true, then I would assume that the Romance Dawn began in the first arc of the New World, which is Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard is the beginning of this Romance Dawn because it's the first arc of the New World and also the arc where Luffy makes an alliance with Law. Or should I say it's the Dawn because it's where the Sun God and the Moon God make an alliance. And now let me ask you, what's the reason for Law wanting to become an ally of Luffy's? Oh yeah, that's right, to take down Kaido. And doesn't Toki tell the people of Wano that they are the moon unaware of the dawn? If you watched my huge One Piece theory, you'll know that Toki is referring to Wano as the moon and the dawn as the era when Luffy and Law saved them. We know Wano and its people are the moon that she was talking about because they are symbolized by a crescent moon. Every clan has a meaning tied to the moon. The word Wano sounds a lot like waning, which is a term to describe the moon's core size. And lastly, Wano's theme, which is played and written by Toki, is called Moon Princess. This song name shows us that she is the Moon Princess, or the Princess of Wano, which is the moon. I think Law being the one to think of this plan to take down Kaido shows us that it's his destiny by the D-Clan to save the moon, since he's the moon god, just like how it's destiny by the D-Clan that Luffy will come to Wano and bring the dawn. This whole alliance overall was destined to happen because Luffy and Law are carrying the wills of ancient men. With this being said, I don't think Law realized that Wano is the moon or that they were even enslaved, but I think it's more so just a course of fate that the moon god had to take initial action into saving the moon. Luffy or Joyboy may be the son to actually take down Kaido, but without Law's initial idea to go to Wano, Luffy would have never been able to do it, and therefore the dawn would have most likely never come to Wano. This truly does show Law's impact and importance in the story. The dawn that Toki was talking about was when Luffy and Law's alliance came to save them. She knew that they would come because Odin saw at the One Piece that Joyboy and other primary figures would come and save Wano. Not only are Luffy and Law the two that will bring the dawn to Wano, but also the two that will bring it to the world. They are the only current pirate alliance in the world that is slowly flipping the world upside down. Both Luffy and Law stand next to each other as captains, side by side in terms of respect, just like the sun and moon. Now Luffy obviously shines brighter than Law since he's the sun, but Law does all the unnoticeable work like setting up the plans to even go to Wano or to even take down a celestial dragon. Luffy and Law both look at each other as equals. Luffy relies on Law at times, like when we see Law save his life after Marineford. Was it fate that the only person in the world who could save Luffy at that time was there waiting for him and ended up helping him? I like to think that it may have been. Just like how Luffy relies and was even saved by Law, Law also relies on Luffy and was even saved by him. In Dressrosa, Luffy saves Law from his biggest enemy. In this arc, we also learn that Law knows a bit about his fate in the world. He may not know about sun gods or moon gods, but he does know that the D-Clan has a certain destiny to take down the celestial dragons. I've also talked about in previous videos how I believe the will of D is the will of the dawn, since that's the only D word we really see people who found the One Piece bring up. I've also said how Oda told us that romanticism simply means believing or fantasizing in chapter 235. Notice how this chapter has the sun rising or the dawn. If romanticizing means believing and dawn means the era that Luffy and Law are bringing to the world, then romance dawn simply means the belief in the dawn. If that's the case, then the will of D is a clan that believes that the dawn will come one day. It also means that the Dawn clan inherited each other's wills for centuries and centuries because they are the ones that will bring the dawn. The dawn comes when the celestial dragons are defeated, which is why Core Zone tells Law that those with the will of D are the direct enemies of the gods. You may think, well then what does this have to do with Blackbeard? Well trust me, it all perfectly connects to him as well, but I'll explain his true purpose and how he's also connected to the moon in the next video of this huge mega theory. With everything I just explained, think about it like this: Luffy and Law have an alliance. If the will of D means the will of the dawn, then their alliance is in fact the alliance of the dawn. The alliance of the dawn has both the moon god and the sun god. If you want to even tie it more with the romance dawn, there's an alchemical term that describes exactly what romance dawn is. There's an alchemical term which is called an alchemical wedding. In simple terms, this is a term describing a phase which turns base metals into gold and achieving the philosopher's stone. The ultimate purpose of this is immortality. And by the way, I'm not talking about Full Metal Alchemist right now. I'm talking about lore from real life. I'm not trying to say whether you believe in this or not. All I'm saying is that Oda may have used it as a reference for his pirate story. So now you may ask, well what does this have to do with Luffy and Law? Well, the alchemical wedding is always symbolized by the union, or should I say the alliance, of the sun and the moon. Now going back to Romance Dawn and how Luffy and Law are created in Romance Dawn, think of the term alchemical wedding. It's a wedding or a union of the sun and the moon. A wedding. Do you get it now? Since weddings are romantic, this is literally Romance Dawn, a marriage or union of the sun and the moon. I know for a fact that Oda had some inspiration off of this term because it's what One Piece is all about. Like I said before, this term describes the phase of achieving the Philosopher's Stone or immortality. Luffy and Law also both symbolize immortality as the sun and moon, but I'll get more into it later. Just remember this term because it's going to be brought back up with another major key point tying it to Lunarians. So now if you still don't believe that Law is the moon god, let's decode his name. Notice how his first name is actually not just Law, but Water Law. Now I think this is a hint by Oda since it's a hidden name that we don't learn about until later in the story. What do you think of when you hear the words Water Law or Law Water? I personally see it as the law of the water. And what is the natural force that brings the law of water? Well, it's the moon. The moon brings the law to every single source of water in the world. The moon is the main cause or force of gravity that creates waves or tides. The moon's gravitational law creates the law of water. Waves are in fact a law of water since they appear in every major water source in the world. With this being said, I don't find it a coincidence that Law's name seems to be directly tied to the moon, just as many other hints. Now this next hint might be a little speculation, but you never know with Oda, so I thought to include it. Let's be honest, Law's crew is pretty trash, and the only guy anyone even remembers is Beppo. Beppo, as the right hand man to Law, is a mink, which is a race of terrestrials that have direct ties to the moon as they become Sulongs on full moon nights. Now this might just be a coincidence, but don't worry, because if you still don't believe Law's the moon god to Luffy's son, then you have to hear this next part out because it's the best evidence yet. Luffy and Law are two sides of the same coin. Not only that, but they are even more so than Luffy and Blackbeard. If you take a look at Luffy and Law's backstories, they prove this because they are basically the exact same thing. A kid Law looks up to Corazon. A kid Luffy looks up to Shanks. Corazon stole one of the most important devil fruits in the whole story from the world government and gives it to Law. Shanks steals one of the most important devil fruits in the whole story from the world government and accidentally gives it to Luffy. In Law's backstory, he is saved by Corazon. In Luffy's backstory, he's saved by Shanks. Law ended up being inspired to be just like Corazon, a pirate with connections to the Marines. Luffy ended up being inspired to be just like Shanks, a pirate that fights for his friends. Law ended up getting a tattoo that represents something from the backstory, which is Corazon. He also got a coat that says Corazon on it. Luffy ended up getting the straw hat, which is something that represents his meeting with Shanks. Law's pirate crew name is named after Corazon, since Corazon means heart in Spanish. Luffy's pirate crew name is named after something that Shanks gave him, which is the straw hat. With all these parallels in their backstories, I think it's fair to say that Oda is trying to tell us that Luffy and Law have a connection much deeper than we even realize. Some more parallels has to do with their devil fruits. First of all, as already stated, the world government wanted Law's fruit for themselves, and Luffy's as well. Law's fruit seems to be the most important devil fruit in the whole story, along along with the Nika fruit, since the price for it is apparently 5 billion berries. Yeah, you heard that right. Not million, but 5 billion. That's more than guys like Shanks, Blackbeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. It's already as much as Whitebeards and Rogers, which were guys that literally knew what the One Piece is. So apparently, to the world government, Law's devil fruit is almost as worth as much as someone who found the true history, the king of the pirates. Now, if the fruit is this important to the world government, then maybe it is the fruit of a moon god. More actual parallels with the fruits is that specifically celestial dragons were the ones who said they wanted it, both Doflamingo and the Five Elders. Another parallel is that both times the secrets of the Apap fruit and Gumma Gumma no Mi were revealed, a celestial dragon was the one who told it. Doflamingo revealed that the Apap fruit can give someone immortality and is the key to finding the secret treasure of Marijoa. The Five Elders revealed that the Gumma Gumma no Mi is actually the human fruit, model Nika, and has the most ridiculous power in the world. So since both devil fruits have so many parallels and are both known as the ultimate devil fruits and as having the greatest powers in the world, wouldn't it just make sense that since Luffy carries the will of a sun god, Law carries the will of a moon god? I even believe that as Law and Luffy fight against Doflamingo, it symbolizes how they will both fight against Imu and bring the dawn. If Law is the moon god, then I believe his fruit will allow him to find the secret treasure at Marijoa. I believe this treasure could be tied to Lunarians because Marijoa is on the red line, which is where they used to live. What if the celestial dragons built Marijoa right on top of where this treasure was hidden in the red line and waited to obtain the moon god's devil fruit to be able to use this power? This treasure seems to only work with the fruit itself, according to what Doflamingo says, which is, if I had the Apap no Mi in my hands that day, I would have been able to use the national treasure of Marijoa to control the world itself. Law's ultimate destiny by the end of the series is to obtain the treasure that the moon gods left at the red line and save the world with it, just like how Luffy's destiny is to obtain the treasure at Laugh Tale, which was left by the past sun god for the later sun god to obtain and save the world with it. This fate of both the sun god and moon god is also brought up by Odin. Odin claims that the primary figures of the great war that will come one day will split the seas themselves. My interpretation of this is that the great war will split the seas literally as the red line is destroyed. Now, if you've already watched my other videos, you know that Luffy and the One Piece has the power to split the seas, since they are going to be the ones that gather up the ancient weapons and destroy the red line. If Odin is referring to the red line being destroyed, then I'd assume Law's awakening will help this task too. I'd assume that when Law finds the secret treasure of Marijoa, it'll allow him to take down the red line along with Luffy and the ancient weapons. I feel like all of these have to do it together and simultaneously, or else the red line won't be brought down. Another guy that will probably help out with this is Blackbeard and his devil fruit. In my opinion, all of these abilities have the power to destroy the world in their own right, and if they work together, they will literally destroy the old world and bring the world that is in One Piece. Anyways, going back to Law and Luffy being two sides of the same coin, they may have the exact same backstories and destinies that coincide with each other, but their personalities are complete opposites, just like how the sun and moon are. Law is a lot like his name. He lays down the law. He tells the Straw Hats what his plan is and that they have to perfectly execute it. Luffy is the complete opposite, as he does whatever he wants with no plan whatsoever. I believe both together need to happen to properly bring the dawn. Law's personality is very serious, which is also like his name, Law. The law is usually a serious thing, and Law himself is very serious, quiet, and calm. Luffy, on the other hand, acts like the sun or like a Leo. He is proud and loud. He is also like his name Luffy, which sounds like Laffy. He is always laughing and having fun, and at the same time making others laugh as well. Now, although their personalities are complete opposites, they still get along since they're both good guys and have similar goals in taking down the Yonko. Just like how I said before, I wouldn't think that the moon god of One Piece would be an enemy of Luffy, since the moon isn't an enemy of the sun. I would think that the moon god would actually be an ally or friend and not someone who's evil like Blackbeard. The next hints or connections with Law being the moon god will have to do with mythology from real life. The first parallel is with the Hindu moon god Chandra, or also called Soma. This Hindu god Soma is the god of the moon. Now, this is very interesting because Soma is also the name for the elixir of life in Hindu mythology. The moon was also thought to be the storehouse of the elixir of life. The legend goes that when the gods drink Soma, or the elixir of life, the moon god begins to wane. For the final piece of evidence, I'll be explaining the real real-life inspirations of Oda's story, and we'll start off by asking a few questions, seeing if you can guess the right answer. What is two sides of the same coin based on? What does it have to do with the moon or Lunarians? What inspired Oda to make the moon god fruit, one that can give someone immortality? Why are the moon gods of One Piece portrayed as fallen angels or demons with fire abilities? What one thing in the real world is the inspiration for all these key points? Well, there's only one thing that could have inspired the moon gods of One Piece, and it's this, the Baphomet. First off, notice how on the Baphomet there's literally two crescent moons, one black, one white. These moons symbolize the two sides of the same coin, or what philosophers call symbolization of the equilibrium of opposites. The Baphomet is supposedly perfectly balanced, being half human, half beast, both male and female, and both good and evil. Apparently this image is supposed to represent balance and the goal of perfect social order. So basically the Baphomet symbolizes what we call in One Piece two sides of the same coin. We even see a white and black snake that also symbolize the same thing that's the opposite. We also see a torch on his head, or what some call the flame of intelligence. This is another direct parallel with Lunarians because they are known to have fire powers, with King even being called King of the Wildfire. With all this being said, now that you know that Oda most likely was inspired by this to create the moon gods, what does it have to do with law and the Op no Mi? Well, this term, two sides of the same coin, has a lot to do with the occult and immortality. Remember how before I talked about the alchemical marriage with the sun and moon? Well, this term is one for achieving what they call the Philosopher's Stone. This stone is known to be able to give you immortality. Doesn't that sound a lot like Law's Devil Fruit? To expand on immortality a bit more, in my opinion, One Piece is a story of the secrets to immortality. Romance Dawn is the alchemical marriage, and both the moon god and sun god symbolize immortality. The Op no Mi symbolizes it in a way that is physically or earthly, like the physical body being immortal and never being able to die. The sun god symbolizes immortality in the soul and in will. I mean, apparently at the One Piece, you find out that even if you die, you don't actually die. We see Roger literally tell Ray Lee that he's not gonna die. Also, Dr. Kirilluk tells us that people only die when they're forgotten. Is a war of a literal immortal ruler of the world versus an immortal clan. The D clan or the Dawn clan is immortal since they passed on each other's wills for centuries. I can expand more on immortality in One Piece, but that should be for another video because it's getting a little off topic with Law and the moon gods. Also, a little detail that may have to do with Law's Devil Fruit and the Baphomet is that Law's fruit is called the Ultimate Devil Fruit. Ultimate Devil Fruit. It truly does have the ultimate powers of the devil. And going back to Lunarians, wouldn't it just make sense that Imu the Immortal forced a Lunarian to make her immortal since she also lives on top of where they used to live? I also believe the Emerald City has to do with whatever happened to Imu and the moon gods, since the Emerald City also may have something to do with immortality. With two sides of the same coin, alchemical marriage, and symbolization of the equilibrium of opposites, all representing the key to immortality, there's another phrase that is actually the original, which is as above, so below. This is a phrase describing the secret to immortality written by Hermes Trismegistus on the Emerald Tablets. I believe the Emerald City had the secrets to the moon gods because it probably had something to do with immortality and something that's based off of the Emerald Tablets. This all ties in with God Valley, Blackbeard, Rocks, NL, Skypiea, Sun God Nika, the Oni race, and more, but that's for the next videos which are on the way. Throughout the entire story, Blackbeard always talks about this grand plan that he has. We see him tell Sengoku that from the beginning he planned on becoming a 7 warlord just to break out the prisoners of Impel Down. This grandmaster plan of his seems to be going well as of right now. According to him, fate has led him to everything he's done, but the main question would be, what even is this plan leading to? We know he's already gotten everything he's wanted from the prisoners, his territories, and of course his devil fruits, but what is this all leading to? Well, I came to the belief that Blackbeard's dream and plan is to become the king of the world while running a world of true freedom and anarchy. Not only this, but also to live as this king in his own world for eternity. You see, Blackbeard always brings up how after someone dies, it's all over for them. He doesn't really seem to care about things like will, the afterlife, or even honor. I know this is true because when he fights Ace, he offers Ace his hand and tells him to join him. After Ace rejects his offer, Blackbeard says, survival is the only thing that matters in the world, or in the Shonen Jump translation, once you're dead, nothing else matters. So as you can see, Blackbeard truly only cares about worldly values and about surviving for as long as he can. This truly ties in with almost everything that we know about him. For example, he stayed with Whitebeard for as long as he could, to survive for as long as he could. He doesn't do anything unless he knows he'll succeed, because he doesn't want to take the risk of dying. And lastly, he gets scared while in the face of death. Take a look at his face and reaction when Whitebeard is about to destroy him. He legitimately looks scared because he is. His biggest fear is to die, which is why there are times when we see his personality flip from being confident to acting scary. Another thing that could prove that Blackbeard wants to rule the world for eternity is that he cares about his era. We see that part of his plan is to begin his era, which is probably leading to maintaining his era. After he kills Whitebeard and steals his devil fruit abilities, he says that the era of Whitebeard is over now and that all the old generation is obsolete. He and his generation are replacing the old ones. With this logic, he should know that eventually time will pass by and another generation will pass him. So how do you prevent this from happening? Well, you not only have to remain the strongest, but you'd also have to be able to live forever. Blackbeard has a vision of the world and shows us a bit of this vision at the end of Marineford. There's a scene where he screams out to everyone to hear, quote, show it to the world, to all the boring, peace-loving citizens, to the Marines, to the world government, and to all the pirates out there. This world's future has been decided. Yes, from now on, this is my age. This dialogue shows us exactly what Blackbeard wants to do and what he believes the world should be. First off, notice how in the beginning of this speech, he calls the peace-loving citizens boring. This shows that he views simple peace as a boring thing. He seems to want a world that is full of chaos, anarchy, out of order, and with all of this himself at the very top of it. I'd also expect he just wants a world full of criminal activity and whatever he thinks is fun, because at Foolahead Island, he calls his island a pirate paradise and that it ought to be fun. Blackbeard probably wants to make the whole world his pirate paradise and a place that suits him. Another thing that could prove that Blackbeard wants a world of anarchy and basically as a whole pirate paradise has to do with Luffy. We all know that Luffy and Blackbeard are two sides of the same coin. When they first meet, Oda makes it pretty obvious that they are the same except also the complete opposite. So if this is true, then what if it's the same thing with their dreams? We know that Luffy's dream is to become the king of the pirates because he wants to be the most free man. So what would be the complete opposite of this? Well, the complete opposite of this would be that Blackbeard would want to become the king of the pirates to rule over the world. Another possibility that would be the complete opposite of Luffy's dream would be that Blackbeard may want to become the king of the world to make the whole world free from an anarchic perspective. Either one fits in my opinion. I also think he definitely wants to become the king of the world and not limit himself to king of the pirates, because he's just the type of guy that always goes a step further. For example, even though he already had arguably the strongest devil fruit ever, he had to take it a whole step further and get the strongest paramecia ever. So why would he become the king of the pirates but not go to the next step, which is the king of the world? In chapter 440, Blackbeard mentions to Ace that he will become the king of the pirates, which shows that it's definitely a part of his plan. I think he will attempt to do so, but the reason for this is to ultimately become the king of the world. In fact, the title for king of the pirates may be the king of the world in the world that Blackbeard wants to create, since it'll be a world of piracy and criminals. There won't be any world government, so that would make Blackbeard the ruler over all unless someone else can defeat him. Another reason I believe Blackbeard wants to become the next ruler of the world is because he's brought up how he feels like he has the power to control the whole world. He also brings up how he's invincible and the greatest to ever do it. With this amount of narcissism and power backing it up, I believe it shows this is what he wanted all along. Now going back to what he said at Marineford, this speech also proves that he wants this dream world for eternity, because he says the line, "This world's future has been decided. Yes, from now on, this is my age." Notice how he says the world's future has been decided. He believes that he Luffy and his age has the whole world's future or fate in his hands. To have the whole world's future, you can't just have power, but also an enduring rulership for eternity. Once you die, your fate ends, but the world's fate continues to go on. The world's fate has to be an eternal thing because there is a never ending of days or time. This is also interesting considering the fact that the world's fate may actually be revolved around Luffy and not Blackbeard. Luffy seems to be the one who is bringing the dawn since he is the sun god. If you've seen my last part in this God Valley series, I bring up how I believe that Law is the moon god. I believe that he and Luffy were brought to Wano since they are sun and moon gods. I also state how I believe the will of D means the will of the dawn because for centuries upon centuries, the D clan have been inheriting each other's wills until the dawn arrives. I believe that when the dawn comes, there will no longer be a D clan because it will no longer be necessary since they already brought the dawn to the world. So with all this being said, what even is the dawn? Well, wouldn't the dawn be when the celestial dragons are defeated and when the truth is exposed to the whole world? Also, what even is the dawn in literal terms? Well, there's two main definitions and I believe that both define exactly what the dawn is in One Piece 2. The first definition is the first appearance of light in the sky before sunrise. Now, what does this have to do with One Piece? Well, this has to do with exactly what will happen in the dawn of One Piece because at the time when the first appearance of light comes, there's still darkness from the night, the moon is still visible, and the sun's light is first shown. This is right before sunrise, which shows that Luffy or the sun god isn't the only important figure that will bring the dawn to the world, since there's a bit of sunlight, a bit of the moon, and a bit of the night's darkness at the dawn of the day. In One Piece, there will be the light of Luffy the sun god, the moon god Law, and the darkness of Blackbeard, who will bring the dawn to the world. This is why Oda chose those three to be the new and final generation of people with the will of D. He chose to have the guy who represents darkness, the guy who represents the moon, and the guy that represents the sun to be the most important worst generation and will of D members. It is my belief that these three will be the ones to fight and defeat Imu and the celestial dragons. The reason for this is because back in Lost Flashback, Warzone told him that those with the will of D are the direct enemies of the gods and that their people's goal is the very destruction of the world. This is the same destruction of the world that Whitebeard was talking about and also Odin. Another destiny of Blackbeard's may not only be to defeat the celestial dragons, but to destroy the world, literally. I believe he will literally destroy the world with the power to destroy the world along with the other Will of D members. Odin claims that at the One Piece he found out that there will be a massive war terrible enough to split the seas themselves. In other words, in another 20 years, the primary figures of this great war will muscle their way into the new world. So we already know that the primary figures of the great war that is coming muscled their way into the new world when Blackbeard, Luffy, and Law went into the new world. So now that we know Odin already got this part of his prediction right, what could he mean by a war so massive that it will split the seas? Well, I believe that it means in this war, the red line will be destroyed, and when it comes down, the seas will be split. When the red line is brought down, it is literally destroying the old world to make a new one with no red line or nothing dividing the world and oceans. The all blue will most likely come and other things as well. So now, how will Luffy, Blackbeard, and Law destroy the red line? Well, it is to my belief that they will use their devil fruits to do so. I also believe that the ancient weapons will help out with this as well, since they are labeled as having the power to destroy the world. Okay, so now that you understand that I believe these three are the ones who will literally destroy the world and bring the dawn, let's take a look at the second definition of dawn. The second definition of dawn is the beginning of a period of time, especially one considered favorable. So the beginning of a new era will happen after the celestial dragons are defeated and after the red line is destroyed, or in other words, a dawn will come. Okay, so now the real question is, which era? After Imu is exposed and defeated, will it be Luffy's era or Blackbeard's? Since we know that their destiny is to defeat the celestial dragons and destroy the world, I don't see any of the three dying to a celestial dragon or during their fight with the celestial dragons. After the throne of Imu is destroyed, someone else might take it. This is where I start to believe that Luffy's final fight will not be with Imu, but actually Blackbeard, as we know that Blackbeard's ultimate goal is to take the throne of the world, as he says excitedly in chapter 925 that the mighty battle for supremacy over the throne has already begun. This battle has officially started and it will officially end when Luffy defeats Blackbeard and all of those in his way of being Pirate King. To get the throne of the world, world and in the way that Blackbeard wants it, he will not only need to defeat Imu, but he'll also have to force Law to perform the Eternal Youth operation on him. The next connection with Blackbeard killing Law has to do with the real Blackbeard, whom Teach seems to be based off of. This connection is pretty crazy, so prepare to be mind blown. So the real Blackbeard has arguably the most known and famous Jolly Roger in the world. Take a look at it, and what do you see? Well, I personally see a devil or demon stabbing a heart. So isn't it almost like the flag is representing some demon killing a heart? And now you may ask, well, what does this have to do with One Piece? Well, it has to do with One Piece because Oda may use it as a reference for Blackbeard killing the captain of the Heart Pirates. Not only is Law the captain of the Heart Pirates, but he's overall just represented by a heart. I mean, he has a heart tattoo on his chest. He ate a devil fruit that's shaped like a heart. He was saved and inspired by Corazon, whose name means heart in Spanish. And lastly, the coat that he wears has the name of Corazon on it, which again means heart in Spanish. So could Oda use the real Blackbeard's Jolly Roger as a reference or inspiration for his pirate story? He tends to use a lot of things, so I wouldn't be surprised if he used this as well. So now that we know how Blackbeard will most likely become immortal, let's talk about how this is connected with another person who also seems to be immortal. So if Lost Devil Fruit actually is the fruit from a moon god, wouldn't that explain a lot how Imu became immortal? We know one thing for sure, which is that Whitebeard claims that Lunarians used to live atop the Red Line, where Marijua is placed. Assuming that Lunarians were extinguished by the celestial dragons in Imu, wouldn't it make sense that Imu forced one of them to make her immortal? Wouldn't it also make sense that the treasure of Marijua is there because a former Lunarian left it there? A Lunarian may have used the powers of the Op fruit to place the sacred treasure of Marijua in the Red Line. Maybe that's why Pangaea Castle is located there, because they want to be right on where the treasure is located so they can't lose it or let someone else obtain it. Maybe if a Lunarian used Lost Fruit to place the treasure there, that's also why Lost Devil Fruit, or the Devil Fruit of a moon god, is the only thing that can allow someone to obtain this treasure. It almost seems that Imu and the present gods of the world had to wipe out and destroy the old kingdom of gods to make their new kingdom of gods. Wouldn't it also make sense that Kaido named King because the moon gods might be responsible for making people kings? It could either be this or the fact that a Lunarian was once the king of the world, but there definitely seems to be some sort of connection with Lunarians and Imu. If there is a connection with Lunarians and Imu, it would tie in very well with one of the most famous Japanese stories, which is called The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter, famously known for its main character Kaguya, the princess from the moon. In this story, there seems to be many parallels with Imu. First off, there are 5 nobles that are trying to marry Kaguya, just like how in One Piece there's 5 elders who work for Imu. Next, Kaguya came from the moon, kind of like how Imu may have came from the moon, or at least from space, given their names celestial dragons, making it seem as if she came from space. Another connection is that when Kaguya went to the moon, she took the potion of immortality, kind of like how when Imu went to the moon gods, she took the Eternal Youth operation. Another parallel is somewhat actually flipped in One Piece, but it seems to still work because it's the same thing as in One Piece, just the opposite. So the fourth connection would be that Kaguya ended up losing all her memory. In One Piece, I'm not quite sure if Imu lost her memory or not, but we do know that she erased everyone else's memory. The last connection seems to be a bit more of a stretch, but still represents Imu in a way through multiple connections. In the story, Kaguya wore a feathered cloak as she went back to the moon and while forgetting her memory. So in One Piece terms, this may parallel Doflamingo as he wears a feathered cloak and as he erases people's memories with the powers of sugar. We all know how Doflamingo parallels Imu with him being a celestial dragon that rules Dressrosa, just like how Imu rules the world. He tricked the people by taking away their memories. Imu tricked the world by erasing the Void Century. Dofi wanted the sacred treasure of Marijua. Imu has it. Dofi wanted Lost Fruit to also be immortal, and then Imu is immortal. I think everyone understands how Dofi represents Imu in a way, and the feathered cloak may be yet another clue from Oda about Imu's connection to Kaguya. Basically, if these connections are actual inspirations for Oda, it may prove that Imu did end up getting her immortality from a moon god. Some more parallels and hints with Imu and the celestial dragons could be from Drum Island. Uteron states that both Drum Island and Marijua are parallels. First off, the chapter that Imu's name is introduced, and when we see Imu sit on the throne, is 908, which in Japanese the kanji can be read as Ku-Re-Ha, just like Dr. Kureha in Drum Island. Island. Dr. Kureha also symbolizes Imu since she's a life-expanding woman who lives in the Drum Island Castle, just like how Imu may have expanded her lifespan and lives in Pangaea Castle. Something else that connects Imu with Kureha is that Imu in Japanese can be read as Buddha. The only two characters in One Piece that are known for the Buddha are symbolized by the maple leaf. Now you may say, well, what does this have to do with Dr. Kureha? Well, because Dr. Kureha in Japanese literally means maple leaves. Another parallel in this arc could be that the 20 doctors of the Drum Island Kingdom could symbolize the 20 royal families of celestial dragons. So basically, if the Drum Island Kingdom symbolizes Marijoa, then I believe the arc foreshadows and symbolizes the ending of One Piece. In case you forgot, in Drum Island, Blackbeard comes in and destroys the kingdom. Dalton says how the citizens say how Blackbeard's destruction actually may have been for the better, since Wapol left the country because of this. So maybe this foreshadows how Blackbeard would destroy Marijoa and the celestial dragons, and how even though Blackbeard is a villain, what he did may actually be better for the citizens of the world, since most people hate and are terrified of the celestial dragons. Now why would Blackbeard even be at Drum Island? Every single thing that he does seems to be part of some great master plan, and him going to Drum Island and destroying their kingdom doesn't make much sense unless there was a reason for him to do it. Well, what if this reason was that he was trying to find the secrets of immortality, life expansion, or something that can heal any disease, even death? The Drum Kingdom is known for being the kingdom of doctors. Maybe Blackbeard thought that they would have some sort of leads to immortality, or could have even had the secrets itself. Dr. Kureha and her everlasting age abilities could have definitely been useful for what he was looking for, but he may have not even found her because she's secretive and hides away from the public. Also, maybe Blackbeard also heard the rumor of the cherry blossoms and wanted to find something about them in Drum Island. If the cherry blossoms could heal any disease, then maybe they can even cure the disease in which everyone is born with, which is aging. Theoretically, if the cherry blossoms can cure anything, then they may even be able to prevent death itself. Blackbeard may have searched for any information on any of these subjects while at Drum Island. So now continuing with Blackbeard and Imu, there are some definite parallels that involve what may have happened with Imu back in the Void Century and with what Blackbeard may end up doing. Just like how Imu killed and destroyed the kingdom of gods on top of the Red Line and then achieved her immortality from a moon god, which led to her rulership of the world and her era. Maybe Blackbeard will do or is planning to do a similar thing. Blackbeard may, or at least might be planning, to destroy a kingdom of gods on top of the Red Line, achieve his immortality from a moon god or moon god fruit, and then become the king and ruler of the world. If Blackbeard ruled the world, it would be a world of darkness, just like it was with Imu. The 800-year reign of celestial dragons seems to be symbolized as the night, with no sun, no moon, and no dawn. Just like how if Blackbeard ruled, there would be no sun god, no moon god, and no dawn. This leads me to my next point, which is what will really happen with Blackbeard in the endgame. Okay, so basically, I believe the whole story of One Piece is symbolized by the celestial rotation of the earth and sun. It is basically symbolizing each day. I believe the ancient kingdom, which worshipped or was ruled by the sun god, was symbolized as the daytime or as noon. It was the day because the sun was still out and shining. After this, the Void Century came. The Void Century is symbolized by the dusk because the sun is coming to an end. The pirate shanty Bing Sake proves this theory even more. There's a line in Bing Sake which is, "Evening comes, it's time to sound the drums." This shows that when the evening comes, or should I say when the Void Century comes, it's time to sound the drums because the ancient kingdom and Joyboy have to go to war and sound the drums of liberation. The next lines in Bing Sake are, "But steady men and never fear. Tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return." This is referring to the people that carry on the wills of the ancient kingdom, possibly the D-Clan, for they should stay steady and never fear, even during the reign of Imu, which seems to be symbolized by the night of 800 years. The lines, "Tomorrow's skies are always clear, so pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return," is referring to the reign of Luffy, the future pirate king. Once the sun god defeats everyone, the era of his will be symbolized as the next day. The dawn is the time frame from when the first appearance of light shows up, the first appearance of Luffy. After Luffy defeats everyone, it will no longer be the dawn, but instead it will be the day or the noon. So now you may ask, well, what does any of this have to do with Blackbeard? Well, I believe something that that Blackbeard will do will be symbolized by a celestial event. I personally believe that when Blackbeard forces Law to make him immortal, this event will be symbolized as an eclipse. Before I tell you why, let me first explain what a solar eclipse even is. A solar eclipse happens when the moon covers the sun. It's when the moon, sun, and earth are all aligned. So basically, I believe this will symbolize what will happen in One Piece, because if Blackbeard kills Law and uses him, the moon god will get in the way of the sun god and darkness will prevail momentarily. This will happen after the dawn because in order for an eclipse to happen, the sun has to be fully out. This may be the beginning of the next day in One Piece, which will lead to Luffy having to defeat Blackbeard immediately after Imu. After Luffy defeats Blackbeard, the moon will no longer be in the way of the sun, and darkness or Blackbeard will not take over the world. This will be the era that Roger, Odin, and Joyboy have been waiting for. The day with the light never stops shining. Something that may foreshadow this is chapter 545, which is titled To Sunshine and Freedom. In this chapter, Luffy and Blackbeard both lead the breakout of Impel Down, and the prisoners finally see the sunshine after ages of being locked up in prison. This may symbolize how Luffy and Blackbeard are both involved in the freedom of the world and in bringing the next day. I'm not exactly sure how Luffy will defeat Blackbeard after everything goes down, but I have a feeling that a guy that powerful and crazy can't stick around. I can see a situation where maybe Luffy defeats him, but I don't think Luffy will kill him because he never kills anyone. Maybe Blackbeard's ultimate defeat will be by himself. He may ironically kill himself with the overuse of devil fruit powers or by something insane. We even see how Whitebeard tells him that his biggest weakness is his own overconfidence and carelessness. These may lead to the overall downfall of Blackbeard as he ultimately loses to himself.
Lunarians are an extinct god race that once lived on the Red Line even before the Celestial Dragons. This means during or even before the Void Century. Arbor or King from Kaido's crew seems to be one of, if not the only remainder from this race. We know the world government have an interest in him as it's implied that he was being tested on similar to Kaido when they were both captured. We also know that they are interested in him because they will pay for any information on King. One thing to know is that King and Kaido are both members of very rare races and they both have knowledge and interest in Joyboy. Lunarians are known for being tough and withstanding crucial living conditions. They also have the power of firebending, exploding into flames, as this is how Marco first speculated of King's race. Other features include black wings, white hair, dark skin, and a tattoo that King has on his face. Luna is Spanish for moon and Lunaria is Latin for moon, so there does seem to be a link between the Lunarians and the moon. Now all of this will be important later on in the video, so keep it at the back of your mind for now. God Valley was an island that is famous for the God Valley incident, an event where the legendary Rocks pirate planned a massive heist, an attack on the world government as Rocks planned to rule the world by becoming the king. Roger and Garp ended up teaming up and protecting Celestial Dragons as they fought against Rocks Dizabek and his crew. This crew had members like Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and many others. Since then, the island has mysteriously vanished and is now extremely classified to very specific individuals who were there and people that can remember this era. And it's suspicious because Sengoku states that this was an island that the world government already wanted hidden. I mentioned how Kaido may have named King to pay respects to his captain Rocks, who wanted to become king of the world. I've been saying this for quite some time now, and I actually ended up being right in a sense that Kaido did give him his name King, as we see Kaido gave him his name the day of freedom. Then Jack and Queen follow suit. So for now, I'm just waiting to see if the Rocks part is true. If Lunarians are indeed tied to God Valley, this would also make this even more important. Now let's get straight into the theory. Is it a coincidence that the only characters to have shown any knowledge of King's race are Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom? That's right, all of these three members were once part of the Rocks crew. And this is a good place to start, as I believe the Rocks crew learned about the Lunarians at God Valley. It's possible that there was a poneglyph that explains the truth of what happened at the island. And God Valley sounds fitting to be the perfect place that the god race of Lunarians once occupied. Whitebeard is shown to only bring up these gods when he's drunk, and then there's Big Mom, who's collecting these different races like if they're Pokemon. and she immediately recognizes that King is a Lunarian, as she says he is one of the missing races of her collection. She even asks King to join her crew. And then there's Kaido, who recognizes King as a Lunarian immediately when he first met him. How would he know what a Lunarian looks like, or why does he even know about the Lunarians' importance in the first place? Well, my guess is that these three characters all learn about the Lunarians either from Rocks directly or from the legendary God Valley incident. King and Kaido's meetings feels fated in a sense to remainders of these ancient races that have been wiped out completely. Go check out my Oni extinction video later to understand the full context of the Oni race being genocided and being wiped away as well. So I'll ask you once again, is it a coincidence that Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido are the only characters shown in the story to share the knowledge of the Lunarian race? Well, Rayleigh would say no. Remember, there are no such thing as coincidences in this world. To back this idea up further, God Valley and the Rocks were first brought up in the same arc that we learn about the Lunarians. And you might be saying, well, what about Marco and Queen? Don't they also technically know? Yes, but that is because they are commanders to these Yonko. Now, to further my point about the Rocks being tied to the history of the Lunarians, I've always wondered if Rocks was actually a Lunarian. It would make sense that the strongest pirate in the seas has the natural durability and genes of a god. And this may be unlikely since it didn't seem like he had wings, but you never know, maybe he ripped them off. Anyways, even if he wasn't a Lunarian, I believe that one reason that he decided to plan the heist was because he was seeking the information about the Lunarians at God Valley so that he could expose the truth about the Void Century and the Celestial Dragons. In Japanese, God Valley is pronounced Godobare, which means the land of the gods were exposed. And so this is why I believe that even if Rocks was not a Lunarian, one reason why he decided to plan the heist was because he was seeking the information about what happened to the Lunarians at God Valley so that he could expose the truth about the Void Century and the Celestial Dragons' rise to power. His goal was to take them down so that he could sit atop the throne for himself. In order to become the king, you would have to know about the king and then take down the king. But the proof that Rocks always knew about Lunarians comes from his Jolly Roger, the symbol of his piracy. As you can see, Rocks' Jolly Roger represents three different possibilities. First, the Oni race, symbolized through the devil horns, which goes with my previous Oni race extinction video and would make sense as to why he was interested in recruiting Kaido if this is the case. The other possibility is that this is actually a flame design instead of devil horns, as we see that there is a red skull in the anime with the swirl, the flame representing the Lunarians. And the last possibility I see is the design is intentionally meant to be both, mixing the Lunarian flames into the Oni horns. So making this a symbol, what do you think about it? Is this evidence that Lunarians are tied to the Rocks narratively? Kaido's held a grudge against Celestial Dragon, so if both of these races became extinct during the Void Century because of genocides committed by Celestial Dragons, this would all be fitting with King as the right-hand man, helping Kaido fulfill his ambitions to wage war against these false gods. What if I told you that the Great War during the Void Century began with Lunarian genocide? It would make sense that Celestial Dragons would target the Lunarians first based on threats, as they would claim the throne after defeating the gods, replacing them upon the Red Line. Lunarians are a race of moon gods, with Luna meaning moon, and Celestial Dragons are similar, with Celestial meaning heavenly or referring to space, and dragons being godlike figures, especially in Japanese culture and mythology. And then there's Imu, who is the king of the gods. Get it? King and gods? It's likely that God Valley has ties to the Void Century, and the One Piece as a world government wanted to keep it hidden even before. And so to understand why Lunarians are the first extinguished light, or the first genocide that began the War of the Void Century, we have to look at the Oharans. Ohara was another extinguished light, as they were wiped away with only Robin surviving. In fact, there are many parallels between Robin and King that Oda is painting for us, and that is the first of many. Let me ask you, how do you extinguish a fire? That's right, with a fire extinguisher. I believe the Celestial Dragons continue to use this very specific term, extinguish the light, because they are literally extinguishing the light by massacring the Lunarians, who are known for their flames. Fire represents light, and so does the moon in the night. So after this event, the Celestial Dragons always refer to these great cleansings, these big genocides, as extinguished lights. Going back to Nico Robin, she is a survivor of another cleansing, the Ohara incident, where they erased Ohara and the artifacts that held the secrets. All of their people and their culture being washed away forever. And she is also known as the Light of the Revolution, another possible reference at Ohara being a distinguished light as she carries on their wheels, reading the poneglyphs and one day learning the true history. King's black wings are meant to resemble a fallen angel going along with the god theme, and then Nico Robin is the devil child and is now shown with her devil form. As you can see, there are many interesting parallels between King the last Lunarian and Robin the last Oharan, and while the Oharans were learning the truth about the ancient kingdom, it's likely that the Lunarians are connected to Joyboy in the ancient kingdom during the Void Century. So this is why I believe Lunarians were wiped out, as they once ruled upon the Red Line, and this started a world war with the celestial dragons declaring war against the ancient kingdom, ultimately sitting upon the throne. With Godobare meaning the land that exposes the gods, this is actually mind-blowing because it goes along with the narrative perfectly. You might be wondering, how did the Lunarians live at God Valley if they lived on the Red Line? Well, it's possible that God Valley used to be part of the Red Line, or maybe God Valley is simply where the remaining surviving Lunarians lived quietly and peacefully, or maybe it's just a poneglyph that speaks of the past existence of the Lunarians so that their history would not be erased. And so now it's time to tie it back into the Oni race. In my Ancient Giant Extinction Theory, I explained how the Oni, Zunisha's race, dinosaurs, and dragons were wiped out during the war. I explained how the Oharans figured out that the enormous kingdom was ruled by an alliance between the Onis and Lunarians. The Onis were a great cleansing similar to the Lunarians, but why the Lunarians being the original extinction is important is because this event may have infuriated the Onis and Joyboy to launch a war against the celestial dragons. It could be the initial motivating event and factor bringing everyone in the world at odds. It's possible that this war lasted decades, maybe even 100 years, because we know that these ancient giants can live for that long. And so even if it was half a century long, it could still fit somewhere within the Void Century that was erased. This is the beginning to the story of the celestial dragon conquest, and it would be a terrifying secret to hide, because if the world knew what it cost to become gods, if the world knew that they gained their power through mass genocide, it would spin an entirely different perspective on these corrupted people. So you let me know in the comments, have I convinced you that the Lunarians are from God Valley? Is there a poneglyph or some kind of evidence there that explains their downfall from god status to extinction?
In chapter 224, Bellamy tells us of a legendary place called the Emerald City. He speaks on it as if it's some sort of legend, just like Skypiea and the One Piece. He believes that they're just legends because almost no man has gone to these places except for legendary explorers like the Pirate King. Since in the story we've seen for ourselves that the City of Gold and the One Piece are real, we could only assume that the Emerald City is also real. But what kind of city could it be where we only heard of it once in the entire story? Well, I'd assume that it's a city that was erased from history, and that also reminds me of another place and event that was also erased from history, which was the incident at God Valley. So what if God Valley is the legendary Emerald City? I think it is, especially since it looks like an identical outline to the actual Emerald City in The Wizard of Oz. I saw this on a Reddit post a while back and I believed it the instant I saw it. So now, well, why does this matter? What does the Emerald City have to do with why Rocks went to God Valley? Well, ever since I saw that Reddit post, which was about a year ago, I figured that God Valley had the secrets to immortality. I believe the Emerald City will have something to do with the Emerald Tablet. In real life, ancient Egypt has a legend of something called the Emerald Tablet, written by Hermes Trismegistus, and it tells you how to achieve immortality. Medieval alchemists associated the Emerald Tablet with the creation of the Philosopher's Stone and the artificial production of gold, which are things that can be created when you learn the secrets to immortality. So how would the Emerald City have the Emerald Tablet? Well, I was thinking that God Valley could have had a poneglyph or some ancient relic that tells the reader how to achieve immortality. I believe that it tells the reader how to specifically perform the Eternal Youth operation using the Op Nomi. Now, if this was the place where you could learn how to become immortal, wouldn't that also explain why Rocks wanted to go there in the first place? Sengoku told us that Rocks' ambition was to become the king of the world. Now, how do you become the king of the world in One Piece, wouldn't you have to overthrow the world government and the actual king of the world? And doesn't it seem that the actual king of the world, who goes by the name of Imu, is in fact immortal? Also, another thing that the Apap Nomi can do is allow someone to use the national treasure of Marijoa and control the world itself. In other words, it can allow someone to become the king of the world. Maybe you also learn about this at God Valley. I think the reason for this has to do with the original king or kings of the world, even before Imu, and I'll explain more about it throughout the video. But even with all this being said, it really does seem that God Valley had something to do with becoming the king of the world, not only because Rocks wanted to go there, but also because God Valley in Japanese can be translated as the gods exposed. The word used for valley is pronounced bare, and it means exposed. So if this is the place where the gods are exposed, maybe they're exposed there because it shows proof of the original gods, which are the Lunarians. The proof of Lunarians would truly expose the celestial dragons, since it would show that there was once a time where they weren't the gods of the world. It even seems that the celestial dragons took everything the Lunarians had, since they took their home of the Red Line. They also erased them from history and give high rewards for even information on their race. Maybe the reason they're scared of people finding out about their existence is because, just like the ancient kingdom, it would change the public's view on the world. It is also my belief that a Lunarian was the king of the ancient kingdom, and this may be yet another reason why they don't want people finding out about them. I believe the reason Kaido named Albert king is because he found out the truth at God Valley and called him what one of his ancestors were. With this being said, I also want to make it clear that the king of the ancient kingdom doesn't seem to be Joyboy. I believe Joyboy was the previous or possibly even the first king of the pirates, and I just can't see someone with the model Nika fruit being a king or political ruler of such a massive nation. Although Joyboy may not be the king of the ancient kingdom, he was still definitely associated with the ancient kingdom, and boy is there many hints to it. It's kind of like how Luffy is friends with everyone in the world but isn't a ruler or anything of that sort. He just lives freely and has fun. I will explain who I believe Joyboy was later in the video and what it has to do with Rocks and God Valley. Evidence of the Lunarians race at God Valley also makes sense, since the only people who even know of their existence are former Rocks members. We see Whitebeard bring them up to Marco, Big Mom say that she needs King's race to be a part of her family, and Kaido making King his right-hand man. They may have all learned about this race that was extinguished from history at the God Valley incident. Another way God Valley could have exposed the gods is by the poneglyph. Just like how I said the poneglyph that was there may be based off of the Emerald Tablet. Well, what if it does tell you how to do both the Eternal Youth operation and how to obtain the sacred treasure of Marijoa, but in a story format? We know that one type of the poneglyphs is a historical poneglyph. I believe there's a poneglyph at God Valley which tells the reader how Imu became immortal by forcing a Lunarian to do the operation, how Imu overthrew the Lunarians, and lastly, where the sacred treasure of Marijoa is, how to obtain it, and what it can do. I've already explained in my part 2 video of this Mega God Valley series why I believe Lost Fruit, the Apap Nomi, is the fruit that carries on the will of the Lunarians. To recap just a bit of why this could be true, wouldn't it just make sense that a Lunarian was the one that placed the sacred treasure at Marijoa since they used to live there? I mean, there definitely seems to be some sort of connection with the celestial dragons and the Lunarians, since they chose to live exactly where the Lunarians used to live. What if the only reason they even live on top of the Red Line is because the treasure of Marijoa was placed there? It seems that you can't obtain the treasure unless you have the fruit that a moon god may have used to place it there in the first place. Also, like I said in part 2, it seems that Law is destined by the will of D to find his own treasure or his own One Piece. Just like how the Sun God left the One Piece for the next Sun God to find, it seems that Law is destined to carry on the will of the Moon God and find the treasure that a Moon God left for a future Will of D member with the same fruit to find. So if the poneglyph at God Valley can expose any of this, it would make sense with everything that I've now explained, and it would also make sense why the celestial dragons wanted to already hide God Valley from the world. Yeah, that's right, the world government already didn't want anyone to know the existence of God Valley even before Rocks went there. Sengoku tells us that after the event took place, they erased it all from history. He describes that they erased Rocks from history because he broke one too many taboos. This definitely seems to be the taboo that ultimately erased him from history, since they erased both him and the island itself from the history books. He definitely learned something key to the Void Century on that island, and it is is to my belief that he had someone who could read poneglyphs. The God Valley incident was about 15 years before the Ohara incident, so Rocks could have definitely had someone from Ohara who could read the ancient language. In fact, one of the biggest questions to me and the God Valley incident that no one ever brings up is how the hell did Rocks even learn about its existence and that going there would make him the king of the world? In fact, how did he even learn that there is such a thing as a king of the world? Wouldn't you have to learn about Imu's mere existence to have the ambition to overthrow his or her rulership? For example, Doflamingo also wanted to become the king of the world, but he's the type of guy that would know about Imu since he's a former celestial dragon and since he saw things like the sacred treasure. So how did Rocks learn about such things? Well, it is my belief that he may have had a former celestial dragon on his crew that leaked secret knowledge on the world government and on God Valley. In part 1 of this theory, I explained why I believe that Shanks is half celestial dragon and half Will of D, and why Rocks might be his father. I also explained how if this happened, then Shanks may have been found and picked up by Roger on God Valley. So if Rocks himself had a wife, or at least a crew member that was a former celestial dragon and that knew the secrets to God Valley and the world government, then maybe she told him where God Valley is, why he should go there, and lastly, that he can become the king of the world. Another possible explanation to Rocks' ambitions could be that either he himself was an archaeologist and historian, or someone on his crew was. An Oharan could have told him about such legends, since we do learn from Professor Clover that you can learn things about the Void Century not only from poneglyphs but also from ancient manuscripts and books. Maybe an Oharan found out about the existence of something key to God Valley like Lunarians, Imu-sama, or something along those lines. So now that you understand why I think Rocks went to God Valley, now let me explain what it has to do with the ancient kingdom, Joyboy, and most importantly, Skypiea. So I believe that the City of Gold and God Valley are direct parallels with each other, and that God Valley may even be the true left eye of Jaya. So to start my reasons why, let me tell you why I believe they are both connected with Ors the First, whom I believe to be Joyboy. If you've already heard the Ors is Joyboy theory before, then skip to this timestamp. So I believe Ors the First is Joyboy, and by the way, I call him Ors the First because I believe that the Ors in Thriller Bark was actually Ors the Second. The reason I believe this is because Ors Jr. is actually Ors the Third. I explain this relationship between the Ors family better in my other videos, so I recommend checking out those videos if you're interested. I mainly believe Ors was Joyboy for many reasons, and one of them is because Ors' introduction scene in Thriller Bark is identical to the giant Straw Hat scene during the Reverie. You see Moria walk into a giant freezer, just like how Imu walks into a giant freezer. Moria is carrying Luffy's shadow. Imu is carrying Luffy's wanted poster. After this, Moria puts Luffy's shadow into Ors, showing that the Ors race is connected with Luffy or Joyboy. Also, take a look at Luffy's shadow during the very first time we see Ors. Look familiar? Oh yeah, that's right. It looks exactly like the Sun God Nika shadow that Oda drew when Luffy became Joyboy and when explaining the Sun God Nika with Who's Who. This isn't just the only panel that Oda does this to. Go read chapters 456 and 457 and see for yourself that when we see Ors for the first time, Oda deliberately drew the shadow of Sun God Nika or Joyboy over and over again in multiple panels. So going back to the parallels with the giant Straw Hat scene, all these hints may prove that that Straw Hat belonged to someone from the Ors race. Okay, so the next hint that Ors the First was Joyboy is that Ors Jr. wore a giant Straw Hat, hinting that an Ors from the Void Century may have been the owner of the giant Straw Hat. The next hint is that Ors' kanji, or spelling in Japanese, is the same exact spelling as the name of the Norse sun god in certain translations. Okay, so now for the next hint of Joyboy has to do with God Valley, Shandora, Rocks, Roger, Blackbeard, and Luffy. If God Valley is directly tied to the ancient kingdom, then it wouldn't only be connected with Lunarians, but also Joyboy. So the first connection with these guys has to do with their names. If you dissect the connection of Roger, Rocks, and Ors' names, then it starts to seem that Oda named them things so specifically to show that they are connected with each other. So first, let's look at all their first names. Roger, Ors, and Zebek. In case you don't know, the three of these words are all connected to a pirate ship. The word Roger is connected with pirate since it's the word for pirate flags, Jolly Roger. Ors is the word for the sticks that pirates and sailors use to steer and propel their ships or boats. So what does a Roger and Ors belong to? Well, that would be a Zebek. Zebek is the word for a small three-mast Mediterranean ship, or in simple terms, a pirate ship. So now that you see how their first names are connected, now let's also look at their last names. I will use the word Gold for Roger, since the first time we see his name, it is Gold Roger and not Gold D. Gold D is also just an obvious wordplay that Oda did with the word gold. There's also another reason why, but I'll explain that in a bit. So gold is obviously an element that comes from the earth. Same thing with the word rocks. What happens when you take gold and rocks and put them together? Well, you would end up with golden ores, spelled as an O-R-E-S. Gold and rocks put together creates golden ore. So now that it seems that Oda made very specific connections with the three of these characters' names, there's even more connections which have to do with the Wizard of Oz. We know that Oda uses many references from big and well-known stories like The Boy That Cried Wolf, Journey to the West, Pinocchio, and countless others. Knowing this, I'd be surprised if he didn't have any Wizard of Oz references, and I think I actually found proof that he does have them. So Goldie Roger represents the yellow brick road in the Wizard of Oz. As mentioned before, his name was originally Gold, and it's also a pun with Goldie. Next has to do with the description of the yellow brick road. In the Wizard of Oz, it says, they are currently striding along the yellow brick road to fame, the first step on the yellow brick road to fame and riches. Now, doesn't this sound somewhat familiar? Notice how the very single first page of One Piece says, Gold Roger, the king of the pirates, had achieved it all. Wealth, fame, and power had all been his. In another English translation, it says, wealth, fame, power. Once there was a man who took everything in this world, Pirate King Gold Roger. So as you can see, Goldie Roger symbolizes the yellow brick road in One Piece since he achieved wealth and fame, which is exactly what it leads to in the Wizard of Oz. The third and final hint that shows that Roger has some inspirations from the yellow brick road is that he went to the city of gold. The yellow brick road is a road made out of gold, just like how he was the one to find the city of gold in Skypiea and even wrote a message on the gold belfry. Okay, so now that you understand how he represents the yellow brick road, now to why rocks is connected to the Emerald City in the Wizard of Oz. So as I said before, it seems that God Valley is the legendary Emerald City that Bellamy was talking about. Now, this is obviously connected to rocks since he was the one who committed and is remembered by the God Valley incident. So now that Roger represents the yellow brick road and rocks the Emerald City, how is this connected with ores? Well, it's connected to ores since Oars' name is actually meant to be Oz, just like the Wizard of Oz. In many translations, you'll see that Oars' name is actually spelled Oz, O-Z. This is simply because his name in Japanese is pronounced the exact same as Oz in the Wizard of Oz. In Japanese, it is pronounced Azu. So how and why did Shonen Jump translate Azu into Oars instead of simply calling him Oz? Well, what if Oda himself deliberately told them to do it that way for all of these wordplay connections that I've now connected? We know how Oda loves his wordplay, and if you've seen any of Yuteron's or Ohara's videos on it, you'll see how far he's willing to take it. Also, by the way, in case you don't know, this is how I received my name, the Wizard of Oars. It's a pun from my very first video. So now, if you thought that those were the last connections with Oars, Roger, and rocks, then well, sorry, but there's somehow even more. For these next connections, I will also be adding Luffy and Blackbeard into them since they seem to be carrying on the wheels of Roger and Sebek in a way. So for the next one, Luffy and Roger are connected to Oars because of their straw hats. I believe the Oars from the Void Century was the owner of the giant straw hat, and we know how important it is with Carry and Will. For Blackbeard and Rocks, they are connected to Oars with their Jolly Rogers. Notice how Blackbeard's Jolly Roger is the exact same thing as what both Oars and Oars Jr. wear. Just like the straw hat, this three skull symbol may be passed down from Joyboy or the Oars raised from the Void Century, since we see Oars wear it on a rope around his body and then Oars Jr. wear it as a necklace. Another way Blackbeard's Jolly Roger is connected with Oars has to do with the real Blackbeard. The real Blackbeard, also known as Edward Teach, had a Jolly Roger with the devil on it. In case you don't know, Oars is known as the devil of One Piece. I wonder if there's something more to the devil and Blackbeard. Now, Rox's Jolly Roger is connected to Oars because he literally has an Oni on it and another one as his ship's figurehead. I wonder how he also learned about the Oni race and even decided to make it his Jolly Roger. So now that you know all these connections, you may wonder, well, why do they matter? They matter because Joyboy being directly tied to Rocks, Roger, God Valley, and Shandora may prove that God Valley was a part of the Ancient Kingdom. I believe all of these connections also prove that Shandora and the City of Gold are connected because God Valley may even be the missing chunk out of the left eye of Jaya. Although I don't think Joyboy was the king of the Ancient Kingdom, I still think he's the rope that links all men, just like how Luffy is. At God Valley, there are probably signs of Joyboy and the Void Century War, just like there is of the Moon God's existence, but we'll get more into that with NL. Also, just like how Preach said in part 4, the massacre of the Lunarians may have initiated the beginning of the Void Century and of the ancient war that took place. Joyboy always fights for his friends, and the reason it may be a 100-year gap in history is because the previous Joyboy could live for hundreds of years, since he may have been an ancient giant. We know that the Elbaps can live up to 300 years, and I'd expect the Onis to be able to live just as long, maybe even longer. You'd have to erase 100 years from history because that's how long Joyboy lived or existed. Going back to how God Valley and Shandora are connected, and possibly even parts of the same island, what if God Valley got its name from the people of the Ancient Kingdom, or basically even before the Celestial Dragons? We know that people associated with the Ancient Kingdom call locations with godly names, like when we see Skypiea is called Godland. We also see other places called Heaven's Gate, Angel Island, and of course, the Holy Land. The Holy Land, or Shandora as a whole, seems to worship the Sun God and even seems to have many relics that prove the existence of the Sun God. We see that in Shandora, all of their signs of God have Oni skulls on them. These are the same Oni or horned skulls that Kara uses throughout all of Wano to represent the Beast Pirates. This sign of God also has the logo of the sun with 8 circles around it, which we also see in Alabasta, Wano, and other places as well. We can assume that those countries are associated with the Sun God and ultimately the Ancient Kingdom. We also see the Shandians wear masks that are literally oars. So yet again, you can see the people that worship the Sun God have oars connections. The biggest connection would be that they have oar statues laid out throughout all of Upper Yard, or what once was Jaya. Even the Skypeans worship these statues, but they call them birth or var statues instead of what they really are, which are statues of the original Sun God or oars. Shandora as a whole seems to be based off of the Mayan city of Teotihuacan. We even see exact drawings by Oda that depict the city when he draws things like Quetzalcoatl, which is a god of the ancient Mayans. Now, if all of Jaya and Upper Yard is based off of this, then wouldn't that mean that Shandora is based off of the Pyramid of the Sun? The Shandians even do human sacrifices for the sun, just like the Mayans. So now if the right eye of Jaya, or Shandora, is dedicated to the sun, then shouldn't the left eye of Jaya be dedicated to the moon? If it is, then wouldn't that explain that God Valley is the left eye of Jaya? As I explained before, I believe that God Valley holds secrets of the Lunarians and even proves their existence. We learned that 800 years ago, the Shandians had to fight off the Celestial Dragons and the current world government to keep their land. If they had to, then wouldn't it make sense that the left eye of Jaya also had people defending their sacred temple and land? And just like how the world government took the red line from the Lunarians, what if they also took the Lunarian temples from the Ancient Kingdom? By the way, I don't think God Valley was the home to the Lunarians. I think it was just a place that was dedicated to their race, kind of like how Shandora is dedicated to the Sun God. I also don't think that the Oars race or Oars himself lived at Shandora or even Jaya. Another thing that connects God Valley and Shandora is that both of these temples symbolize immortality in a way. I already explained earlier how I believe the Emerald City will have the Emerald Tablets, but gold also symbolizes immortality. In alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone allows one to know and hold the secrets of immortality, allowing you to transmute lead into pure gold. Creating gold was the ultimate goal of the medieval alchemists and philosophers, because once they could do that, they could also be immortal. We also know that at the One Piece, you find some sort of secret to immortality that no one else in the world knows, because Roger's last words to his right-hand man Rayleigh is, "I'm not gonna die, partner." It's interesting that he said this, since he said it as a dying man who was about to turn himself in and get his head chopped. Roger himself seems to know that he's not gonna ever die, since his will be passed on. Dr. Hiraluk already told us that a man doesn't die until he's forgotten. So as you can see, there's a lot of immortality references in One Piece, and one seems to be physically immortal, which is Imu, while the other seems to be based on will, which is represented throughout the whole Will of D-Clan. The ancient people knew about this, and that could explain why Oda chose them to have a city of gold and a city of emeralds. Another thing thing is that yet again Roger, the same guy who represents gold and found the city of gold, is two sides of the same coin with Rocks. Just like how Roger realized that he is immortal, Rocks realized that he wanted to be immortal but in a different way. Rocks wanted to become immortal in the same way that Imu is. He wanted to physically be immortal with his physical body never being able to age. Roger realized that his physical body will die and decay, but the immortal part of him will always live on. His spirit, soul, and will live on to the future generations. Just like how when a philosopher learns the secrets to immortality, they can create gold. Goldie Roger learned the secrets to immortality, which is why he is symbolized by gold. The emerald tablets tell you the key to immortality, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you learn the secret. You can read the tablet but not understand it, which is the case with most people. This is just like how Rocks may have found the emerald tablet in One Piece, or at least symbolized it. He tried finding the secrets to becoming immortal, but didn't actually achieve it. So now that you understand why I believe God Valley is actually the left eye of Jaya, the Moon Temple, and lastly, the Emerald City, now let's talk about what actually happened to the island itself, how it went missing from the world, and how we might already know what island it is, except of course, it now goes by a different name. So I believe that there are 5 ways God Valley could have gone missing. The first most obvious way is by a buster call. I find this unlikely though because there were celestial dragons there. The second way is by Fujitori's fruit. Fujitori's fruit can control gravity, and an awakening of his could potentially pick a whole island up from the ground itself. If someone was at the God Valley incident with Fujitori's awakened fruit, they could have potentially picked up the island itself and sent it off somewhere in the sky or even in space where it could no longer be found. The third way God Valley could have been erased from history is from Kaido. We know that Kaido obtained his fruit the day of God Valley, and if he got so angry after Rocks' death, he may have lifted the island up as a whole while being in a trance state of anger. Again, he may have lifted it up all the way to the point where it would land somewhere in the sky, no longer to be found by anyone in the blue sea. I wonder if Kaido's first appearance in a sky island could be foreshadowing something with this. The last 2 possibilities have to do with Whitebeard. Whitebeard could have sent a tsunami over God Valley, or could have destroyed the entire island with his awakening of the Guragura Nomi. We continuously see Sengoku say in Marineford that Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world, and this would hit harder if he saw firsthand Whitebeard destroy the entire island of God Valley. The final way I think God Valley could have gone missing is if Whitebeard used his fruit awakening, but instead of destroying the island itself, he created a knock-up stream to shoot God Valley up into the sky. If he did this, I would think it probably was an accident, and theoretically he could do this with his devil fruit if he shifted something underneath the island itself, either from an underneath volcano or under the water. I also don't think that whatever the world government did in chapter 1060 with Sabo happened at God Valley, and here's why. First off, if they wanted God Valley to not be known to the public even before the Rocks Pirates ambushed it, then why didn't they just blow it up beforehand? The second thing that doesn't make any sense is why do they have buster calls if they had this weapon? We saw them use a buster call in the Ohara flashback and also at Enies Lobby. If the Oharan archaeologists actually did find out the name of the ancient kingdom, then why wouldn't they just use this power, since it's kind of a plot hole that they never used it before? Also, could Enies Lobby possibly be the place where God Valley once stood? I know Uteron's Enies Lobby theory makes a ton of sense, but if the world government once owned God Valley, then wouldn't it make sense if its location was somewhere within the Gates of Justice? Another location that God Valley could have been located back in the day is right in the middle of the triangle. I don't know why, but for some reason, from the moment I learned about the Gates of Justice while watching the anime, I instantly thought, what if there was an island in the middle? In One Piece, I feel like anything is possible, so you never know honestly. Anyways, let me know in the comments where you think God Valley could have been located and why. So going back to what happened to God Valley, I think any of the possibilities that I mentioned before could have happened, but I think the most likely ones are probably the ones that allowed the island to go up to the sky. First off, if God Valley is the Emerald City, then maybe Oda took the famous line, "As above, so below," which is from the Emerald Tablet, to be literal in his story. Maybe God Valley is now above or in the sky, just as how it once existed down below on the blue sea. If God Valley is the left eye of Jaya, wouldn't it be great writing by Oda if they both ironically ended up being islands that mysteriously went missing from the face of the earth since they somehow went up to the sky? In fact, I believe there is an actual sky island in Skypiea that is God Valley, and that Oda even told us about in the Skypiea arc. This island is now known as the hometown of NL, Birka. This theory takes a bit of explaining to do, but trust me, when I'm done telling you all the details, you will believe that God Valley is Birka just as much as I do. Trust me, there's a lot of evidence. So just like how I said, I believe Shanks is from God Valley in the first part of this theory, I also believe NL is from God Valley and even lived there as he grew up in Skypiea. The God Valley incident happened 38 years ago, and both Shanks and NL are ironically exactly 39 years old. That would make them 1 year old during the time of the incident. I also believe that NL is an actual celestial dragon but doesn't even know that yet. Most people can point out that NL has the traits of a celestial dragon since he thinks that he's literally God. There can also be many parallels with him and another celestial dragon, Imu. Imu, just like NL, is a ruler of the Holy Land. Imu has 5 elders and NL has the chosen 5 from his battle royale. Joyboy is the natural enemy of Imu and Luffy was the natural enemy of NL. Lastly, Imu wiped out a winged race just like how NL attempted to. We also now know that Imu destroyed an island with lightning or energy powers just like how NL was going to. If NL was an actual celestial dragon, then wouldn't that explain why he's one of the only people that lives in the sky that doesn't have wings? In fact, both Kami or gods of Skypiea don't have wings on their backs and they're the only 2 people that don't in the whole arc. The other man who was the Kami is Gonfall, and he may also be a celestial dragon since he seems to depict one of the 5 elders and may even be his brother. We also see direct panels where Gonfall resembles the 5 elder and where he seems to bring up his past of being a celestial dragon. On top of this, Gonfall's design also seems to be based off of Don Quixote, and of course Don Quixote in One Piece is one of the last names for a celestial dragon family. So if Gonfall is a celestial dragon, it may show that the other false god of Skypiea was also a celestial dragon. I mean, the title for these 2 is quite literally God. Something just doesn't make sense about NL being born in Skypiea since he doesn't have wings. I don't know who his parents could be, and it almost seems that he didn't have any growing up because he has no sympathy for humanity and he literally thinks he's a god. What if NL ate the lightning Logia devil fruit when he was a baby at God Valley before the God Valley incident? I mean, we do know that there were devil fruits there since Kaido received his fruit from there. Also, do you think there's a chance that Kaido's fruit was there because Vegapunk was working on it and created Momo's fruit on that island? I wonder if they were trying to recreate other devil fruits like NL's and possibly Law's. This is a mini theory, but you never know since Kaido's mythical zone was found there. So let's say that baby NL already had the powers of lightning, and when God Valley shot up to the sky, he was able to survive because he's lightning itself. Then what if when the Birkins found him, they worshipped him all the way back to when he was a baby since he was lightning? Maybe that's how he received his ultimate god complex. If the people that live in the sky didn't understand devil fruit abilities, then they really would think he's a god throughout his whole life. So now the main reason I believe NL is from God Valley, which actually became known as Birka, is because the only time we ever heard about Birka, it's described in the exact same way as God Valley. When we learn about Birka, the White Barrette tells us that a sky island far away in the southeastern sky disappeared without a trace 6 years ago because NL destroyed it. Doesn't this sound almost like the same description for another island? Sengoku tells us that there isn't any map featuring an island called God Valley. As a matter of fact, God Valley itself vanished without a trace. So as you can see, both islands are described as vanishing without a trace, which makes it seem as if they are in some way connected. Plus, wouldn't Birka being God Valley itself explain literally every question that's tied with NL? First off, it explained why NL would want to bring down all of Skypiea and his own hometown back to the ground. If he saw the ruins of God Valley and realized that it was just like Shandora and was from the earth, then he probably wanted to put it back down to where it belongs in its natural location. We continuously see NL say things like, the foundation of this country in the sky is unnatural, land is the place for land, humans have a place for humans, and the Kami has a place for the Kami. Each has a place to which it must return. After this, we see him say that as God, he is only following the laws of nature and putting humans and the land back where it belongs. He legitimately believes that it's his duty as Kami to do what is natural on Earth. The next mystery it solves is that NL believes that Kami should actually live on the moon. Now, where did he get these beliefs? Well, he may have received them from his hometown. If Birka is God Valley, and if God Valley is the city sacred to the moon gods, he may have seen ancient relics from the Void Century depicting the moon and the Lunarians. As Whitebeard did say that the Lunarians were the previous gods before the Celestial Dragon's rulership, NL may have learned about this at God Valley, just like how it seemed Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom did. Remember, I don't find it a coincidence coincidence that the only people who know about the Lunarians' existence are former Rocks members. NL probably learned that the gods of One Piece came from the moon, and since he believes that he's a god, he wants to go live up there with them or on God's throne. This would definitely explain his obsession with going to the moon, which was never explained in any backstory or any SBS. Oda probably didn't show us NL's backstory in Skypiea because it would have spoiled literally everything about the Void Century and God Valley. I also believe that at God Valley there were Lunarian statues. We already know that the city that worships the sun god had oars or sun god statues, so why would the city dedicated to the moon gods also not have Lunarian statues? I feel like the statues may only be as simple as being Lunarian, but could also possibly even be Baphomet statues. King's race seems to be based off of the Baphomet and fallen angels since they have black wings. They also have fire abilities, and we always see fire behind King's head, just like how the Baphomet has a torch on top of his head. So now the final reason that may prove that there were Baphomet statues and not just simple Lunarian statues is because of all the goat references with the Birkins. The Baphomet is also called the Goat of Mendes because of its goat head. In Skypiea, a lot of NL supporters have goat-like features with their horns, ears, and faces overall. I'm not quite sure how they received these facial features, but it just seems like a very random and strange thing. It's never been explained if they physically added these features after they were born, or if they were born like that. If they did see a goat statue at the island, maybe that's a part of why they have these features. Maybe they tried to resemble the god statues, just like how the Shandians resemble the Oars race with Oars masks. Another possibility for there being a Lunarian with a goat head could be that since the Birkins and Lunarians seems to be close in genetics, maybe some of the Lunarians also had goat-like features just like the Birkins. If there were goat-headed statues of Lunarians at God Valley, then maybe that's why Oda made it, whereas Sengoku is explaining the God Valley incident, he is also petting his pet goat. Just like how I said, everyone who witnessed the God Valley incident seems to be some of the only people in the world who know about Lunarians. Well, maybe Sengoku was also at God Valley and later on got a pet goat to show what he believes in. I always found it very random that Sengoku had this pet, and it just never really made much sense as to why. This goat also has a golden bell, which could be a hint from Oda, yet again showing us that Shandora and God Valley are connected. The next connection with NL, the Birkins, God Valley, and Lunarians may be the very name of the island. The Sky People seem to have called the island Birka, which may be called that after the city on the moon, which is also named Birka. Yeah, that's right. In One Piece, there's two locations called Birka, one in the sky and one on the moon. Now, why would that be? Well, what if the reason there's two Birkas is because when the Sky People found God Valley, they got it confused with the city that's on the moon, since it was a place that had many moon references. Either this, or they may have called it after the moon city to honor it. Also, by the way, I know I've been calling the race of NL's men Birkins, but did you know that that isn't even what the race of people is called? Apparently, they've never actually been called Birkins in the manga or by Oda, and the only reason people even call them that is because they're apparently from Birka. Even NL is thought to be a Birkin, but we can clearly see that he doesn't fit the description as anyone else in the sky. So if their race isn't called Birkins like how the Skypians are Skypians and how the Shandians are Shandians, then that honestly puts up the question as to who they truly are. We do know that they are a bit different of a race from the other two previously mentioned, but we still don't know what their race is called. This most likely proves that their race isn't called Birkins, which would mean that the origin of their race isn't from the Sky Island called Birka, which may prove that the Sky Island Birka is a relatively new island. I mean, they say NL was born and raised there, but Oda himself never said that NL or his followers were part of a Birkin race. Hopefully we find out what the true name of the race is, which may answer a few of the Sky People's mysteries. And by the way, I will still continue to call that race Birkins throughout the video, but just to clarify it so you don't get confused, I'm just referring to them as that because that's what most people call them. The next connection with God Valley and NL would have to also be with the sun god and the symbol of the sun. I believe NL also found evidence of sun god Nika in the ancient hieroglyphs or statues in God Valley. The main reason I believe he is depicting Nika is because he wears drums on his back. Yet again, there was never a single explanation as to why he has drums. What if the reason for this is because he saw hieroglyphic carvings of people playing drums to their god? Either that, or maybe he saw the sun god itself playing drums or having something to do with the drums, as the ancient men may have been trying to depict the drums of liberation in their writings. NL thinking that he is God may have been inspired by a god in the God Valley ruins. Even though I think God Valley Valley is the place dedicated to the Lunarians, I can still see them having sun god references if whatever was at God Valley did in fact expose the gods. Plus, I also think there could be sun god references because even the Birka that is located on the moon has sun god references. When NL goes to Birka on the moon, he finds hieroglyphs that clearly show multiple signs of the ancient kingdom. There's one sun on the lower left that has 8 rays going out of it, just like how all the people associated with the ancient kingdom have suns with 8 circles around it. We also see people with wings, which proves yet again that the moon city has connections with people from the ancient kingdom. So if the real Birka has evidence of the sun, then maybe the false Birka or God Valley also had evidence of the sun god. Another thing with NL that may show that everything he does is based off of what he saw at his hometown could be the ark that he created. Could the ark that he built to take him to his godly throne be based off of the Noah? Yet again, it may be that he saw the legend of the ark and thought that it was his duty as God to create his own. The final thing that doesn't make much sense with what NL seems to know about is the endless Firth. He says that the people on the island where he was born believe that God lives on a place called Endless Firth. He describes this Endless Firth to be a place where the land stretches out further than the eye can see and as a place where there's limitless earth. We later see that NL believes this legendary island or location called Endless Firth is in fact the moon. Well, what if I told you that what the people from NL's home were referring to wasn't actually the moon, but was actually the ancient kingdom? First off, how is the moon Verth or Earth in any way? The moon isn't a place where there's soil, plants, or anything of that sort. We know that Verth is just the sky people's word for Earth, since Gonfall tells us that they worship Verth, since in the sky they can't give birth to plants. Greenery and soil are not things of the sky, and that is why they are Verth. So if Verth is the soil that allows plants to grow, then how is the moon Verth? My belief is that NL got the moon mixed up with the ancient kingdom. Since he may have seen references to moon gods, he may have believed that the moon was their home or a place where God lives. I think the real place where the gods lived back in the day is the ancient kingdom. We know that the Lunarians did also live on top of the red line, but it wouldn't surprise me if they also lived in the ancient kingdom or if the king of the ancient kingdom lived there. The next reason I believe that the Endless Firth is the ancient kingdom is because it describes exactly what the ancient kingdom may have been. If a Lunarian was the king of the ancient kingdom, then it could have been the home to God or a god, just like how NL says it's God's home. Also, Endless Firth, or a piece of land that extends further than the eye can see, can only be one island that we know of. It could only be the island of the ancient kingdom because Professor Clover describes it to be an enormous or immense kingdom. The third reason I believe Endless Firth is the ancient kingdom and not the moon is because when NL describes it, Oda draws a green piece of land being illuminated by the sun. This makes me think that it's actually an island that was once on the blue sea. The sun's illumination could be symbolic for it being a place connected to the sun god. NL seems to know a lot more than we thought he knew, and I can guarantee that his return will be key to the final saga of One Piece. Who knows how much more he's learned while at the moon too. I truly believe that Oda hasn't made it where he's returned yet, because if he did, then it may have spoiled many secrets like Lunarian. Anyways, let me know in the comments if you still think he's coming back, and if you do, then also when you think he's coming back. So now with everything that I've explained as to why I believe God Valley is the Emerald City, which also was known as the Sky Island Birka, now let me tell you what this has to do with Blackbeard. So in part 3 of this theory, I explained how Blackbeard wants to become the king of the pirates to actually rule the world, and that he will also attempt to kill Law to obtain immortality. I do believe that in some way he is the new Rocks, just like how Luffy is the new Roger, and as explained before, you've already seen some of the connections with the 4 of them and Oars. Well, going back to that, since Luffy is carrying on Roger's will, he went to and found Shandora just like Roger, right? Well, what if just like how that happened, Blackbeard will find or has already gone to God Valley? What if before Birka was destroyed, Blackbeard went to the island while it was still in the sky? It definitely seemed that Blackbeard knew about Sky Island, since we see him be the only guy in Jaya that tells Luffy that it exists. He seems very confident in his take, and what if the reason for this is because he's gone to one before? It also doesn't seem that he went to Skypiea or to Upper Yard, since Gonfall tells Robin about the only pirate he's seen up there since Luffy, and it was Roger. If Blackbeard didn't go to Skypiea, then one of the possible islands that he went to is Birka. Maybe this is where he even got the dream to be immortal or to be the ruler over the world. He may have learned something about Lunarians and Imu while being there, which may have triggered his insane plan. Birka definitely could have been where he at least learned about the the Lunarians' existence, because as we can see in the latest chapters, it seems that Blackbeard actually knows about the Lunarians' race. He says, quote, white hair, brown skin, and black wings, as his facial expression looks as if he can't believe his eyes. We also now know that Blackbeard was also at the Rockyport incident with Law and Kobe. What if the reason Blackbeard was there was to take Law's Devil Fruit abilities and give it to one of his crew members? We don't exactly know anything that went down that day, so this is just pure speculation, but it definitely would make sense as to why Blackbeard was present in the same incident as Law. There's also a popular theory going around now that Blackbeard might be from Ohara. The theory goes that Oda said that if Blackbeard had a real job, he would be an archaeologist. We also know that he studies history in his free time. What other important history is there to study in One Piece besides ancient history? We also know that he believes in all legends of the world like the One Piece. His ultimate goal is to become Pirate King, and he needs to be able to read the poneglyphs to do that. As of right now, he doesn't seem to have any other archaeologists on his crew or any people with a third eye. So maybe he is on his way to finding the One Piece by reading the poneglyphs himself. If he could read the poneglyphs, and if he is an archaeologist, then maybe he actually understood the point of God Valley and its poneglyphs. If that's the case, then he could have learned a lot of the mysteries when he went to the island. Maybe he also learned something about the Oars race at his time in Birka, which may have led to the inspiration for his Jolly Roger, which is the Three Skulls. Wouldn't it just be so funny if while Blackbeard was listening to Bellamy say how the One Piece, the Emerald City, and the City of Gold are fake, he could be thinking in his head how this guy is just an idiot because he's seen one of them for himself. If he has seen God Valley, then maybe that's why he confidently tells Luffy that the One Piece definitely exists. Now, the last reason I think there's a big chance that Blackbeard went to Birka sometime throughout his life is because he shares similar beliefs to the people from Birka. One of Blackbeard's most famous quotes is, "The age when pirates' dream is ending. A man's dream never ends." Now, this is very similar to what the people from Birka believe, since the Endless Firth is known to also be a dream world. Maybe Blackbeard gained some of his beliefs while at Birka, and he may have even learned about a dream world as well. Another interesting thing is that it seems that Mont Blanc Cricket heard the rumor of this dream world too. We see at the end of Skypiea that Cricket and his monkey friends are gonna go seek another dream or adventure, since the City of Gold was finally proven to be in the sky by Luffy. Later on in the cover page of chapter 643, we see that they are finally setting out for the next adventure, seeking Nakrara, the Island of Dreams. Now, as I said earlier, I believe that the Endless Firth is actually the Ancient Kingdom, and if that is true, then that would also mean that the Ancient Kingdom is the Island of Dreams. So, did Oda actually tell us the name of the Ancient Kingdom on this Cricket cover page? Could the Ancient Kingdom's name be Nakrara? Plus, we know that Cricket has a hobby of searching for legendary islands or locations since he spent his whole life searching for the City of Gold. Just like how Luffy ended up finding the City of Gold and proving its existence to Cricket, maybe the same thing will happen when he finds the One Piece or the Ancient Kingdom. A possible foreshadow of Luffy being the one to find this Island of Dreams is that in the very cover chapter where we learn the name of this island's existence, one of the monkeys is literally wearing a straw hat, just like Monkey D. Luffy. Subtle hints like this is what Oda does best, and it'd be insane if this actually becomes true. Another thing with this Island of Dreams could be showing you that yet again, God Valley and the City of Gold are two sides of the same coin. People that are connected to Birka believe in a dream world, just like how people that are connected to Shandora believe in an Island of Dreams. So anyways, now you see why I believe God Valley is the Emerald City, Island of Birka, the place dedicated to the moon gods, and the missing Eye of Jaya. What if I told you that Shanks is in fact a former celestial dragon and that it's been hinted at ever since Dressrosa? Have you ever wondered about the direct parallels with Shanks, Corazon, and Doflamingo? Well, if you haven't, then stay tuned because I promise this theory will blow your mind. If you like Shanks and the mysteries behind him, then you're gonna love this theory. Wizard of Oars here today, and I'll be discussing everything we've seen on Shanks thus far, his direct parallels with the Don Quixote family, Blackbeard, Goldie Roger, and Norse mythology. Hope you're as excited as I am about this, and now let's get into it. Shanks, the man who single-handedly stopped a war. Well, I guess with his crew too, but his name value alone was enough to have Sengoku command the Marines to stop the fighting. The man who has the name value to stop the war isn't a beast, but is actually somewhat a civil pirate who's willing to talk to people about disagreements or to discuss certain events. For example, we see Shanks discuss with Whitebeard what's going on with Ace. He tells him his thoughts on the situation and tells him what he believes Whitebeard should do. This seems to be a common thing for Shanks, since he's even able to meet up with other people in the world that are even higher than Whitebeard, the 5 elders.
ある海賊について話が
I'll discuss more on the importance of him stopping a war later on in the video, and its importance to him being a celestial dragon. The 5 elders have brought up that Shanks doesn't seem to be interested in world conquest, which shows that they know a bit about him. Maybe this is hinting that they've met before the meeting at the Reverie. This scene is one of the most, if not the most, iconic scenes in all of One Piece because it shocked every single reader. How would Shanks be able to casually walk into Pangaea Castle and talk with the 5 elders? Also, why was he wearing a cloak as if he was trying to stay hidden and not be seen by anyone? What if he was able to meet them because he is a celestial dragon, or at least comes from a family that was once celestial dragons? I'm pretty sure that we've all thought about Shanks being a former celestial dragon at least once in our life ever since his meeting to discuss a certain pirate. Most people speculate that he was going to discuss either Luffy or Blackbeard. I'll get more into these characters as well later on in the video because those with the D in their name lay out a big hint on Shanks. Shanks' ability to even meet up with the 5 elders shows us that he may have some royal blood in him. This has been told to us since Dressrosa. Yes, in Dressrosa, Oda basically told us that Shanks is a celestial dragon through the Don Quixote family. Shanks Don Quixote? Just kidding. I don't think that's actually gonna be his last name, but he'll probably have a last name connected with the world nobles. Okay, so now you may say, how does the Don Quixote family prove that Shanks is a celestial dragon? Well, because Corazon and Shanks are direct parallels with each other. Corazon is the Shanks to Law, and Shanks is the Corazon to Luffy. Corazon is a grown man that a kid Law looked up to. Shanks is the person who a kid Luffy looked up to. In Law's backstory, Corazon steals arguably one of the most important devil fruits in the story from the world government since they were gonna buy it, and gives it to Law. In Luffy's backstory, Shanks steals arguably the most important devil fruit in the whole story from the world government and doesn't necessarily give it to Luffy, but Luffy ends up eating it because the Shanks pirates left open a treasure with the fruit in it. In Law's backstory, Corazon ends up sacrificing himself to save Law. In Luffy's backstory, Shanks sacrifices his arm to save Luffy. Law ended up being inspired to be just like Corazon, half pirate, half marine. Luffy ended up being inspired to be just like Shanks, being a pirate that fights for his friends. Law ended up calling his pirate crew name after Corazon, the Heart Pirates. By the way, Corazon means heart in Spanish. Then, Luffy ended up calling his pirate crew name after Shanks, or something that represents the next time he'll see Shanks, which is the Strawhat. Corazon is a good former celestial dragon that helps someone with the Will of D, so I guess Shanks might be a good former celestial dragon that also helps someone with the Will of D. More parallels between the two would be that Corazon has a brother that depicts a clown, since Doflamingo's nickname is Joker. Shanks has a brother, or at least someone that is like a brother to him, in the way that Ace is Luffy's brother, that also depicts a clown. Another parallel would be that Corazon has a brother that became one of the 7 warlords, while Shanks also has someone like a brother who became one of the 7 warlords. Corazon doesn't like Doflamingo and they don't get along anymore since Corazon betrayed him, kind of like how Shanks and Buggy don't get along anymore. Except, of course, one of them didn't, you know. While Corazon was a member of the Don Quixote Pirates, he was a member of a pirate crew that had its left eye crossed out on its Jolly Roger. The red-haired pirates also have their left eye crossed out. Going back to Law and Luffy, the 2 kids that Corazon and Shanks inspired, they even formed an alliance showing that the 2 of them are connected in some way. With all this being said, Corazon and Shanks almost have identical roles in Law and Luffy's backstories. Since they do, it pretty much points to the fact that they may be very similar themselves. They may both be celestial dragons that became pirates and didn't grow up out to be evil like the Otherworld nobles. Remember how in Dressrosa we randomly found out about Doflamingo being a celestial dragon, which was one of the biggest One Piece reveals. We also found out about Law having the Will of D, which shows that there's still many things that we haven't learned about. Even with characters that were frequently shown before the reveals, like Law and Dofi, we never knew about their true nature and name value. We still don't know almost anything about Shanks or who he actually is, so I think Oda has a big surprise and reveal coming. Another big thing with Shanks' character, and him being a former celestial dragon, is his natural enemy. Obviously, good celestial dragons like Corazon and possibly Shanks can get along with some people with the Will of D, but that doesn't mean that they'll get along with all of them. Maybe they only get along with the good ones, for example Luffy, Roger, and Law. Since their natural enemy is still going to be someone from the D clan, that means that it's fate for Shanks and Blackbeard to clash it out in the end. Blackbeard is not a good human being by any standards, and since he does have the Will of D, it's almost just natural for him to be Shanks' biggest enemy. Shanks seems to hate Blackbeard, or at least is very concerned for his existence in the world. He even tells Whitebeard to tell Ace to stop going after him, since he knows it won't end well with the power that Teach holds. Maybe it's Blackbeard's destiny to either kill Shanks or to at least defeat him, and then Luffy will have to fight for his old friend. Another connection with Shanks being a celestial dragon is the fact that they're known to be gods. I don't find it much of a coincidence that Shanks might be a god of the world, since he is based off of an actual god, the god of war, Tyr. In Norse mythology, Tyr is the god of war and has almost an identical resemblance to what Shanks is. Tyr offered his arm to a wolf to bring balance to the realms, kind of like how Shanks offered his arm to bet on the future generations. Tyr is also known to be nicknamed the One-Handed Man or the One-Armed God. The best connection to Shanks and Tyr would be that Tyr used his wisdom and power to stop wars instead of start them, just like how Shanks literally stopped the war at Marineford. Although Tyr is called the god of war in Norse mythology, that doesn't necessarily mean that he fought wars. Instead, he was actually called that because he stopped them. He was a god of peace and was known to be the most courageous among the gods. Shanks tries to keep peace within the world of One Piece, which shows how powerful and respected he is among everyone. The last thing I want to discuss about Shanks is his origin and his intentions in the world. I believe that Roger may have taken an infant Shanks from God Valley. Roger tells Garp in a Marineford flashback that our unborn child is innocent. He tells Garp how his unborn child isn't a bad person, and it's not fair to take anything out on a baby. I believe this may foreshadow Roger saving a child from the legendary God Valley incident. The infant child ended up being Shanks, a celestial dragon who was as innocent as any other baby. Maybe as God Valley was going down, Roger realized that even though he hates the celestial dragons, an infant child is just like any other infant child and can be taught a different ideology than what his family believes in. Shanks is 39 years old, which would make him an infant or a baby at the God Valley incident. In the Odin flashback, we see Roger bring up how he hasn't seen a baby in ages, and then Ray Lee says that it reminds him of the old days. This could possibly be hinting at Shanks being the baby that was on the crew, and possibly even Buggy as well. Just like Roger saved a baby with a family that had bad blood, his own son was saved by someone as well. Now maybe Shanks eventually found out that he was a celestial dragon, which led him not to care about finding the One Piece. It seems like Shanks believes Luffy is Joyboy and will be the one to find the One Piece ever since he ate the fruit. Shanks even decided to give him the Straw Hat, which is dear to his heart since it belonged to his former captain and the king of the pirates, Goldie Roger. I also wonder if Shanks learned about the giant Straw Hat and Mary Joyce or heard of its existence. This isn't very likely considering how deeply hidden it is, but it almost seems like Shanks has something on the world government. I don't see how he's able to walk in their castle right before the reverie is taking place, especially when they know that he's the one who stole the Gum Gum fruit from them. I also don't see how the world government wouldn't find out about Luffy having the Gum Gum fruit throughout the whole story. I mean, why would they not check the pirate crew that is literally called the Straw Hats? I think Shanks might have something to do with them not going after Luffy. Maybe he blackmailed them, or simply told them that he'll go to war with them for Luffy, or I don't know, but something about the situation just seems strange. I believe Shanks realized that it's not his fate to find the One Piece, but actually Luffy's, and then protected Luffy while being behind the scenes. This pretty much wraps up my theory on why I believe Shanks is a former celestial dragon and how Oda has hinted at it since Dressrosa.